Transcendental Publishing House presents the book, Personal Assistant Scarlett. Chapter 1. I live in a luxurious apartment he bought just for me. Although I have jewelry, luxuries, cars, and a house, as a lower-class woman, I feel uncomfortable with everything at my disposal. I'm employed by a prominent London company. My salary is good, but it's not enough to cover all expenses, especially when I have to help my grandmother with expensive medication. My life took an unexpected turn a while back when he came into my life. How should I feel about being the other girl? Despite the pain, it's not easy for me. What hurts is having him in my bed and in my heart, while I wonder if he has me in his, even if it's in a cold, hard corner. I don't understand why he prefers to be with me in bed when he has a beautiful woman by his side whom he plans to marry. What exactly am I to him? I can't understand him, and his cold way of treating me confuses me. He seems to use my body according to his needs. Although I love him, I can't understand his thoughts. His gaze is cold, his face expressionless. Despite everything, I have always loved him, and out of love, I find myself trapped in this role, content to have him near, but knowing that I will always be the lover. Here begins my story. Some time before. It was an ordinary day at the company when I arrived, and the halls were buzzing with rumors of a major change. I've been secretary to Mr. Mateo Smith for 2 years, a demanding boss who values punctuality and responsibility. Although it's been a challenge, I consider myself fortunate. However, that day brought surprises. There was talk of a new owner for the Smith Company, someone with more power. Mr. Smith, already elderly, needed a break, and his position was at stake. No one expected this news, and personally, it took me by surprise. I feared losing my job due to possible personnel changes. At the time, I was going through a personal crisis. My grandmother had just been hospitalized with cancer, and expensive painkillers added to the financial strain. I struggled every day to earn money, and losing my job would be a huge disappointment in the midst of these difficulties. The announcement formalized the transfer of the company to Liam Brown Fox. When I said his name, my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. Was this real? It was Mr. Brown, one of the most recognized businessmen in the city. Having that company become his was like pulling a hair off a cat's head. His family was extremely wealthy, and they were frequent features in magazines and newspapers. But the most significant thing for me was that he was my crush. I even cut his picture out of the newspapers. Seeing him in person was my dream, and suddenly, it had come true. Everyone was talking about him, and my classmates were excited too. Liam was desired by many people, both women and men. His attractiveness and elegance were undeniable, and I never thought I'd be on his level. I dreamed of things with him, and I wondered what kind of woman he'd be attracted to. Suddenly, everything fell silent after so much murmuring. Mr. Brown arrived to assume his position as president, and everyone bowed, except me. I was in shock at seeing him in person for the first time. My legs trembled, my heart beat uneasily, and I felt awkward in front of everyone. I observed every detail: his body, his face, an elegant suit, fine shoes, and an expensive Rolex watch. Everything about him was perfect. At that moment, a classmate pinched my arm, and that's when I reacted and bowed. I felt really stupid. When he began to speak in his deep voice, I shuddered. Even his delivery was perfect. He introduced himself and headed toward the presidential office, but before doing so, he looked at me. At that moment, I didn't know what to do. I thought it might be because I didn't bow at first, a sign of disrespect toward him. I swallowed and remained motionless. His gaze was intense and penetrating, his face cold and expressionless, which frightened me a little, I can't deny it. "Come into my office," he said with obvious coldness. Everyone looked at me as if to say, I pity you. The truth is, everyone could already sense his icy aura, and they were also afraid for their jobs. It would be very bad luck to lose their jobs before everyone else. He turned his back on me and walked into the office. I swallowed and followed him, praying to God I'd keep my job. I didn't care if he called me out on the matter, I just didn't want to lose my position. As I entered the office, I stood in front of his desk. He was already in his position, arranged some papers on the table, and then looked at me, but from head to toe. I felt nervous, I couldn't believe I was standing right in front of him. Up close, he was much more handsome. Everything fell silent, unsure whether I should break it or stand there like a fool. Despite the uncertainty, I didn't show any nervousness, I kept my composure. He looked me straight in the eyes, and I looked back, determined not to be intimidated. Although I was excited inside, I didn't let it show, it wouldn't be right. So you were Old Man Smith's secretary, right? She broke the awkward silence. It was a relief when he started talking, she couldn't stand the awkwardness any longer. Yes, sir, I answered immediately, without hesitation. What's your name? He asked as he flipped through some papers. My name is Scarlett Robins, sir. Age? 25, I answered quickly. They were straightforward questions and answers, I don't think age was necessary, although I started working very young. You're young, he commented, scratching an eyebrow. Was that comment good or bad? Do you have a lot of experience? Well, I've been working for the company for 2 years. I studied business administration for 5 years and also completed a technical degree in management assistance during the same period, I replied confidently. The truth is, I finished my studies at 18. Afterward, I studied business administration at university, which lasted 5 years. It was tough because I also completed a technical degree in management assistance during that time. I didn't even sleep, I worked really hard. After that, at 23, I sent out resumes to companies looking for work. Luckily, I managed to get into Smith and stayed there for 2 years. Now, I don't know what my future holds, as I have a new boss. Interesting, you have a good resume. It's exactly what I need. From now on, you'll be my new assistant. You won't be a secretary, you'll be in charge of my meetings, calls, travel, personal matters, etc. But I must warn you right away that I'm demanding. I like punctuality, good work, and satisfaction. You have to be available when I need you. Can you handle that? Hearing that made my heart skip a beat. Of course I can handle that. Besides, I'll be very close to him. I can't ask for more in this life. I was relieved not to lose my job. Yes, sir, of course I can, I replied without showing emotion, acting normal. Oh, another thing, what's that you're wearing? I don't like your outfit. What was I listening to? You don't like my outfit? I wasn't expecting that comment. I always wear black pants and a simple white blouse to work. In all my time working here, I've never received a comment about my outfit. It's the last thing I give a damn about. Besides, my coworkers dress like that too. It's no big deal, we don't look bad or messy either. This is too much. But I don't see anything wrong with my clothes. It's what I always wear. Besides, I think he needs my performance and experience, not my way of dressing. I don't think that's a good comment on his part. I think everyone is free to dress however they want. How the hell could I have said that? What was I thinking? He's the new boss, it's his company, these are his rules. Plus, he gave me the position of his personal assistant. How could I have been so insolent as to question him? I honestly don't know where I got the nerve to say that. I think it was because I didn't like his comment. However, I guess I shouldn't have said what I was thinking out loud. Suddenly, I saw him get up from his seat. His face was gloomy, he put his hands in his pockets and sighed heavily. I really pissed him off. My legs felt like jelly. That was bad, very bad. So that's what you think. You're very brave, Scarlett. I like people to be honest and not try to hide their feelings. It's another important factor for the people who work for me. You get another point for that, but I was serious about your attire. You'll be my personal assistant, which requires you to attend important events with me, galas, meetings, and so on. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to present yourself to me that way. I'm not discriminating against your way of dressing. I don't want you to think that, just for you to analyze the situation. I'm not doing this for myself, but for you, who will be my assistant. Hey! You'll be associated with many people in society. There are many who are discriminatory, you see everything in that circle. I don't want you to have a bad time. If that's your way of dressing, it's fine and respected, but, in this case, you'll be my personal assistant. You should dress more formally, and you'll see that you won't have eyes on you pointing at you. Do you understand what I mean, Scarlett? Mr. Brown was right, and he's very considerate too. I think he'll make a good boss. He cares about me in that regard. I like that he respects my way of dressing, but I have reasons to change into something more elegant, not so much, just for the occasion. Society people can be very difficult to deal with, and they also notice the details of those around them. Not everyone is like that, only people who think they're above others. I understand perfectly, Mr. Brown. Don't worry. I'll come back tomorrow with something different that suits what you're asking for. If you don't need anything else, I'll leave. Excuse me. I bowed and turned my back on him, but before I could open the door, his voice stopped me. Wait. Yeah. I turned around to look at him. He was a few steps away from me, his hands in his pants pockets. His face was still expressionless. He really is a cold person. We may be working late tonight. There are a lot of commitments to attend to, meetings to schedule, paperwork to sort out. Old man Smith had a lot on his plate. He wanted you to know that beforehand, she informed him. Anyway, I was already used to staying with Mr. Smith until very late, helping him with paperwork. He ended up very tired, poor guy. It's good that he gets to rest now. It wouldn't be any different with Mr. Brown. Anyway, that's my job as his assistant. I understand, sir. I'm used to it, don't worry. Do you need anything else? No, you may leave. He returned to his seat and began sorting through some papers. I left the office and took a deep breath. I was running out of breath around him. I have to put up with that. Anyway, I'm very happy that the person I'm in love with is my boss. I returned to my workplace as usual. My colleagues asked me about the boss's decision, and I shared what had happened with them. Their surprise was evident when I mentioned my clothing. I'm sure they'll change their way of dressing from now on. I know them well. We didn't have many conversations, as wasting time on unproductive chatter is prohibited. With the new boss, we have to follow the rules more strictly, at least Mr. Smith usually smiled. It was time for the staff to leave, and everyone was leaving. They even invited me to go for a drink at a bar, but I had to decline, as I had to stay with Mr. Brown to finish some urgent matters. I had just taken up his position, so there was a lot to do. Besides, I didn't have any money to pay for drinks. I just spent what I had on rent for my modest apartment. I'm grateful to live alone. Although my grandmother lives with my grandfather, I'm solely responsible for the expenses, so it doesn't matter whether I live with someone or not. The situation with my parents is another story that I personally find sad to recall. That's why I prefer to focus on the present and not be a slave to my past. It helps me forget. After everyone left, I entered the boss's office. I found him focused on the computer, working quickly, which indicated he had a considerable workload. I knew I should also give my all. I'm the hardest worker among all my colleagues, even though I receive the same salary. Sometimes it seems unfair, but this job is what supports me and covers my expenses. I sat next to his desk, avoiding the direct line of sight so I wouldn't feel his gaze. The discomfort of being watched by someone you like can send my whole body into a spin. Please review these documents, she said, handing me a folder. Just opening it made me feel tired. I was exhausted after a long day, and if I stayed late, I'd barely get a few hours of sleep. My shift starts at 7 o'clock in the morning. Yes, sir. I'll get some coffee first, that'll help me stay awake. Would you like anything? I asked, getting up from my chair. I don't drink coffee from the cafeteria, he replied coldly. Oh, really? What a shame. It's delicious, and it's also my favorite. I don't think anything compares to the one here. Well, I'll be back in a moment. I headed for the door, but stopped again when I heard his voice. Then bring me one, he asked. His request surprised me, but I went out to comply with his order, thinking he also wanted to stay awake. I went to the cafe and ordered 2 coffees, one hot and one cold for me, as I preferred that option. The cafe usually closes late, as many of the staff hang out there and chat. They even take advantage of the opportunity to have secret dates, although I've never tried it. It sounds exciting. I returned to Mr. Brown's office and handed him his coffee. He placed it on his desk, but something unexpected happened because of my clumsiness. I spilled my cold coffee all over him. My hands were slick with sweat, although I couldn't understand why they were sweating. The cup slipped from my hand and fell on my boss's pants. How embarrassing. I'm so sorry, sir. I truly apologize for my clumsiness. I knelt down and took my handkerchief, quickly wiping up the spilled coffee. He didn't say anything, he just watched what I was doing. I blushed when I noticed he was wiping his thighs, and another more intimate area was also stained, but I couldn't reach there, only cleaned what was necessary. I'm really sorry, sir. I ruined your suit, I apologized, kneeling in front of him, my gaze downward. I couldn't look at him because of the embarrassment I felt at that moment. He remained silent, but at that very moment, I felt his hand cup my chin, pulling me up to look up. You don't have to kneel down to do this. It was just an accident, don't worry. You've already cleaned it up a bit. Go on with the work. He spoke to me coldly. Apparently, he can't be nice even if he tries, but he didn't react negatively either. I thought he would, but it's like it's nothing to him. I have to get used to his attitude. Anyway, it's not that bad at all. Okay, sir. I stood up and sat down. He continued on the computer as if nothing had happened. Another person wouldn't be so calm after spilling coffee on him, but he didn't show any discomfort, his face was just as expressionless as ever. I settled into my seat and began to sort through the paperwork. There were a lot of them, but I'm used to carrying that kind of burden, that's what I was trained for. We both worked in silence, which was awkward. I wasn't feeling well after spilling coffee on him. On my first day knowing him, he was already a mess. I'm a mess. Scarlett, I was surprised when he said my name. It melts me when he does. I stopped what I was doing and looked at him. His blue eyes pierced my soul. I swallowed and looked away. I couldn't stand it. Please give me a massage. I feel tired. Hearing that made alarm bells in my brain go off. Ha! Massage? I asked dumbly, having heard clearly. Honestly, I'm a mess around someone I like. It had happened to me before with someone. Yes, a massage. Can't you do it? He asked, raising an eyebrow, his gaze telling me, that's an order. Of course I can. I'll do it right away. I dropped the papers on the desk and stood up. I walked over to him and stood behind his seat. Where exactly should I massage? Sir, tell me where you'd like the massage, I asked. He pointed to his neck and shoulders. I nodded and placed my hands on him. I tried to control my nerves. I hadn't known I'd be in a situation like this. I gently rubbed his shirt, using small, gentle, but somewhat forceful movements. He seemed to like it. He closed his eyes and relaxed. Honestly, touching him makes my stomach flutter. It's a good thing he chose me as his personal assistant. I played the role of masseuse for a while. In truth, I was already feeling tired. I hadn't even finished my paperwork. At that moment, I got distracted, as I was starting to fall asleep standing there, and without realizing it, I was leaning over, running my hand near his chest. It felt hard and well-trained. The next thing I knew, he had my hand gripped as if to prevent it from moving anywhere else, but he wasn't saying anything. He didn't ask me to stop or continue. I immediately snapped out of it and stepped away from him, bowing and apologizing for the slip. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to go that way. I got distracted, and I apologize again, I said. He just raised an eyebrow and stared at me. As always, something about him bothers me, always silent, never showing any discomfort. It frustrates me because I don't know what he's thinking. Were you like that with old Smith? He asked. What did he mean? Giving massages or being clumsy? Of those two, he only got one right, and that was being clumsy. However, Mr. Smith put up with me and kept me with him because of my good performance. What exactly do you mean? Give him massages, like you just asked, or be distracted? I asked back. Both, he replied coldly. Seriously, I hate that part of him. I already knew that nothing in this world is perfect, and it usually comes with flaws. Actually, about the massage, I'd never had one with my previous boss. You're the first one to ask me that. And about being distracted, well, I've always been. I apologize again for that. It's okay, don't worry. You didn't do anything wrong. You did great. Go back to what you were doing, he said calmly. I nodded and returned to my seat. I have to try to make fewer mistakes. Even though he always says I'm doing well and doesn't get upset, I feel uncomfortable. After a long time at work, I looked at my watch and it was already late. I was very sleepy and wouldn't be able to stay awake. Were we going to have to stay up all night at the company? Scarlett, let's finish here. You look tired. We'll continue tomorrow. Hearing her words, I calmed down. Finally, I can go back to my apartment and get some sleep. My body is too tired. I hadn't worked like that with Mr. Smith, nor so late either. We did, but not to this extent. Yes, sir. I stood up from my seat, arranged my papers in a folder, and left them by the side of the desk. I gathered my things and grabbed my bag. Mr. Brown had already put on his jacket. I saw his pants, still feeling embarrassed about spilling coffee on them. I didn't think anything of it and was about to say goodbye. Mr. Brown, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. I hope you have a good night. I turned around and reached for the door handle to leave, but stopped. "Are you going to leave alone at this hour?" he asked. I turned around and smiled at him. It was the first time I'd ever done so, but it was to show him I was used to it. "Yes, I do it every day. My apartment isn't far away. It only takes me 30 minutes to walk." To me, it was nothing. Habit makes me see it as something insignificant. I walk every day, whether it's early or very late. "I'll take you to your apartment." "You shouldn't walk home. It could be dangerous, especially at this time," he told me. Obviously, I wasn't going to accept. I couldn't. I wouldn't feel comfortable having my boss drive me home. "No need, Mr. Brown. I'll walk. Besides, I'll stop by a seafood store on the way. I don't want to bother you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving. I can do it later." With that, I turned my back on him, left the office, closed the door behind me, and let out a heavy sigh. It felt good that he was concerned, but I couldn't accept that he was driving me. I left the company quickly. I didn't want the seafood store where I usually get my favorite food to close, even though it's often closed until very late. I'd worked so hard that I didn't eat anything, just lunch. I crossed the block and arrived at the store. Luckily, it was still open. I ordered the same thing as usual, and they packed it in a small bag. I paid and left the store, saving some money from my last paycheck for my food. I'm not usually in my apartment much, so I hadn't done any shopping. I walked through the deserted streets. It was really cold. Although the night was beautiful, with a bright moon and stars decorating the sky, I always have bad luck. Gray clouds were gathering, and small drops of water began to fall, grazing my skin, which prickled with goosebumps. That was all I needed. I still had a long way to go before I could reach my apartment. At this rate, I'd be soaked. I started walking faster, but the rain was getting heavier. My clothes were already completely soaked. It didn't even occur to me to bring an umbrella. The news had announced rain, as winter was approaching. As always, I never take such details into account. My steps slowed. I let the rain finish what it started and leave me all wet. It didn't feel so bad, but the cold was terrible. My food was safe, covered with plastic and a bag. At least something was coming out right. It was a great time for dinner. The rumbles of thunder began to be heard, and the sky lit up with lightning. The night was so beautiful. At that moment, a very luxurious car parked on the side of the street, only a few steps separating us. I ignored it and continued walking. I wasn't in a hurry. This isn't the first time I've been caught in the rain on my way home. The car sped up and parked next to me. "What's wrong?" My steps stopped, and I looked at the car. I couldn't see who was inside, since the windows were tinted. Nevertheless, I waited for someone to get out. The car door opened. The first thing I saw were those elegant shoes I'd seen before. A very tall male figure, by the way, stood in front of me with an umbrella. I looked at him with difficulty, as the rain was so heavy, but when I managed to see him clearly, I was shocked. It was Mr. Brown. "Mr. Brown, what are you doing here?" I asked, surprised. He gave me a stern look and took my hand. We were about to get into his car, but I let go. I couldn't risk it. I was completely soaked, and his car would get wet, too. "Don't be stubborn. It's raining hard and you could get sick." "I told you not to walk here," he said. Maybe I should have accepted his offer from the start, but now the situation was different. My clothes were soaked. "I know, but I can't get in your car. My clothes are too wet, the rain has already caught me, and there's no turning back." You should go on your way. Besides, you're getting wet because of me, I replied. Even though he had an umbrella, the raindrops were splashing him. I saw him frown. He was obviously annoyed. Get in the car now. That's an order. If you don't, I'll fire you for disobeying. Is that what you want? Yes, I was upset. I had no choice. Even though we were out of the company, he was still my boss and could make decisions that could even get me fired for something stupid. Yes, sir, I obeyed the order and got into the car, taking the front seat next to him. He got in too and closed the door. Then he placed the umbrella in the back. I hugged myself, shivering from the cold. It was truly dreadful. My skin was pale, and my teeth were chattering. Walking back, as he had warned me, turned out to be a terrible idea. At that moment, I felt something warm on my shoulders. Mr. Brown offered me his coat to mitigate the cold. I just watched him, saying nothing. Not even a "thank you" came out of my mouth. He started the car, but I had no idea where we were headed. I hadn't given him the address of my apartment. Mr. Brown, where are we going? I didn't give you my address, I asked. I got no answer. He just kept looking straight ahead as he drove. I chose not to say anything else, avoiding bothering him with my questions. Besides, his expression betrayed annoyance, and I didn't dare open my mouth for fear of upsetting him. I leaned my head against the car window as I watched the pouring rain. I worried about how my grandmother was doing. My grandfather had been taking care of her at home since he was discharged. I needed to send them money quickly, since they weren't working and were elderly. My grandmother had no one else to care for her. Life hasn't been easy since Mom's death. Amidst so many thoughts, I fell asleep without realizing it. I was exhausted and deep in sleep. In my dreams, I relived happy moments with my mother and grandparents, laughter, hugs, kind words. Many things from the past that I didn't want to let go of when I woke up. Suddenly, I felt like my body was in midair. I thought I was still in the same dream, but when I opened my eyes, I found myself in Mr. Brown's arms. His face so close to mine surprised me quite a bit. "Sir, what are you doing? This isn't right." "I can walk," I said, but he fell silent again, not even looking at me. I could see his face more closely. It was perfect, without a single blemish. I didn't know his age, but he looked very young. I stopped staring at him and turned my attention to the front of the room. We were standing in front of a luxurious apartment. I didn't want to imagine what it looked like inside, but it definitely wasn't where I lived. It was most likely his home. He stood in front of the door and finally lowered me to the floor. I couldn't stand the discomfort any longer. Then he entered a password, and we walked in. The interior was as luxurious as I imagined, something I wasn't used to. He closed the door and left the keys on a small table. We were both dripping wet. He started taking off his shirt in front of me, and I was shocked. How could he do such a thing with a woman standing right in front of him and me being a stranger? "Mr. Brown, wait, what are you doing?" I asked. He took off his shirt completely, revealing his well-toned torso. I could tell he was taking care of himself, and I looked away as soon as I saw him. "My clothes are wet because of you. I need to take them off," he replied. I understood his point, but it wasn't appropriate to do so in front of his assistant. Besides, I didn't understand why, instead of taking me to my apartment, he brought me to his. Fortunately, it was private, otherwise, we might have been seen, causing rumors. "I understand, sir. I think you should have left me in my apartment. I don't want to cause any inconvenience," I added. Luckily, he only kept his pants on and didn't undress completely. I handed him the jacket I had on my shoulders. He'd done enough for me. "You'll be staying here tonight." You can come back to your apartment in the morning to change. It doesn't matter if you're a little late for work. It's my fault you left at this hour anyway. You can take a shower, I'll microwave the food. Besides, you didn't get to eat dinner, he said, taking the bag with my dinner out of my hand. He was considerate, but there was one problem. I didn't have a change of clothes. Sir, but I don't have any clothes on me, I told him. He was in the kitchen putting food in the microwave. When I said that, he looked back at me. You'll put on one of my nightgowns for now. Dry your clothes so you can return to your apartment tomorrow and change properly, she replied. She had an answer for everything. She left what she was doing in the kitchen, walked into a room, and then returned with a towel and a nightgown, which she handed to me. I left my bag on the table and headed to the bathroom. I took a relaxing shower, toweled my hair and body, and then put on her nightgown. It was obviously too big for me, but the awkward thing was that I didn't have any underwear on. However, since it was just pants and a long-sleeved shirt, at least I was safe. After leaving the bathroom, I put my clothes in the washing machine so they would be dry the next day. After that, I left the room. It was strange being in my boss's apartment, using his bathroom, his washing machine, and even heating my food. I walked into the living room and there he was, sitting on the couch. Oh my God, he was still shirtless. Was it that hard to put one on? You can eat now, it's hot. In the meantime, I'll take a shower, she said before heading into her bedroom to shower. She really wanted to get out of that place. She didn't want to look awkward with him so close, even her nightgown was covered in his perfume. Was it a dream? If the others knew, they'd die. I ate the dinner he'd heated for me. He was very attentive and considerate. I didn't know if he did because I stayed late with him at the office. I shouldn't have any thoughts about him other than work-related ones, but it was impossible to avoid it. He didn't let it show, though. I finished dinner and put the dishes in the sink, washing them. Then, I sat on the couch waiting for him to come out. I was restless. Obviously, I wasn't planning on sleeping in the same bed as him. I'd rather sleep on the couch than that. Soon, the door opened and he stepped out, wearing only a pair of linen sleep pants. Why the hell was he having trouble putting on a shirt? He was standing in front of a strange woman. Just because she was his assistant didn't mean he should have that kind of confidence. Let's go to the bedroom, it's time to sleep, he ordered. I was stunned when I heard those words. Did he want me to sleep with him? It was impossible, I couldn't do it. Sir, do you want me to sleep with you? I asked in surprise, standing up and looking at him in confusion. He seemed calm, as if it were no big deal or he was used to bringing women to this apartment and sleeping with them. In this case, it was different, since we weren't going to do anything indecent, at least not on my part. Yes, I didn't bring you here to sleep on the couch. Do you think I could do anything to you? If you do, it's best to put that thought out of your head. I have no intentions of you, you're just my assistant, and you're not my type. His words dug into my chest. He said it in a cold, indifferent way that almost made me cry. I wasn't his type, and I was just his assistant. It was good to know that. It stopped me from acting like a fool. Although what he said hurt me, I didn't let it show. I didn't understand why he would bring me here and give me his attentions if I was going to receive that kind of treatment. His actions were kind, but his words were disgusting. Don't worry, I didn't have that in mind. I know perfectly well where I belong, which is why I prefer to sleep on the couch. I don't want to create any kind of trust between you and me. As you said, I'm just your assistant, and this kind of thing, like coming to your apartment and wearing your clothes, isn't right. In other people's eyes, it would look bad and could lead to misunderstandings, I pointed out. I had to make my position clear without offending anyone. I knew perfectly well where I belonged, and I had to take it. I wouldn't sleep in the same bed as my boss, no matter how much I liked it. He'd already made everything clear to me without needing to ask for clarification. When I said that, his face turned somber. I looked at him calmly. He couldn't force me to share his bed. So he simply turned his back on me and went into his room. If he was upset, it wasn't my problem. He himself reminded me of something I already knew. I just used his own words against him. I sat down on the couch with a tired sigh. Where did I get the courage to speak to him like that? He's my boss. Any mistake could cost me my job. Now I'm worried. I need to control my tongue more. What was it costing me to obey his orders? I don't know what he's thinking of me right now. I made myself comfortable on the couch, without a pillow or blanket. It would be a stormy night for my body. Anyway, I didn't want to be in this place. What a cold, moody, indifferent man, and above all, his gloomy gaze. Such perfection couldn't be true. I fell asleep, wondering what would happen the next day. Mr. Brown went to his room, angry. I could sense it, even though he didn't say anything to me. Just his look was enough to get the message. The next morning, I woke up sleepy, feeling my body ache, although it wasn't from sleeping on the couch. When I opened my eyes, I noticed my head resting on Mr. Brown's chest. He had my body blocked with his. We were covered with the blanket and snuggled up tightly. My eyes widened as I realized the situation with my boss, but I couldn't move. Mr. Brown had a tight grip on my waist. When did all this happen? I stayed still, not moving, and watched his face. Even asleep, he looked handsome. I could see his long eyelashes and thick eyebrows. Our faces were so close, and my heart nearly stopped when I felt his breathing. I needed to get out of here. Despite that, I couldn't resist. I placed my hand on his cheek, gently touching it. He didn't have a beard, which made him look perfect. I didn't know his age, but he looked young, and I liked him a lot. I couldn't stop looking at him while he slept, clinging to me like a child sleeping with his favorite stuffed animal. I wondered how he'd managed to get me into his bed while I was sleeping. He was supposed to be angry about what I'd said, or maybe he was just being considerate of a woman. The urge to kiss him overwhelmed me as I laid eyes on his thin, provocative lips. I felt lucky to be his personal assistant and to be with him like this. I didn't know how I would feel if another woman were in my place. As I stroked him, the unexpected happened. Mr. Brown opened his eyes. I didn't want to think he'd been awake the whole time, just pretending to be asleep. I immediately removed my hand from his face. My cheeks were burning from how red I was. I didn't know how to explain what I was doing. I just couldn't help it. I felt his grip on my waist tighten. There was an awkward silence between us. Mr. Brown just stared at me, his face expressionless as always. "Do you like me so much that you admire me while I sleep?" he spoke in a husky voice. I couldn't tell if he was annoyed or just took it lightly. My words wouldn't come out. I didn't know what to say, and besides, it wasn't my fault. I didn't ask him to carry me to his bed while I was sleeping. I'm so sorry, sir. I don't think you should have brought me to your bed. I finally managed to speak, but I tried to evade the subject. My voice, though, sounded a little embarrassed. I felt so ashamed. Don't try to change the subject. You didn't seem uncomfortable sleeping with me. You cuddled with me all night. Besides, I couldn't let you sleep on the couch. It was too cold, he explained. I felt my breathing getting shorter and shorter. When he talked like that, my body felt strange. Thanks anyway. I'm sorry if I upset you and made you feel uncomfortable. I didn't mean to. About what just happened, I couldn't help it. I apologize again. I said, looking away. I was dying of embarrassment. I shouldn't have done that. You couldn't help it? He asked, raising an eyebrow. So that means you're attracted to your boss, he stated self-centeredly. No, of course not, just, you know what. Forget about it. I declared, already wanting to leave his apartment. How can he ask me that question? I'm not attracted to him, I like him. I'm in love. He's the man I love like a fool. In truth, I'm crazy. I fell in love with a man I only looked at in photographs, and now that I see him in front of me, I like him even more. But I can't tell him. I see, he whispered. He seemed calm, but I never expected what he was going to do next. He pulled me completely into his body. My eyes widened as I felt a large bulge in my abdomen. What was this feeling? Is it what I thought it was? I looked inside the covers and it was my boss's thing. I looked at him and he seemed serious, but then a crooked smile spread across his face. And Mr. Brown, I have to go now. This isn't right, I said, my voice shaking slightly. My body was feeling strange, and my cheeks were flushed. He had me trapped in his arms, not letting me move. I couldn't deny that I liked that tickling, but he's still my boss. You're leaving when I say so. Remember, you're with your boss, he replied. I closed my eyes, grimacing awkwardly. It was because, in truth, something hard was touching me. It was uncomfortable but pleasurable. Mr. Brown, I really want to go, please. I shouldn't be like this with you, I added, opening my eyes again. He was looking at me closely, but I couldn't tell what he was thinking. We're in my apartment, no one's watching us. Also, outside the office, you can call me by my name, Liam, or Liamy, whatever you like. Liam or Liamy? I can't. I'm used to calling him Mr. Brown. Besides, what did he mean, or what did he mean by, no one's watching? Mr. Brown, please, this is getting out of hand. You're my boss, and I can't have that kind of trust with you, I said, sounding stern, even though inside I was like ice receiving the glare of the fire. I told you to call me Liamy, he said, frowning. The last thing I wanted was to upset him. Just hearing his rather serious voice scared me. Okay, Liamy, I gave up. When I looked away from him, I felt his hand land on the back of my head, forcing me to forcefully join his lips with mine. I experienced the connection of his lips with mine in a rather fierce manner. I was quite surprised by his action. He began to kiss me intensely, and I placed both hands on his chest to try to push him away. However, it was as if I were touching a motionless rock. Truth be told, I didn't feel like it was right, but there came a moment when my lips trembled and became sensitive to his. I finally gave in to him, and I could feel that wet kiss intensify even more. I liked what I was doing, but deep down I knew it was wrong. Suddenly, he kisses me out of nowhere. I only met him the day before, and he became my boss. Now I'm making out with him. This situation is a little crazy. For some reason, he wouldn't stop kissing me. We even got into a rather intimate position. He climbed on top of me, we were under the covers, and I could feel something. His hand was sliding up the nightgown I was wearing, caressing my abdomen and moving higher. My body was quite warm. I didn't think I'd get to that point so quickly. What will he think of me? That I gave in too quickly. When his kisses reached my neck, I took the opportunity to push him off me and quickly get out of bed. He stayed in bed, frowning, and he didn't seem to appreciate the rejection. Why are you doing this to me? You shouldn't have brought me here, I complained. He also got out of bed and stood in front of me, gripping my chin firmly. He'd said I'm not his type. What's wrong with him? It was just a kiss, don't take it so seriously. I already told you, you're not my type, he emphasized again. Grab your things and go back to your apartment. None of this happened. I felt hurt when he said it that way. He really knows how to hurt me. First he says I'm not his type, then he kisses me, and then he emphasizes it again as if what had just happened between us was a minor thing. I understand. I'll go now, I said, taking his hand away from my face. I found the clothes I had dried the night before and put them on in the bathroom. He had left the room very calmly. I fixed my messy hair a little, looking at myself in the mirror, and left the bathroom. I left the nightgown he'd lent me to sleep in on his bed. Then I went out to the living room, and Mr. Brown was on the phone with someone. I left the apartment without saying goodbye so as not to interrupt. I felt stupid. I barely knew him in person, and we got off to a terrible start. I don't like his arrogant attitude or the way he treats me at all. Chapter 2. After leaving his apartment, I opted to take an Uber that quickly took me to my building. Upon entering, I breathed a sigh of relief, although now I'll feel awkward every time I see his face. Plus, I'm bothered by his arrogant way of speaking. Once in the shower, I took a bath and stepped out wrapped in a towel. I needed to find a new outfit in my closet. Although I didn't see anything wrong with my style, I had to follow my boss's orders. Among the available options, I chose a pencil skirt that hits just above my knees, neither too long nor revealing. I paired this with an elegant white shirt that I tucked in. Then, I put on high stilettos and dried my straight, black hair. My honey-colored eyes, according to my mother, are unique. I miss her so much. I finished getting ready and, upon checking the time, noticed I was running a little late, Mr. Brown's fault. Without worrying about making breakfast, I grabbed my purse and keys, left my apartment, and hopped into an Uber to get to work quickly. Although the money spent on taxis could have been enough to buy a car, it's an additional daily expense. To save money, I prefer to walk at night. Upon arriving at the company, my colleagues' eyes fell on me, probably due to my new look. However, I noticed that my colleagues had also changed their clothing, possibly influenced by what I had told them. It was to be expected. No one wants to be in Mr. Brown's crosshairs. "Scarlett, you look amazing," one of my friends, who I work with, said to me. "You think so?" "It was the best thing I found in my closet," I commented. "Don't doubt it, you look beautiful." "I love your curves, I think I'm in love," she said, amused. "Stop talking nonsense. You changed your outfit too." "It was a good idea, so they won't make any comments about you," I whispered. "I look good, don't I?" "My sister helped me pick it out," he said. "You look gorgeous. By the way, has the boss arrived yet?" "I'm a little late," I asked, even though I was with him this morning. I love punctuality. "He arrived a while ago. He's in the boardroom with the directors. You should be there." "Hurry," he informed me. I'd forgotten about that meeting, and besides, I have some paperwork to do. "You should have started there." "I completely forgot," I said, heading to my desk to grab some papers. "Good luck." I heard in the distance. "That's what I need today." Grabbing a few papers, I entered the meeting room, taking a breather. Once inside, everything went silent, which was awkward. The director's gazes fell on me, as did my boss's. "Sorry I'm late," I apologized, taking steps forward. "Wow, Miss Scarlett, you look very beautiful today." "Please come in," the sales manager commented. I smiled at his flattering comment. "Thank you, sir," I said as I passed by, and sat down next to Mr. Brown, who, as always, kept his face expressionless. I felt so uncomfortable around him because of what had happened that morning that I couldn't even look at him. The meeting lasted an hour. There was much discussion about Mr. Brown's new presidential position, as well as projects that old Smith hadn't been able to close. More weight on my shoulders. I was already itching to get out of the boardroom. I wasn't looking at my boss, but I could feel his eyes on me. Finally, the meeting concluded. Moments later, the girls invited me to lunch. I didn't realize how quickly time had passed, but I accepted immediately, since I didn't have to pay for it. That would save me money for dinner. Scarlett, how are you getting along with the boss? Isn't he that strict with you? He has a scary face like thunder, asked Madison, one of my other colleagues. Well, I guess it's fine. They know I started with him yesterday. He's strict, but I can get used to it, I replied bluntly, although if they knew I kissed him this morning. Our new boss is very handsome. However, he rarely laughs and is always serious. What a shame, commented Olivia, my best friend. You don't know if he has a partner? Madison asked. As far as I know, I don't think he has one. Well, it's not known exactly. Mr. Brown doesn't like to talk about his private life, especially not to the media. He's private about that part, so no one knows, Olivia replied. I felt relieved. Maybe he doesn't have a partner. If he had, I would have introduced her to the company. Even if I'm not the right type of woman for him, I'm glad he doesn't have another one in his life. I really like that man, even if he's arrogant. Scarlett. What are you thinking about? Olivia's voice pulled me from my vague thoughts. Oh, nothing, girls. What were you saying? We were talking about our handsome boss. Don't you think he's a pretty sexy man? Madison asked me with a mischievous smile. What questions you're asking, Madison? He's handsome, I won't deny it, but I don't think he'll just look at any woman. He's a very cold and reserved person. Besides, he must have very high standards. That's true. I'd better look to other, less complicated horizons. How about we go to the bar tonight? Some friends invited me, Madison suggested, but I don't have any money to spend on alcohol. I'll pass. I have to save up for my grandmother's medicine. You guys go, I refused, even though I wanted to go and have fun. So don't worry, they'll pay for the drinks. Everything's free, there's a reason I'm buying them. Well, I accept, Olivia agreed. If that's the case, I don't see a problem with it, I agreed. Now I had to see if Mr. Brown would let me leave early. After lunch, we returned to our workstations. I had a lot to do, but when I sat down, Chella, the sales director's secretary, tapped me on the shoulder. I looked at her and noticed she was nervous. What's wrong? I asked, frowning slightly. The boss called you, he replied. He said to stop by his office as soon as you got there. A shiver ran through my body. I really didn't want to be alone with him. Part of me regrets getting that PA position, it can be intimidating sometimes. I'll be right there, I nodded. She gave me a lopsided smile and left. What does my boss want now? I stood up from my seat and adjusted my skirt, my legs were shaking, and a bad feeling was coming over me. I wished it was just work-related. Since yesterday, our relationship had become closer, but I chose to act as if nothing had happened, just as he asked. Did you call me, Mr. Brown? I asked as I entered his office. That's right, close the door, he ordered as he stood up from his seat. I obeyed and closed the door behind me. You look great in your new outfit, he said, approaching me. Did he really call me just for that? Oh, thank you very much, sir, I replied, keeping my composure and hiding my nerves. Why did you leave without warning this morning? He hissed, frowning. You were on the phone and didn't mean to interrupt. Was I wrong? At my response, he sighed heavily, not quite understanding my reaction. You did the right thing. I want you to come to my apartment tonight. My eyes widened at the unexpected request. Was I crazy? Excuse me. What am I supposed to do in your apartment? You just have to obey my order. You'll come to my apartment, he repeated sternly. Sir, you'll excuse me, but I can't do that. If it's for work, I'll stay as long as necessary. If it's not for that matter, I won't go. Besides, I have an engagement tonight. I refused, and he frowned again. Engagement? With whom? He asked, raising an eyebrow, daring to ask that question. Mr. Brown, I think that's a personal matter that goes beyond work. Just know that I have a commitment. There was a silence between us when he said that. Did he get angry? I understand, I think you need a punishment, he said, approaching me, locking the door, something that already alerted me. Then, he looked at me intently, took my arm, and pulled me close to him, placing his hand on my hip. He gave it a small squeeze, which made me grimace a little. Mr. Brown, what are you doing? We're in the office. Besides, you told me that. I couldn't finish what I was going to say when he grabbed my chin, sealing my lips with his. I felt his hand move down to my buttocks, squeezing hard. What is this? I felt his hands burning my skin, that flame was burning inside me again. He kissed me with such passion, we engaged in a pleasurable dance with our tongues. I'm not supposed to be his type of woman, but he takes me when he wants. I like it when he does it, though, and what it does to my body is a testament to that. Our bodies were heated, begging for our first encounter. My mind went completely blank, but for a moment I thought about what was really going on with Mr. Brown. Why is he kissing me? He says he doesn't like me as a woman, but his actions prove me wrong. My feelings for him are genuine and always have been, even without knowing him. But I think he's just looking for sexual gratification from me. Please stop this. I can't do this, I said, pulling away, my chest heaving, breathing heavily. You can't stop this, Scarlett. I told you you'd need punishment, he replied, moving closer. I looked up, confused. In his blue eyes, I saw a flame that needed to be extinguished. Sir, why do you insist on doing this? Last night and this morning you made it clear that I'm just your assistant and not your type of woman. What game are you playing at? Do you think if you weren't my type of woman, I'd be kissing you like I just did? My heart leapt at his words. Was he lying when he said he wasn't interested in me that way? Is that good for me? What exactly do you want from me? I asked. Mr. Brown leaned closer, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. Then he gently stroked my cheek. I felt my body shudder at his gentle touch. Isn't it obvious what I want? He replied. But that wasn't enough for me. It only meant that he wanted me to give him my body. I don't think I can give him what he wants. He should look for it somewhere else, I declared, lowering my gaze in disappointment. I took a few steps back, keeping my distance from Mr. Liam. Do I only arouse sexual desire in him? What a shame. I won't look for it in anyone else. I want it from you, Scarlett. Remember how you touched me this morning? Was that okay? He said. I looked up, a little confused. I'd already apologized for that, I didn't want to remember it. Just thinking about it made me feel ashamed. Mr. Brown, if you don't have anything to tell me about work, I'll leave with your permission, I said, trying to get around the awkward subject. I twisted my body and grabbed the door handle to leave his office. I thought he'd stop me, but he didn't. As I stepped outside, I caught my breath. Being around him makes me lose my mind. I was about to give in to my boss. I have no shortage of desire, but I don't want to be an object, and that disappoints me. I headed to my desk and drank some water. I don't know why this is happening to me. Mr. Brown and I can't be the same after what happened between us. We didn't even start out as a boss and his assistant. I didn't realize when we got into this situation. I have a feeling something might happen. Night fell, and Olivia and Madison didn't hesitate to look for me when our work period was over. Luckily, Mr. Liam didn't ask me to stay late with him. We didn't even see each other for the rest of the day. He didn't even call me to come to his office. He was probably upset or very busy, I can't tell. But what I want right now is to have fun and leave all my problems behind, including Mr. Brown. The girls and I headed to the bathroom to touch up a little makeup. Personally, I didn't apply much to my face. I like to keep things natural. Afterward, we left the company and took a taxi that took us to a bar in a few minutes. It seemed like a place frequented by wealthy people. I don't know what Madison is up to, as if she associates with this kind of people. As we entered, some men beckoned us, especially Madison, whom they already knew. The atmosphere was pleasant, with good music and people dancing and enjoying their drinks. We approached the men's table. Madison greeted them confidently, while Olivia and I simply introduced ourselves without making physical contact. They offered us drinks, some of the most expensive. Apparently, they're rich, and I judged this by their elegant appearance. One of the men kept staring at me, which made me feel uncomfortable. He's handsome, but he's not my type. There's no substitute for my handsome, sexy boss. Tell me, doll, do you have a partner? The man, who couldn't stop staring at me, asked me. No, I don't, I replied with a fake smile. I couldn't say yes to her since Madison and Olivia were there, and they know that if I say I have a partner, they'll deny it. Lucky you, she gives me a flirtatious smile. I have a chance then. He's a very direct man. I took a sip of my drink to try to hide the discomfort I was feeling. His eyes kept roaming all over my body, making me feel naked. Plus, with his comment, he made it clear he wants something with me. Guys, how about we dance? Madison suggested, and I knew she was doing it on purpose. She'd noticed the man's gaze toward me and probably thinks she's doing me a favor. How annoying. That sounds great, the man next to me murmured, taking my hand. I was surprised, but before I could react, I was already on the dance floor with him, wrapping my arm around my waist. The girls grabbed their partners and started dancing too. My discomfort increased when this handsome man leaned close to my ear and whispered something. Your body is tense, relax, I don't bite. My skin prickled at the sound of it. I regretted accepting Madison's invitation the moment I'd said it. I'm not used to being comfortable with men, unless I like them or am close to them. I trailed off when the man sealed my lips with his index finger. Shh, don't say anything, just feel the music and let's dance to it, he whispered, feeling the touch of his lips on my earlobe. What's wrong with this man? Are his hormones raging? We only met tonight at Madison's invitation, and he's already flirting with me. Good, I nodded weakly, relaxing my body and taking an internal breath. However, something came to mind. Not that I cared, but I was curious. May I know your name? I asked as our bodies moved. I had to raise my voice slightly so he could hear me. Oh, I'm Senku, but you can call me Senku, he gave me a wide smile. We introduced ourselves to them, but the men never told us their names. At least, I didn't know his, and if the others mentioned theirs, I didn't pay the slightest attention. I just gave him a nod, accompanied by a close-mouthed smile. We continued dancing to the music. This man is a real firecracker. His hands are on my hips and he can't take his eyes off me. Plus, that crooked smile never leaves his face. I don't know if I'm scared or nervous. Maybe I'm just overthinking things and Senku just wants to be my friend. I shifted my gaze to Madison. The clever girl sent me a knowing smile. I'm sure this was planned and she just wants to find Olivia and me a partner. At least, she and I are single. I don't know what Madison's current relationship status is, but she seems very comfortable with the man she's with, supposedly friends. I'm sure there's more to it. After dancing with Senku for a while, he takes my hand and leads me back to the table, offering me liquor. Oh my God, this isn't my thing. I'm terrible at drinking. However, I accept it. I feel uncomfortable around him. I don't know if it's the way he looks at me or if he wants something from me, but I can't just push him away when he's being nice. I don't like being rude, especially to my friends' friends. I drink glass after glass, but these drinks are strong, whiskey and vodka. This will make me feel very ill, and I'm supposed to work very early tomorrow. I hope I don't anger my boss, although he must be upset that I didn't go to his apartment. Nor was it my obligation to do so, since it wasn't something work-related. I'm sure something more was going to happen between us if I didn't stop him in time. I'm eager for him to make me his, but I don't have to prove myself easy. He knows perfectly well how to make me weaken, just by hearing his voice. You've had enough, Scarlett, I heard Olivia's voice beside me. I felt her hand pat my back, and I was already feeling dizzy, my head was spinning. Hell, I shouldn't have been drinking so much. At first, I had a hard time taking those strong drinks because every time they went down my throat, I felt a burning sensation. But now I was used to it and I went with the flow. I'm fine, I tried to sound firm, but it came out more like a mumble. Are you sure? Senku, who was sitting next to me, asked. Yes, I just want to go to the bathroom, I asked, trying to get up from the chair. I managed, but my legs wobbled and I fell into Senku's lap, who held me in his arms. How embarrassing, this couldn't have been more embarrassing. I'm sorry, I apologized embarrassedly, frowning. I felt a horrible stabbing pain in my head. Don't worry, he whispered, giving me a charming smile. I'll help you to the bathroom, he instructed. I got off his lap, and then he stood up. No need to bother, Senku, I'll do it, Olivia offered, more sober than everyone. Madison was worse off than me, her head was cradled on the table. It's no bother, I'm happy to do it. It's my fault you drank too much. I'll take her, he insisted. You'd better help Madison, she's much drunker than Scarlett. Without further ado, he put his hand around my hip to help me walk. Olivia just nodded and went back to her spot to wake Madison, who was already asleep. Senku helped me stay on my feet as I struggled to walk. I'll never make the mistake of mixing different types of liquor again, this feeling is unbearable in my stomach and head. Tomorrow, I'll probably face a hangover, I hope I can convince my body to get up and get rid of the covers. I reached the bathroom door with Senku waiting outside. As I entered, I noticed it was empty. I tried to vomit in one of the stalls, but the sensation was horribly unpleasant. As I stood up, I took a deep breath and blinked several times. I left the stall and went to the sink. I turned on the faucet, rinsed my mouth with some water, and then went to the dispenser to grab a piece of toilet paper. After drying my mouth and hands, I threw the paper into the trash. I leaned against the counter, studying myself in the mirror. My appearance reflected the discomfort of drunkenness. I'd never experienced anything like it before. It's at this moment that I deeply regret having drunk so much and mixed hard liquor. At that moment, the bathroom door opened. Although I kept my eyes closed in an attempt to regain my composure, I sensed someone else's presence. I originally thought it was a woman coming to touch up her makeup or face the consequences of her own excessive drinking, but I was wrong. It wasn't a woman, but a man. I opened my eyes when I felt large hands wrap around my hips, pressing me against his body, which made me realize his obvious arousal at the large bulge in his pants. I silently cursed my vulnerability at that moment. I looked through the mirror and saw Senku. I froze as I felt his breath on my neck, a pleasant mix of liquor and mint. "Are you feeling better?" he asked in a whisper, leaning closer to my ear. His tone seemed directed at his partner, not only because of his charming voice, but also because he was hugging me from behind. "No," I mumbled, my hand still on the counter. "My head hurts, and I'm really dizzy," I confessed, closing my eyes for a few seconds and then opening them. "Don't worry," he brushed his lips against my earlobe. "I'll make you feel good," he hissed, squeezing my hip. Yes, this man is trying to take advantage of me because I'm drunk. Senku. My words hung in the air. It was like I was drugged or something. "Let me go, I have to go," I begged, trying to slip out of his grasp, but I was unsuccessful. I didn't even have the strength to move my legs. "Just relax," he kissed my neck, making my skin crawl, even though I wasn't comfortable with that. "No, leave me," my words sounded like a whisper. What was happening to me? Senku turned me around and I was facing him. He cornered me against the counter, bringing his body closer until there was no space between us. I didn't look him in the eyes because it was difficult for me, but I felt his gaze on me. "You're beautiful," he declared, brushing a strand of hair behind my ear. "I just want to make you feel good," he said, claiming my lips. Feeling his mouth crash against mine, I placed my hands on his chest to push him away immediately, but I couldn't do it either. Is this man made of stone? As I struggled against him, Senku continued to seize my lips and began to grope me, which I found uncomfortable. His tongue forced itself into my mouth, squeezing me tightly against his body and in his arms, unable to move. It was blatant abuse. "Enough," was all I could say when he broke away from her due to lack of air, feeling my chest rise and fall intensely. "Scarlett, are you okay?" As if sent from heaven, Olivia entered the bathroom. Fortunately, Senku was a little far away from me when she interrupted. "Oh, Senku, why are you in the girls' bathroom?" She noticed Senku's presence and questioned him strangely. Scarlett was taking a while, so I came to check on her. I took advantage of the fact that there were no women inside to get in, the cynical man lied. "I see, thanks for helping her," she gave him a close-lipped smile. "Please help me carry her to the table so she can recover a bit, and then we can take her to her apartment," she requested, and Senku agreed immediately. "If he crosses my path again, I swear I'll kill him for what he just did." We arrived at the table where the others were. Madison was already awake but drunk, leaning on her friend's shoulder. "Guys, we're leaving now," Olivia announced. "It's getting late, and we have to work really early." "I'll take Madison home, don't worry about her," the supposed friend warned. "And I'll take you, Olivia," said the black-haired man who danced with her. But Scarlett, she didn't finish speaking because she was interrupted by the opportunistic Senku. "Don't worry about her, I'll take her to her apartment," the idiot offered. The last thing I wanted was for her to do that. She was probably trying to take advantage of me in this condition. "No, I'll take an Uber," I protested when I felt myself recovering a little, though not completely. "I think it's best if I take her, Senku." You don't know where her house is. We'll both take an Uber, my angel, Olivia insisted. If you insist, it's fine, Senka gave up, thank goodness. I'll give you my number, Scarlett. He looked at me and smiled. He took out his wallet and handed me a small card with his number on it. I took it with a frown and put it in my purse just to avoid showing my annoyance in front of everyone about what he did in the bathroom. Of course, I hadn't intended to call him. Damn freeloader. Then we'll go. Carmelo can take care of Madison, Olivia said, referring to our friend's friend, who obviously didn't even seem like friends, more like a couple. I'll have a chance to question them later. We'll see each other again, darling, Senka whispered in my ear as I stood up from my chair. I glared at him and grabbed Olivia's hand to get out of there, but the idiot just smiled. Chapter 3. Olivia and I left the bar without worrying about leaving Madison with them. From what she's told us, they're very close, but I'm convinced that Carmelo is her boyfriend, and I can't get that out of my head. Besides, I'm sure he'll take care of her, even though I don't know him, he seems like a good person. Hey, Olivia, I called as we pulled to the side of the road, waiting for an Uber. What's the name of the guy who offered you a ride? Oh, his name is Donald, she replied, looking around. Why do you ask? Just curious. I only knew the names of the other two, except for his. They're nice, except for Senku, I huffed in annoyance as I tried to stay on my feet. Didn't you like Senku? She asked, raising an eyebrow. You seemed very comfortable with him, I thought you two got along. Appearances can be deceiving, I commented. He's not what he seems. You saw how he wanted to eat me up with his eyes. Even though he's kind and has a good vibe, he's very opportunistic. Well, Donald was very gentlemanly. I could see her look down and chuckle softly. She liked this Donald. Did you like him? I got straight to the point, raising an eyebrow and frowning at the same time because my head was hurting. How could I? He looked up and stared at me. He has a girlfriend, he confessed, looking away with a faint, bitter smile. I see, I finished. From her disappointed expression, I could tell she liked Donald. She only saw him one night and she was already hooked. Sometimes I think he's pathetic, but no more pathetic than I was for being in love with my boss just from seeing him in pictures. Now that I see him in person and am around him, I reject him whenever he gives me the opportunity to go further. Anyway, I'm absurd. He gave me his phone number, she murmured, playing with her hands. I thought she wouldn't talk about him anymore. Well, that's progress. Even though you know he has a girlfriend, you can only see him as a friend. It's not good to steal someone else's partner. I was direct, perhaps too direct. You're an idiot, he spat angrily. How can you say that to me? I'm sorry. I'm just saying this because your appearance and your mannerisms tell me you like him, I explained. If you only want him as a friend, I'm also telling you that you'll suffer because he's in someone else's arms. It's not good to fall in love with people who already have an owner. It's just a piece of advice from a friend, don't get mad. Sometimes your advice is so right and painful at the same time, he murmured, looking away from me, but thank you. I didn't say anything else. I didn't want to make her feel worse. This outing was supposed to be about having fun, not falling in love, but people's hearts aren't controlled, and apparently, Olivia fell in love with Donald at first sight. It only took one night for that to happen. We were standing there in silence, a few feet away from the bar. I saw a very luxurious car in the distance, and for some reason, I felt watched. I recognized that car, of course, it's his. I did a double take the other night, and it's the same one. It's my boss's car. I don't want to know that he's been watching me this whole time and that he saw me with Senku, because that's when I say, swallow me up and take me to the underworld. Olivia, how about we take an Uber further on? I suggested, so we could get away from there. The streets weren't deserted because it wasn't midnight yet. It didn't look dangerous, and there were people coming in and out of the bar. Yeah, come on, I'm feeling tired, that's enough for tonight, she said, placing her hand over her mouth and yawning. Oh, girls, they haven't left yet, we heard Donald's voice behind us. Donald. Olivia said, turning around to look at him. He gave her a warm smile. We were just chatting, but we were just about to take an Uber, I explained, a little nervously. Not because of Donald, but because of my boss's car, which is still there. Did he come to the bar too and I didn't notice? This place is for rich people like him. Olivia, my offer still stands. I can take you back to your apartment, he insisted. Scarlett's feeling much better, isn't she? He looked at me with a knowing smile. I already knew what this man wanted, to be alone with my Olivia. Yeah, he's right. I'm not as drunk as I was a little while ago. I just feel a little dizzy and have a headache, I added. You can go with him. Madison will go with Carmelo. Besides, I have to stop by the store and pick up something for my hangover. Don't worry about me. I had to be helpful. Donald was asking me with his eyes. I don't know if I did the right thing because Olivia likes him, and he has a partner. Although him taking her home doesn't mean anything, it's just a ride. He's not asking her to marry him. But... Come on, don't be shy, Donald insisted. I won't do anything to you. I'm not a bad person. He raised both hands in a sign of innocence, and the three of us laughed. Okay, she gave up. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own, Scarlett? Olivia looked at me. Hey, you're talking to an adult. Of course you are. I'll go to a store nearby and then take an Uber. You don't have to worry, I stated confidently. Honestly, I didn't want to be there. That would be awkward. Knowing your friend is into a guy who's in a relationship, and they're in the same car while your friend is nervous about him and careful not to say or do anything stupid in front of him, and me being there to witness it all, no thanks. I've got enough with my pathetic life. This is Olivia's time, not mine. So I have no business being there. So, see you tomorrow at the company, she said, leaving me a kiss on the cheek, which I reciprocated. I watched her walk with Donald as they walked a few more meters until they reached a car parked ahead. They got in and disappeared down the road. When I saw them leave, I turned to look in the direction of my boss's car, or maybe it belongs to someone else and I'm just getting confused, but the car was still there. I ignored it and turned to leave. However, someone's grab on my arm made me stop instantly. What do you think you're doing? I questioned, frowning as I saw Senku standing behind me with a wolfish grin. I thought you'd left, he said, letting go of my arm. You seem to be feeling better now. You're a scoundrel, I spat, crossing my arms over my chest. You're talking to me after what you did to me. I drank all that liquor because of you. But I didn't force you, he shrugged, dismissing it. But you did kiss me by force, I reminded him, although I know he's aware of it, the idiot, I can tell from the way he looks at me and that damn smile on his face that won't go away. Oh, that. He paused thoughtfully. Want to repeat that? He smiled mischievously. This man is driving me crazy, and right now I feel my body shaking. I'm not fully recovered. This isn't a matter of minutes, I need a bed right now. You really are shameless, I declared. You ask that as if I would have agreed to you kissing me. He scratched the back of his neck and licked his lower lip. I think you liked it, he blurted, making me blush. It wasn't because I was shy, but because of the anger that was raging inside me. I like someone else, I confessed with a smirk. I couldn't have liked your kiss. He bit his lip and shook his head, his gaze shifting to somewhere other than my eyes. Then he looked back at me with that indelible smile on his face. So, he said, taking steps toward me until he was right up close to my ear, as he'd made a habit of doing all night. He's not here, you are, and that's what matters. I won't do anything with him. Besides, you said you like him, not that he's your partner. Remember, you told me you're single. This man is truly irritating. Yes, the person I like isn't my partner, but I dream that one day he will be. However, there's a 1% chance and a 99% belief. With Mr. Liam, you never know, and I don't really know what he thinks of me. What if he gets what he wants from me and then throws me away? I'm taking all that risk, and my poor heart couldn't take it. I'd rather stick to my guns. Anyway, I already told you I like someone else, I repeated. So I can't like you, if that's what you're looking for, I assured them, as we were very close. Well, if that's the case, it doesn't matter. We can be friends, he suggested, and I raised an eyebrow. I don't trust him at all. You might think I'm a self-serving idiot or whatever other curse word you've ever thought of, but I'm not a bad person. Ha, I said ironically. If you're not a bad person, what were you thinking of doing to me in the bathroom? Well, I just got carried away. I won't deny that I was attracted to you, he justified, sounding brazen. However, I wasn't going to rape you, if that's what you were thinking. I just wanted to taste you, that's all. You're an idiot. You say that so calmly it makes me want to punch you, I huffed, frowning. I'm not interested in being your friend. Really? He leaned closer to my ear. We can be more than that if you want. Idiot. That's not what I meant. I don't want anything to do with you, I emphasized, pulling him away from me, but he grabbed my wrists. You're stubborn, but I like it, he smiled flirtatiously. You'll see, we'll be friends, at least that's enough, right? You're a... I didn't finish my sentence because a luxurious car parked in front of us. Senku turned to look at it, just like I did, and he was still holding my wrists. I gulped because I realized it was the car parked in the distance, and sure enough, it's my boss's. The car door opened, and at that moment I wanted the ground to swallow me up and spit me out somewhere far away. I broke free from Senku's grasp when I saw Mr. Liam standing in front of me, his expression neutral and his brow furrowed. This wasn't looking good. I felt my legs weaken, and my heart was in my mouth. And who is this? Senku asked in a hateful tone, putting his hands in his pockets. Mr. Liam, I was interrupted by him when he took my hand and pulled me towards him. Come with me, he ordered with a cold look. I was about to get into his car, but Senku grabbed my other hand. She's not going anywhere with you. This time, Senku's smile faded from his face, and he wore a cold gaze. I barely know him, and I'm surprised to see that side of him. She's coming with me, my boss contradicted, releasing Senku's grip on my hand. Disappear, he snapped, turning his back on me. I saw Senku was about to react, but I stopped him. Senku, calm down. He's my boss, I muttered under my breath so Mr. Liam wouldn't hear, but he did. Senku looked at me and raised an eyebrow. I understand, she finished with a smile, and her composure returned. You have my number. Call me anytime. She winked at me and looked away from me to Mr. Liam. Before walking away from us, she gave him a withering glare. I watched him walk away with his hands in his pockets. Later, he got into his car and disappeared down the road. Now, swallow me up. I met Senku that night in a rather awkward situation, but I still liked him, even though he was so obnoxious and annoying. I don't really know him because I barely know his name, and I think it's best to leave it at that. I don't want him to become friends with me later and end up confessing his feelings to me. I mean, I've already made it clear to him that I like someone else, and that someone is standing behind me, probably looking at me angrily. I felt a burning sensation spread throughout my body, my legs trembled at the mere sight of his gaze on my back. I closed my eyes briefly, inhaled deeply, and wondered why I felt nervous. I'm single. He has no right to make any demands on me, right? I'm out of the office. Mr. Liam. I gestured as I turned to face him. His face was cold and his gaze neutral. What are you doing here? What did you call me? He gripped my chin tightly. I looked him straight in the eyes, noticing his annoyance. That's when I remembered that outside the office I should call him Liam or Liamy. How complicated. Sorry, Liamy, I apologized, but he didn't let go of my chin. The awkwardness increased as we were outside, surrounded by people, some of them drunk. Someone might misinterpret the situation. Is this the commitment you had as an excuse for not coming to my apartment? He asked. I immediately removed his hand from my face and took 2 steps back. Yeah, I had plans with my friends. I don't think you mind, I replied, looking away. That man didn't seem like your friend, he said ironically, and I looked at him again with a frown. I was with one of my friend's friends. They invited us, and we accepted. Is that a problem with that? I'm out of the office and I can do whatever I want, I snapped, crossing my arms over my chest. He frowned even deeper, as if my response bothered him, but he deserved it. Is that how you talk to your boss? He raised an eyebrow, and I swallowed. However, we were outside the company, so there was no boss-assistant relationship. Liamy, we're not in that boss-employee role right now. You're the one interfering in my private life. And if you'll excuse me, I have to go. I'm running late. I turned around, my back on him. But I stopped when a sharp dizziness washed over me. I felt cold hands place themselves on my hip and shoulder to steady me. Are you okay? Liamy asked. I could feel his breath near my lips, and my vision was a little blurry to see his face clearly. His breath didn't smell of alcohol, but of fresh mint. Had he been checking on me? I'm a little dizzy. I had too much to drink, I managed to gesture, coming back to my senses. Come with me. He took my hand, but I let go immediately. No, I have to get back to me. I didn't finish the sentence when I felt a pang in my head again. Damn Senku, when I see him, I'll curse him until I'm tired. He didn't force me to drink, but he did encourage me to do it. You're coming with me, she repeated. This time I didn't object, she took my hand and led me to the car. Inside, her perfume permeated the air, just inhaling that scent brought peace to my nostrils. He sat behind the wheel, and I leaned my head against the window, touching my temple and rubbing it to ease the discomfort. If you're not good with alcohol, don't drink like crazy once you try it. Where are you taking me? I asked as the car started moving. My apartment, he replied, still staring straight ahead. I watched him once he mentioned his apartment. I want to go home, I'm not going with you, I protested. I knew if I went to his apartment, something could happen between us, and this time I was sure he'd give in. I don't understand why I didn't give in to him the other times before. It's just that when he kisses me, I feel like fireworks are going off in my head. I just like it when he does it, and I don't even get started when he grabs me roughly, like I belong to him. I kinda like his animal side. You're not in a position to make that decision, he pointed out, shifting his gaze to me and then back to the front. Why do you want to take me with you? I'm supposed to have a place to live, I joked, looking out the window, dismissing it. I already knew he wouldn't let me go. I take you whenever I want, Scarlett, he confessed, and I couldn't help but look at him with disdain. You know it's like that. Are you calling me easy? I frowned at his comment, which implied many things. No, not at all. I'm the one who can take you, and I'm doing it right now, he emphasized. He was right. When he kisses me by force, I just go along with it because I truly want it and it's inevitable. When he touches me, my body bursts into flames, and to a certain extent, I'm pathetic. I remained silent, not responding to what he'd said. I always stay quiet when they're right about something. I looked out the window again as he continued driving. I felt his gaze on me a couple of times, and it was already making me nervous. Suddenly, the car stopped, and we still hadn't reached her apartment. We were on a deserted road, our only souls were our own inside the car. I looked at him, and he was already looking at me. I was sure that beast was hungry, and its only prey nearby was me. Why did you stop? I asked, still holding his gaze. I need something from you, he replied, yanking my arm closer to him. Our faces were so close, my heart felt like it was going into cardiac arrest. What thing? I gestured, my gaze falling on his lips as his was on mine. His hand rested on my cheek and caressed it gently. I couldn't help but close my eyes at the feeling of his cold but devastating touch, which sent shivers through my body. He ran the pad of his thumb over my lips, and I opened my eyes. He cupped my chin and brought his mouth to mine, not quite kissing me. He merely brushed his lips over mine, my nose collided with his, and our foreheads did too. Time seemed to stand still in that position. Only our breathing could be heard, so close together, in a silence between us that wasn't awkward. His lips continued to brush against mine, and I couldn't stop myself. I wanted to kiss him. It was torture when he did that, when I so wanted him to join me and take me in a passionate kiss, like he always does. I love it when he takes me like that, like I'm his. My lips met Liam's, unable to resist any longer. I took the initiative, and he reciprocated immediately, teasing me irresistibly. He cupped my face in his hands, intensifying the kiss. His tongue entered my mouth, engaging in a playful dance with mine. He took hold of my upper and lower lips, devouring them as passionately and intensely as ever, relentlessly. I tried to pull away to take a breath, but Liam persisted, clinging to my lips like a starving animal. I think we should continue, I finally mentioned, pulling away from his lips. Good, he nodded, getting back behind the wheel. Unable to find the words to describe the situation, I leaned my head back against the window. Although I avoided looking at him, I felt his gaze on me several times until we reached his apartment, where he had taken me before. He got out of the car and opened the door for me, demonstrating his gentlemanly manners. He grabbed my hip to help me maintain my balance, as my discomfort persisted, making it difficult to walk without stumbling. Upon entering, he left the car keys on the table, and I sat on the couch, touching my temple in an attempt to relieve the pain. Surprisingly, he crouched down in front of me, getting down to my eye level. Take this pill, he offered me, already holding a glass of water, and I gestured in thanks as I swallowed the medicine. Go to the room, he told me as he stood up. Should I sleep with you again? I asked, and he stared at me. Do you have a problem with that? He raised an eyebrow, freeing himself from the jacket he was wearing. And no, not at all. I looked away and got up from the couch. I headed into the bedroom and sat down on the bed, my nerves on edge. Could something happen between us? Within minutes, the bedroom door opened and Liam walked in, holding a glass of wine. Seeing her, I felt like throwing up. My stomach was sore from all the alcohol. Just remembering it made me nauseous. Take a shower. You can wear one of my shirts, he said, holding his glass and staring at me. But are you going to protest again? He raised an eyebrow, and I shook my head. I got out of bed and placed my purse on the nightstand. Put this on. He handed me a shirt he'd found in his closet when he stopped looking at me. Fine, I nodded and turned my back on him. I walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind me and letting out a heavy sigh. I was alone with him again, and a lot could happen. I entered the shower when I managed to remove my clothes, letting the water fall on my face, wetting my entire body. It took me a few minutes to emerge from the bathroom with Liam's shirt on. It was a little too loose and short. The worst part was that I wasn't wearing underwear underneath, and I was sure I'd lose my chastity that night. In my fantasy, I saved that moment for him, but it was just an illusion. I never thought the universe would be on my side, giving me the opportunity to meet him, be with him, even kiss him and give myself completely. Everything came true, and I came to believe miracles didn't exist. As I came out of the bathroom, Liam was sitting on the bed with his hands resting on his hips, leaning back slightly. When he saw me, he straightened, looking me up and down. I gulped and stayed still, afraid of ruining everything with my nerves. His gaze stripped me bare and penetrated to the depths of my soul. Come closer, he ordered. My legs immediately obeyed and headed toward him. I stood in front of Liam, who kept staring at me. Liam, I don't think it was a good idea to wear this, it's quite revealing, I commented a little shyly, feeling my cheeks burn. You look perfect like this, he assured me, and I immediately stared at him. His voice was husky and soft. So, are you going to take a shower too? I asked to change the subject, even though I knew it was inevitable. I was almost naked in front of him. I will. Wait here, he said, getting out of bed. He walked past me, searched his closet, and headed to the bathroom. I was able to breathe freely. I felt like I was short of breath at that moment. My legs were shaking, and my hands were sweating, not to mention my heart was pounding. I sat up in bed and let my back fall. The discomfort I'd been feeling had subsided. The pill Liam gave me had done me a world of good. The squeal of the bathroom door opening brought me out of my thoughts. I sat up in bed and saw Liam standing in front of me, staring at me as I lay. He was wearing white cloth pants. The good thing was that he was shirtless, and I could see his beautiful, well-formed, masculine figure. It was obvious he'd worked hard, because his chiseled pecs were perfect. I couldn't even hide the longing gaze I was giving him. I felt no shame, I simply longed to touch and feel him, to explore beyond the pleasure he could generate simply by placing his hands on my body, roughly bringing me to the ecstasy of lust. I knew perfectly well that by being in his apartment and wearing his clothes so revealingly, we would end up in bed, giving ourselves to each other like two crazy people eager for mutual pleasure. Chapter 4. Liam approached me, and I looked up to meet his blue eyes that seemed to devour me. He cupped my chin, never looking away. Aware of what was about to happen, I wanted it to happen no matter what. I just wanted him to own me and possess me as he pleased. You're aware of what's going to happen next, aren't you? He asked, still holding my chin. It wasn't in my plans, I commented, questioning my own answer. And now? You're not. He raised an eyebrow, as if he already knew I wanted him, and he couldn't be more right. If I'm still here with you, It's because I agree, although I don't know when we got to this point. I spoke as if bewitched, looking into his blue eyes. I want you now, he whispered in my ear, leaning in. I closed my eyes for a few seconds as I heard his husky, enchanting voice, which reached my bones and made me shudder. You can't imagine how satisfying it was to hear that phrase come out of his mouth. I want you too, I confessed without any shame. We were in this situation, there was no need to be rude. This wasn't the first time we'd been like this, we'd kissed and he'd touched me before. Now we both wanted each other. So why not give free rein to what we were feeling? Whatever happens, I won't regret having my first time with Liam. He's the man I love, and even though I initially knew him from photographs and magazines, now that I have him in front of me, I'm sure of how I feel about him. Even if Liam doesn't know it and doesn't feel the same way about me, that feeling won't change. That's good to know. He gave me a mischievous smile and placed his hand on my shoulder, causing my body to fall onto the bed. I watched as he positioned himself on top of me, his exquisite body rested against mine, and I felt like I was gasping for air. He settled between my legs without doing anything yet, but I already felt strange. I longed for him so much that just looking at me like that tortured me. Liam, I murmured his name softly. I had something to confess to him before continuing. Yeah. Before I do, I need to tell you something. I hesitated, but I had to tell him. I didn't know if he'd think of me as an inexperienced woman, although it's true, I don't have any, or perhaps as an old-fashioned woman who doesn't live up to his standards. But if I'm here with him, it's because I'm willing to experiment. So, tell me. He stared at me with a neutral expression. I swallowed and opened my lips to speak. Tonight, you'll be my first man. I hesitated at first, but I needed to tell him. I just wanted him to know, and it didn't matter if it didn't change anything, I just felt it was an important point for me. Are you chaste? He asked, raising an eyebrow. He seemed surprised, and I'm surprised that he's surprised. What did he think? That I'd sleep with just anyone? Yes, I haven't been intimate with anyone, I confessed without looking away. Do you think I'm the right man to take that part of you? He asked, frowning. Well, I think so, I murmured, looking away from him. I felt him getting off me. Was I wrong to tell him? I don't think he's the right man for that, he said, sitting up in bed. I did the same, but I was confused. Why? I asked, still not understanding anything. This will lead to me committing to you in a different way. I don't want you to fall in love with me, he confessed, and I felt a lump lodge in my throat. I understand, I muttered softly, disappointed. I really hadn't expected this. I already knew he seemed like a no-strings-attached guy, who just goes through life sleeping with all kinds of women. But I never said I wanted commitment. I long for it, yes, but he and I are from different worlds. I think you've misunderstood, Liam, I mumbled, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. What do you mean? Just because you're my first man doesn't mean I have to commit to anything. There's no relationship between us, I sighed for a few seconds. You don't want commitment, and I didn't ask for it either. We're just boss and employee who found ourselves in this inexplicable situation. However, I don't think I should give my first time to a man who doesn't love me. I should give it to someone who does. Where are you going? You're right, you're not the right man to take that part of me. I think our relationship, from now on, should be solely between boss and employee. This should never have happened between us. There's still time to put an end to this thing that never was, which hasn't been and hasn't ended anything, Liam. I think it will be the best thing for both of us, I suggested. I was so disappointed at that moment. I can't believe how a person who appears to be practically perfect can hurt another person with just one sentence that, to me, meant so much. From the beginning, I knew he wanted my body and had no feelings for me. It was impossible. I'd only known him as my new boss for a few days, and I deserved it for going along with it. It was a huge mistake on my part. Is that what you want? That's how it should have been from the beginning. This is new to me. I think we should just stay who we are. Our relationship is a business relationship, we shouldn't mix anything else up. And things like this, bringing me to your apartment, you should stop doing. You just told me you don't want me to fall in love with you. Start there. It's not good to confuse people. I felt a pain in my chest because I was already really in love with him. But he told me he didn't want me to do it when I was already well into that feeling. I couldn't tell him I liked him, the only one who would lose out would be me. A millionaire like him with his secretary. Ha, pathetic. I think it's time to let go of that fantasy. It's just that, wishful thinking on my part. I didn't think that part would be so compromising for him. I wanted to give him my chastity because he's the person I love, but now I realize that this feeling isn't and never will be reciprocated. Sadly, Liam was only looking for a momentary fling with me and then ditch me. I wasn't wrong when I started to get scared, this is what I meant. Long story short. I was rejected. I got out of bed, intending to leave the room. I didn't know where I'd go. Maybe I'd choose to sleep on the couch. The only thing I knew for sure was that I didn't want to be near Liam or share the same bed. His words stung me, and my heart felt a small crack. When I reached the door, I tried to open it, but Liam's cold hand landed on my arm as I stood with my back to him. I paused, for no apparent reason. I didn't want to leave, but I didn't want to stay either. I was fighting the feelings that had surfaced since I'd first seen him in person. Don't go, he pleaded from behind me, his warm breath fanning my neck. I closed my eyes for a moment before opening them again. We've made things clear, Liam. There will be no more approaches like this. It's not appropriate for me, I said, grabbing the doorknob again. I squeezed it, but didn't open it, as Liam's grip prevented me from leaving. Don't go past that door, he ordered. You shouldn't look for someone else to share your first time with either, he added, turning my body so I was facing him. His hands settled on my waist, completely surrounding it. I felt trapped against his body, his face too close to mine. I didn't want to be in that position, afraid of giving in to anything he might say to me. What are you trying to do, Liam? I asked, my voice completely lacking in firmness. You said you wouldn't be the right man, I said we should keep our distance. Why are you doing this now? This can't be right. Nothing between us makes sense. Scarlett, he said, I want to be your first man, he confessed, lightly squeezing my hip as if he was eager. What? You just said that. Yes, I said it. I desire you as a woman, but I don't want you to fall in love with me, that's why I mentioned it. I want to be the one who unchastises you. I can't stand it if it's someone else, he said, sounding selfish. No, Liam, you can't play with me just because you want me. I can't do that. I was about to confess, but his voice stopped me. I thank heavens he interrupted me. I didn't want to regret it later. I'm the one who loves. Be mine tonight, he asked, and I remained silent. I want you, and you want me back. Take back what we said before. We're not going to keep our distance or end this. You can't anymore. We're deeper in than you think. I won't, I resisted, trying to break free from his firm grasp, but I was falling apart. To be his for tonight. Of course I wanted it, at least part of my fantasy would be fulfilled. Being his first man, the next steps were impossible. I could only take one step. "You'll see," he replied, taking my hand tightly. He led me to the bed and threw me onto it. He climbed on top of me before I could get up, took my wrists, and clasped them together above my head, pinning them to the bed. My breath hitched as he frowned at me. My legs were exposed as he stood between them again. I could even feel his prominence in my private area, where I wasn't even wearing underwear. "Liam, stop, let me go," I said, struggling against him, but his grip on my wrists was getting tighter and causing me pain. "I won't, Scarlett. You'll be mine tonight. You want it, and I need it. We both want each other," he said. I stared at him for a few seconds, my body craved it, screamed for it. I couldn't resist him anymore. I didn't say a word, my body was engulfed in a bubble of pleasure as Liam conquered my lips. With my silence, I gave him my consent, and he understood perfectly. I offered no resistance to his kiss, which was also extremely intense. He left my mouth for lack of air and looked at me intently. I reciprocated with the same intensity and desire in my eyes. "I need you now," he mouthed. My cheeks flushed crimson, I nodded unconsciously, and he jumped at the chance. We kissed again, this time more intensely. His tongue entered my mouth, and I responded with mine. He released his hold on my wrists and placed his hands on my legs. I felt a tingle run through my body at the touch of him, instantly sending me completely out of control. He took one of my legs, opened it slightly, and moved inside me, rubbing his erection against mine. I felt the texture of the fabric gently transmit its firmness as he kissed me passionately and somewhat roughly. My moans escaped at the intense pleasure provoked by those simple touches. He moved his lips away from mine and began exploring my neck. I granted him the necessary access by tilting my head back. He not only kissed it, but also licked and sucked it, giving me considerable pleasure. I put my earlier words aside, I was sure I couldn't keep my distance as if nothing had happened between us. Liam slid his hand up my thigh, reaching my most vulnerable area. When he touched me, I moaned as he caressed me with his fingers. It was the first time anyone had explored that area, other than myself during the bath. His hands didn't stay still, they roamed all over my body. He caressed my breasts over the shirt I was wearing. I felt myself melt when he touched and squeezed them in his hands. Liam took me to the ecstasy of pleasure. This man knew how to satisfy a woman in intimacy. "It's time to get rid of this," he said, "I need you right now." He spoke as he quickly unbuttoned the buttons on my shirt. He was anxious, and so was I. I stood completely naked in front of Liam, feeling embarrassed at being stared at like that by my boss. I bit my lower lip, looking away from him. "You're perfect," he said, taking off his cloth pants as well, revealing himself completely naked. I blushed even more when I saw him. Words weren't necessary at that moment. He leaned toward me, and our naked bodies joined together. I felt his warm, pleasant touch, his chest colliding with my round breasts as we kissed. We were immersed in our bubble of immense pleasure and didn't want to leave. His mouth landed on my jaw, where he left a somewhat painful bite that soon turned into satisfaction. He positioned me on the bed, reached out and grabbed the handle of the drawer next to the bed, pulling out protection from there. When he incorporated it onto his erection, he looked at me. I was very red-faced and a little nervous. It was about to happen. I was going to lose my chastity with him. He leaned towards me, taking one of my legs to open it. He positioned himself at my entrance and I closed my eyes, frowning. I didn't want it to hurt. I opened them instantly when I felt Liam's cold hand on my cheek, caressing me to calm me down a little. "Relax, I'll be gentle," he said, noticing my nervousness. I nodded and just watched him move his hips as he thrust into me. With a single thrust, he broke all my barriers. I let out a moan of pain as I felt his entire erection inside me. It was large and deep. He stilled and kissed me, but this time gently. I nearly cried from the excruciating pain. "It's in now, just relax," he whispered in my ear as he left my mouth. Then he looked into my eyes, our gazes met, and I felt his breath so close, giving me peace. It was done. I grabbed his neck and pulled him toward me for a kiss. He responded intensely, and so did I. His hips began to move slowly so I could adjust to his size. His movements became faster because I asked him to. I was ready. It no longer hurt, now I only experienced pleasure. His thrusts were wild, his skin colliding with mine, resonating throughout the room. He kept kissing my lips and running down my body, squeezing my butt, my thighs, leaving his marks on my hips. He was an unbridled force in bed. Thrust after thrust, as he withdrew, I met it, adapting to him. His hips moved quickly, he panted, and I loved listening to him, enjoying being with me. Moans escaped our mouths as we gave ourselves like two wild men who didn't care about tomorrow. Between panting, passionate kisses, hickeys, bites, and more experiences of the situation, we reached full Senka climax, exhausted. He left one last kiss on my lips before collapsing beside me, took my arm, and pulled me towards him for a hug. I rested my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeats, which synchronized with mine. We stayed like that until we both fell into a deep sleep. It was the best night of my life. The sunny morning unfolded before me. I wrinkled my nose and slowly opened my eyes until they met the ceiling. I blinked several times before regaining my composure. A hand was wrapped around my waist. When I turned around, I found Liam fast asleep beside me, which made me blush instantly. To make matters worse, when I looked under the covers, I discovered us in a rather revealing position. Naked. The memories of the previous night didn't fade. I had shared an intimate experience with my boss, and it was the best thing I'd ever experienced. My heart beat fast recalling those moments, his passionate kisses, his caresses, his dominance over my body, and the intensity of his movements. Although it was all like an animal act in bed, it was perfect. As Liam slept, I watched him closely, this being the second time I'd done so. It was inevitable. I'd never imagined feeling such a deep bond with someone. Experiencing that feeling in my chest made me happy, even though I couldn't put into words what I truly felt. I knew I loved Liam, despite his attempts to stop me from falling in love. However, it was too late. I had fallen in love before he entered my life. Liam's voice interrupted my thoughts, his blue eyes boring into mine. I was speechless at his attractiveness. "Are you still doing this?" he asked. My hands went cold and I felt that tingling in my stomach. I was just. I stammered, unable to articulate much. "I have to go now." I decided to get out of bed, but I lay back down when I noticed my nakedness exposed. "Why are you covering up?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "I know you well enough that you're now embarrassed to be seen naked. You only saw me one night. It's not like you're always watching me, that's why I'm embarrassed," I clarified, covering my face with the blanket, but Liam took it away from me instantly. "You provoked me," he said, climbing on top of me, not understanding what I meant, since he hadn't even done anything. "What are you doing?" "I have to go," I exclaimed, placing my hands on his chest, feeling his nakedness. "You're not going anywhere until I say so," he declared, taking my wrists and pinning them to the bed. "So what are you planning on doing?" "I'm not having sex with you again. Remember you said, be mine for one night, and that night's over," I emphasized, and Liam frowned. "You're mine whenever I want," he said, and I bit my lower lip. I love it when he says it authoritatively. It makes him seem sexier to me. "So, do you want to be with me again?" I asked, somewhat shyly and without shame. "What do you think?" He hesitated, raising an eyebrow. I was about to answer when, suddenly, a cell phone rang. At that moment, I hated the person who interrupted us. The phone ringing wasn't mine, but Liam's. He glanced at the nightstand and, seeing his phone screen, quickly got off me, put on his cloth pants, and grabbed his phone. He slid his finger across the screen before putting it to his ear. He left the room to answer the call, and I stayed in bed, covering part of my naked body with the blanket. About 2 minutes passed, and Liam didn't return. I didn't know who had called him out of the blue. I couldn't see his cell phone screen, but apparently it was something important. I could tell from the length of time it took him to return. I didn't wait any longer, so I got out of bed, covered myself with the blanket, and headed to the bathroom. Before doing so, I grabbed my clothes. I closed the bathroom door behind me and proceeded to wash only my face. I would shower in my apartment. I got fully dressed and fixed my messy hair a bit. Although my body was somewhat sore, fortunately, the marks weren't visible, except on my abdomen, thighs, breasts, and the marked fingers on my hips and butt. My first time was intense and the best ever. When I left the bathroom, I left the shirt Liam had lent me on the bed. He still hadn't returned. It seemed to be a very important call. Every time I get ready to leave his apartment, he gets a call at practically the same time. This is the second time it's happened. I grabbed my bag from the dresser and left the room. In the living room, he was still holding his phone to his ear. Before he ended the call, I heard one last word he said, "I love you." I could hear it clearly. When he turned around and faced me, he frowned. I just didn't know what to say to that word. It means a lot of things, but I don't want to jump the gun and think he has another woman. I don't think he's that kind of man. If he had another woman, he wouldn't be sleeping with me, right? "I think I should go now," I said, heading to the door to grab the handle. "Wait," his voice stopped me instantly. "How long have you been there?" "Don't worry, I didn't hear your conversation. I was just leaving." "I think it's time I went back to my apartment," I replied with a slight, uncomfortable smile and looked away. That word kept gnawing at me, but I didn't want to think about it. He couldn't be like that, no way. "Who said you could leave?" he questioned, standing in front of me. "You were on the phone. I think that was more important than me, so I don't need to grow roots waiting for you," I dramatized. "It was just a few minutes," he excused himself, crossing his arms over his chest. "Yes, you're right. I shouldn't question you. Then I think I'd better go. I'll be late for work," I said, reaching for the doorknob again. As always, Liam grabs any part of my body to stop me. "Remember, you're with your boss," he emphasized, and I looked back at him. He had my hand in his, so I let go immediately. I know, but I shouldn't take advantage of that. I'm with my boss after having a one-night stand with him, and it's time to go. It was just that, one night, and it shouldn't go any further. It's the best thing for both of us, Liam, I finished. Finally, I was able to open the door and slam it behind me, not giving Liam time to react. As I left her apartment, I took an Uber that took me to my place in a few minutes. I'm tired of spending so much money on Ubers. I opened the door to my lonely apartment and headed to the shower after searching my closet for today's new look. Shortly after, I went out and put the finishing touches on my makeup, combed my hair, and let it hang down. Then, I applied a little perfume, which, by the way, was new and I hadn't used it yet. Wearing stiletto heels, I hurried out of the apartment after grabbing my purse from the table along with my keys. I had to take a damn Uber again. I'm supposed to be saving up for my grandma's prescriptions, but this is bankrupting me. I arrived at the company in a hurry, and I don't know why, since I was supposed to be with my boss. I think it's just the custom. Liamie hadn't arrived yet. The girls were already at their posts, and when I arrived, they came over to question me. "Were you okay last night?" Olivia asked. I should have asked her that question after she left with Donald. I was already curious to know, not just about her, but also about naughty Madison. "Of course," I replied immediately. "You've been running late lately," Madison commented, taking a bite of a red apple in her hand. "Me? Of course not." I pretended not to understand. "Of course, this is the second time with this," Olivia pointed out. "Do you have a man between your sheets and you haven't told us, Scarlett?" Madison asked, narrowing her eyes. "Of course not. It's normal to be late. You've done it too." "I don't know why you make such a big deal out of it," I replied, shrugging. "That's not normal for you, but if you insist, then what?" Madison snapped, rolling her eyes. "You drank a lot last night. Are you no longer dizzy or have a headache?" Olivia asked, always concerned about other people. "No, I took a pill and I felt better. I'm just a little sleepy and my stomach hurts. I didn't eat breakfast before coming here." "I haven't had my breakfast either," Madison said, and we both looked at her at the same time. "What did you do last night, Madison?" I asked, intrigued because she looked so familiar with that Carmelo guy. "Nothing, I just had sex all night and this morning too," he confessed, downplaying it. Olivia and I looked at each other in astonishment. "You're a scoundrel, Madison," Olivia hissed in disbelief. "With Carmelo, right? You get along really well?" I asked. "Yes, we've actually been in a casual relationship for a while, but I think he wants something more serious with me. He just doesn't dare say it," Madison replied, taking another bite of her apple. "Poor man," Olivia murmured. "And you? How did it go with Donald, Olivia?" This time it was Madison's turn to ask. "Madison, Donald has a girlfriend. Don't even think about it. You took us to the bar to flirt with them, and you don't even know if they have a partner," Olivia said listlessly. She actually liked the man. "Well, I already knew Donald had a girlfriend, but it's like he doesn't. She doesn't make time for him, and he needs feminine warmth, not a hateful idiot like his girlfriend who's more dedicated to her work than to him," Madison snapped, rolling her eyes. "But he still has a girlfriend, and I don't think he'll notice me having another woman." "Forget it," Olivia pointed out again. "Whatever you want, but he seems to like you. He even offered to drive you home," Madison hissed. "So what about that?" "Nothing happened. He just dropped me off at my front door and spoke formally before saying goodbye. It's clear that even when talking to other girls, he respects his girlfriend," Olivia replied, pouting. "Ash, stop mentioning his girlfriend. If he has so much respect for her, then he shouldn't have agreed to go to the bar with the guys. He even danced with you very happily. Don't give it a damn if he has a partner or not," advised Madison, and it didn't seem right to me. "Stop telling him that, it's wrong. She only met him last night and he already has a girlfriend. If he's still with her it's for a reason. Stop acting like Cupid because with that role you'll starve to death," I protested, frowning. Okay, how dramatic, but you? How did it go with Sanku?" "Don't even mention that guy. He couldn't take his eyes off me at the bar. He also almost dragged me into dancing with him, and after that, he made me drink too much. I even mixed 2 kinds of strong liquor for him." As if that weren't enough, he kissed me in the bathroom. I recounted, annoyed. Did he really kiss you? Did I break it off when I got here? Olivia asked, surprised. Yes, he had kissed me right at that moment, I replied. Wow, so Senko liked you. It was a good idea to make that plan for you. You already have lovers, Madison laughed mischievously. In love. He's lustful, I snorted angrily. Oh come on, he's like that, but he's a good man. If you get to know him well you'll love him, believe me, Madison encouraged, but I didn't have much faith in her. Whatever, I rolled my eyes. The girls and I fell silent when Liam arrived at the company. In fact, the hallways fell completely silent at his presence. We settled into our positions in silence. Liam glanced at me before entering his office, and I tried to avoid his gaze. I don't know why I did it, but I didn't dare meet his gaze after what happened. Besides, I'm not sure if I angered him by leaving his apartment suddenly just because I didn't want to wait for him to take his call before me. I need attention. I began my daily tasks, organizing documents, answering calls, sorting the information in the files I had to take to Liam's office, and coordinating his schedule. He has meetings and meetings pending, and I have to oversee the incoming and outgoing mail for him, among many other responsibilities that affect my peace of mind. Once I finished sorting through all the paperwork, I gathered the documents and files that were ready for Liam. Before entering his office, I stood in front of the door, feeling nervous. When we're alone, anything can happen, and we've already had intimacy. It won't be easy to deal with that. Finally, I mustered up the courage, grabbed the doorknob, opened it, and walked in, closing it behind me. Liam looked up from some paperwork as I entered his office, and our eyes met, creating a tense atmosphere. Mr. Liam, I said, approaching his desk to drop off some papers. These are the correspondence files. The paperwork is ready. Your meetings have been scheduled. You have a meeting in half an hour, followed by a meeting with investor Amelia Cross. Are you done? He asked, standing up from his seat. My legs buckled as he positioned himself behind me and hugged me, leaving my planner on the desk. I think so, I stammered as he pressed my body against his. Then I can have you now, he replied, burying his head in my neck. I closed my eyes to feel his touch against my skin. You smell delicious. I like your perfume, he said, and I opened my eyes again. Liam, I said as he kissed my neck, feeling his bulge rub against my butt, which had quickly hardened. Yeah. Stop, someone might come in, I said, but he didn't stop and continued kissing my neck, his hands holding my hips, keeping me pressed against him. I closed my eyes and bit my lip, feeling the pleasure he was causing me. He was supposed to be angry that I left his house and left him wanting more. I need you now, he whispered in my ear, biting my earlobe. I already told you I won't be intimate with you again, I pointed out. You said I was only yours for one night, I repeated. Liam instantly turned me around to face him, her brow furrowed. He gripped me tightly by the waist, trapping me in his arms. Then be mine forever, he suggested, and I looked at him in confusion, not fully understanding what he meant. But since he told me he doesn't want me to fall in love with him, I should assume he's simply after me for sex. I'm clear we're just in bed. Liam. I left the word hanging in the air as my lips were sealed intensely by his. He didn't give me the chance to respond, my body was pressed against him, and I didn't hold back from reciprocating that much-desired kiss. He guided me to his desk and positioned me on top of it, between my legs. He didn't stop kissing me, he was desperate, something I didn't see the night before, although it was intense. At that moment, we were interrupted by 3 knocks on the door. Liam pulled away from me, and I quickly got down from the desk, adjusting my skirt. Come in, he ordered, taking a seat in the presidential chair. I remained standing, holding the agenda. Mr. Liam, the imports have arrived, the project manager announced as he entered the office. Fine, I'll leave that to you, he replied in a cold voice, surprising me with his change of mood. At your service, sir, he complied, and left the office immediately. I looked at my watch, and it was almost time for the meeting. Liam, it's almost time, I announced. Come here, he ordered. I put the planner back on the desk and walked over to him, standing in front of Liam, who kept staring at me. You better not continue this, someone might see us, I protested before he did the same thing and kissed me. It's very risky. That's my decision, he muttered. I need you at my apartment tonight, you can't refuse. He spoke authoritatively, looking at me neutrally. He wanted to have sex with me again. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that Liam isn't looking for anything serious. He'll only use me when he wants me in his bed. And then? Will he leave me? I'll be busy tonight, I lied intentionally. With whom? He frowned at my answer. It's personal, I think it will be another time, I replied without taking my gaze from his blue eyes. Is it with the guy from last night? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Excuse me. That's none of your business. Besides, if it's with him, there's no problem, right? I challenged, pleased to see the annoyed reaction on his face. There is, he snapped, and with a single tug by my arm, he lifted me onto his lap. Our faces were very close, he was angry. Liam, I already told you to stop doing that, someone might come in and see us, I protested, trying to get out of his arms. No one enters my office without knocking, only you, he replied, squeezing my hip. I don't think I can resist his charms any longer. So, I'll see you after my engagement is over, I lied again, I just wanted to see his face, I wished he'd be jealous of me. Are you playing with me? He reacted, frowning. No, not at all, I just need to take care of something, you should wait, I suggested. I don't know that word, he said, his gaze neutral, I just love it in every sense of the word. So what do you want me to do? Be there for me when I ask you to, nothing and no one should be more important than me, he replied, sounding quite cheeky. That's not going to work. We don't have a relationship that would warrant such demands. I think it's best if I get back to work, you have a meeting now, I declared, and I got up from his lap, grabbed my planner, and before leaving the office, I winked at him. Once outside, I slapped myself internally. I don't know where that mischievousness came from, but it felt good when he smirked at my action. I don't want to make things so easy for him with me. He doesn't want to fall in love with me, nor does he want me to fall in love with him, but to be his bed partner, he must suffer a little. Scarlett, you have a call, Olivia informs me with a worried tone, and my smile disappears instantly. I headed to my desk and quickly grabbed my phone. Olivia followed me and stood behind me, also wanting to know what was going on. Well. My dear, it's me. Sorry to interrupt your work, it's urgent. A lump formed in my throat as I heard my grandfather's worried voice. It had to be something about my grandmother. Tell me what's wrong, Grandpa. Don't worry. Susanna suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. The doctor said it was a side effect of the chemotherapy treatment. But are you okay? Luckily, yes. He received medical attention quickly. I'll be there in a few minutes. Don't worry. I hung up the call and grabbed my bag from my desk. I had to get to the hospital as soon as possible. My grandfather was almost in tears, and it broke my heart. They're the only family I have left. Where are you going, Scarlett? Did something happen? Madison asked when she saw me leave. I have an emergency to attend to, please cover for me with Mr. Liam. But what happened? You should tell him, Olivia questioned. The last thing I wanted to do was tell Liam about my problems. My grandma got sick. I have to go to the hospital. Please don't tell her I'm there. Just tell her something came up or I got sick, whatever, I said, taking a deep breath. Then I turned my back on the girls and disappeared down the hallway. Scarlett, wait. I heard in the distance, but I didn't stop. I'd never felt so scared. I lost my mother, and now I don't want to suffer the same pain with my grandmother. I left the company and took an Uber, giving the driver the hospital's address. I chose that hospital, one of the best and most expensive in the city, as they offer advanced treatment. I had to work hard to find money, since my grandfather doesn't work and takes care of my grandmother, and I cover all her expenses, including chemotherapy and my apartment rent. When I arrived at the hospital, I found my grandfather in the hallway, sitting in one of the waiting chairs. I approached and gave him a hug. I noticed his red eyes, and I knew he was crying. I gave him another hug to calm him down. He's the father I never had, or at least, the one who has been absent from me. Everything's going to be okay, okay? I comforted him and sat down next to him. He sat down too, running his hand over his face to ward off his tears. She's resting, we can't see her now, he informed me in a cracked voice. Don't worry, Grandpa, she'll be fine. Now I need to talk to the doctor, I said, standing up and holding my bag over my shoulder at the side of my hip. Wait. He stopped me, standing up as well. About the hospital bill. Don't worry about it, Grandpa, I'll sort it out, I interrupted, giving him a small smile. The last thing I wanted was for him to worry about that. But, honey, it's a lot of money. Besides, I think Susanna's program will change and… Grandpa, I interrupted again, taking his shoulders to make eye contact. I already told you I'll take care of it, you don't have to stress about it. I'll get it done no matter what, no matter how much it takes, just so she's okay. Do you understand? Are you going to ask your boss? No, I have a new boss, and I don't think it's appropriate to ask for money out of the blue. The month is just starting. Remember, I recently got paid. So, if you want, I'll… Don't even think about it, you won't be working. Remember, you have to take care of Grandma, and you're not in any health condition to do that either, Grandpa. Let your granddaughter take care of it, okay? But… No buts, I'll go talk to the doctor. Be a good old man and wait here. Fine, he gave up and sat down. He's very stubborn, he wants to help me, but I won't let him. I need his health to be stable and for him to take good care of Grandma. I wandered down the hallway looking for Dr. Owen's office until I came to the indicated door. I knocked 3 times and walked in when I heard his voice say, "Come in." Scarlett, welcome. Please sit down. I was expecting you, he said, shaking her hand. I gave him a small, friendly smile and sat down across from him. Tell me, doctor, how is my grandmother's health? I came as soon as I was informed, I asked. He put some papers aside to look at me. She's a little delicate. She's resting now. Luckily, we were able to treat her in time, he said, searching through his papers. We'll have to change the chemotherapy treatment since Susanna had side effects, and that caused a cardiac arrest, he said, handing me a piece of paper. And this? I asked, confused. The new chemotherapy treatment must be started as soon as possible, he explained. I was lost in thought for a few seconds, staring at the paper. I need to get more money than I expected. what I have saved isn't enough. Scarlett. The doctor's voice pulled me out of my train of thought. Oh, sorry. Fine, I'll get the money to start the treatment, doctor. Thank you so much for everything. I stood up from my seat and shook his hand, which he took. Where the hell am I going to get more money? But, honey, it's a lot of money. Besides, I think Susanna's program will change and… Grandpa, I interrupted again, taking his shoulders to make eye contact. I already told you I'll take care of it, you don't have to stress about it. I'll get it done no matter what, no matter how much it takes, just so she's okay. Do you understand? Are you going to ask your boss? No, I have a new boss, and I don't think it's appropriate to ask for money out of the blue. The month is just starting. Remember, I recently got paid. So, if you want, I'll… Don't even think about it, you won't be working. Remember, you have to take care of Grandma, and you're not in any health condition to do that either, Grandpa. Let your granddaughter take care of it, okay? But… No buts, I'll go talk to the doctor. Be a good old man and wait here. Fine, he gave up and sat down. He's very stubborn, he wants to help me, but I won't let him. I need his health to be stable and for him to take good care of Grandma. I wandered down the hallway looking for Dr. Owen's office until I came to the indicated door. I knocked 3 times and walked in when I heard his voice say, "Come in." Scarlett, welcome. Please sit down. I was expecting you, he said, shaking her hand. I gave him a small, friendly smile and sat down across from him. Tell me, doctor, how is my grandmother's health? I came as soon as I was informed, I asked. He put some papers aside to look at me. She's a little delicate. She's resting now, luckily, we were able to treat her in time, he said, searching through his papers. We'll have to change the chemotherapy treatment since Susanna had side effects, and that caused a cardiac arrest, he said, handing me a piece of paper. And this? I asked, confused. The new chemotherapy treatment must be started as soon as possible, he explained. I was lost in thought for a few seconds, staring at the paper. I need to get more money than I expected, what I have saved isn't enough. Scarlett. The doctor's voice pulled me out of my train of thought. Oh, sorry. Fine, I'll get the money to start the treatment, doctor. Thank you so much for everything. I stood up from my seat and shook his hand, which he took. Where the hell am I going to get more money? Chapter 5. I left the doctor's office feeling very worried. Although I had savings set aside for the treatments, it wasn't enough. Now, with another treatment for my grandmother, the expenses were mounting, adding to the cost of the hospital. In order not to upset my grandfather, I put the note in my bag and tried to appear calm. What did the doctor tell you? My grandfather asked, standing up as soon as he saw me. He just said that the first treatment was discontinued, and now we have another one that we need to start as soon as possible, I explained, remaining calm. What about the hospital? He asked, touching on the subject he wanted to avoid. Don't worry, I'll take care of that for now. You can go get some coffee, Grandpa, and then come home to rest. You must be tired, I suggested. Don't worry about me. I'm fine now. The important thing is that Susanna feels better, he declared, and I gave him a sweet smile, gently pinching his wrinkled cheek. Perfect, then go get the coffee, and I'll take care of the rest. Are we okay with that? Yes, honey. I'll be back in a moment, she said, disappearing down the hall. I only watched her slightly hunched back as she headed toward the cafeteria on the right. I walked from my seat to the billing area to get the hospital bill. I knew it would be a large sum, my grandmother received care at the best health centers in the city, and nothing here was affordable. Life has its price, and every day I struggled to maintain my grandmother's life. Upon arriving at the reception desk, I struck up a conversation with a woman who asked for my information and that of my grandmother. While she tapped away at her computer, I waited nervously, the sound of the keys echoing uneasily in my ears. "Miss, your balance with the hospital is 0. Your bill has been paid," he informed me, leaving me stunned for a few seconds. "How is that possible?" "I haven't made any payments," I protested, questioning the situation. "My grandfather couldn't have done it, since I have no one else to care for me, and my father doesn't even cross my mind, since to him, I practically don't exist. Here's your information, Scarlett Robins. You have no debt with the hospital, the numbers show 0, the bill has been paid," he reiterated, and I was still in shock. "Miss, could you tell me who it was?" I inquired determinedly. I wasn't about to accept this miracle without question. Although I believe in miracles, this angel who intervened must be real, especially considering the large sum of money involved. "That information is confidential, miss. Just know that everything has been cancelled, including a new chemotherapy treatment for the patient, Susanna. This is recorded in the hospital database," he informed her. Was this real? A dream? Had I taken drugs, or what the hell was going on? I was still in shock, trying to process all the information. I couldn't believe it, it seemed impossible. Someone must have taken that responsibility, lifting a huge weight off my shoulders. Although grateful, I longed to know who it was so I could repay them with years of loyalty. I had saved my grandmother's life, as these treatments, which are expensive, would bring her the recovery she so desperately needed. "Are you okay, miss?" the woman asked, pulling me out of my thoughts and back to reality. I blinked repeatedly and looked at her again. "Yes, I'm fine, thank you," I smiled at him and turned my back to leave. My grandfather hadn't returned from the cafeteria yet, so I took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and wash my face with cold water. I went into the bathroom and placed my purse on the counter. I took some tap water in my hands and washed my face. No, I wasn't dreaming. Afterward, I took some tissue from the roll on the wall and patted my face dry. I took some makeup out of my bag to do some touch-ups. When I was finished, I took a deep breath. My mind was restless. I wanted to know who this angel was who had paid that hefty bill and why. I was grateful, but I knew no one did anything for free. If I ever found out who it was, I'd be willing to make it up to them in some way. I briefly closed my eyes, touching my temples. I opened them immediately when I felt a warmth behind me. My eyes widened as I spotted Liam standing behind me, frowning at me. I quickly turned around to face him. My legs felt weak, and my heartbeat was racing. I hadn't told him I was coming to the hospital, as I'd left without warning, and the first thing I warned the girls was not to tell him where I was. However, it seems I'd talked to a rock. "Liam, what are you doing here?" I asked, swallowing. My voice came out weak, and I braced my hands behind me on the counter as he approached with determination. "You left the company without warning," he blurted out, his voice resonating coldly. "What in the world are you doing here?" I ran out of arguments, but I imagine the girls must have told him. "Well?" He moved a little closer to my personal space. "Well, I had to attend to something very urgent. I got a call out of the blue and I couldn't tell you I was leaving. Besides, you had a meeting," I excused myself. "And what's the urgent matter?" he asked, crossing his arms over his chest. "It's personal. I don't want to involve you, but it doesn't matter now, it's settled," I muttered, tilting my head. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, and I was confused. I'd already explained why I left without warning. What thing? You have a sick relative who's in this hospital, he replied. Of course, Olivia or Madison must have told him, and that was precisely what he was trying to avoid. How do you know? I got the information from one of your friends. I didn't believe the story about you suddenly feeling ill, she confessed, and she was almost certain that the one who gave her the information was Olivia, the most vulnerable one. Oh, about that. Weren't you going to tell me? I just didn't want to tell you about my problems. You're my boss, and I wouldn't feel comfortable telling you about this. My grandmother has cancer, and, well, you know, she's hospitalized here. That's all, I explained. Remember, I'm not just your boss, he replied, leaning closer until I felt his breath against my lips. You also share something with me, Scarlett. From now on, don't hide anything from me. Okay. I stared at him, and his angry expression softened. He was now staring at me as intently as ever. Liam, can I ask you something? I asked. A light went off in my head. The hospital bill couldn't have been paid on its own, someone must have. And the only person with enough money who's with me right now is Liam. Something told me it was him. Tell me. It was you, wasn't it? Explain yourself. You paid the hospital bill. The woman at the front desk told me someone covered the expenses for me. Was that you? What if it was me? From his quick response, I could deduce that it was indeed him. Why did you do it? This isn't your concern, Liam. I'm not comfortable with you doing that, I said. I've never depended on a man for money in my life, except when I was a child. Since then, I've been on my own. My father is the director of this hospital, Scarlett. I did some research, and your grandmother needs some very expensive medication, he explained, and I was stunned. Her father is the director of the hospital? Damn, besides being business people, they're also in the medical field. But Liam, I don't feel right about this. You didn't have the money, Scarlett, he interrupted. I don't want you to get involved in anything you shouldn't or worry about it. My father took care of everything. Thank you, but I have to pay you. I can't accept that you just covered that amount of money. I can't, it's simply unacceptable to me, I objected. You're interested in paying me, aren't you? He asked, and I nodded without hesitation. Then you'll be my bed companion when I need it. What do you think? What? You want me to pay you like this, like a whore on duty? No way, I protested, looking at him with disdain. What's wrong with him? Don't get me wrong. I've never seen you that way or even hinted at you being that way, he clarified. It's simply the only way I'll ever be satisfied. Money is no object to me, and if I pay you with work, it would be worthless. I want you. Be my bed partner. But it's easy, Scarlett. We've done it before, and I liked it. Just accept it. You won't have to worry about your grandmother's medical bills or money, he suggested, running his hand through her hair. That way, you'll be with me when I need you, and at the company as both an employee and a boss. What kind of relationship is that? It's a no-strings-attached relationship. You lead your life and I lead mine. We're boss and employee, but we also share intimate moments, she replied. I felt thoughtful and somewhat overwhelmed. This proposal is beneficial to me, even though it involves paying him with my body. While I understand it that way, I don't completely dislike it. At least it's not coming from someone else with unknown intentions. It would be a pleasure to be in his bed, giving myself over and over again. Yet I feel an inner sadness. Liam only desires me physically. I wish there was some feeling toward me, not just sex. He uses my body, and then what? I'm grateful for the opportunity to earn the money needed to cover my grandmother's bill and medications. Furthermore, my grandmother receives quality care at the hospital where her father is the director. It's a small world, and I'm fortunate, but despite everything, I feel an inner turmoil. How long will this last? I asked, raising an eyebrow. For as long as I wish. What? The count isn't infinite, I replied. Don't you like being with me? He asked, frowning. It's not that. I like being with you. It's just that, this is supposed to end any moment, and I'd like to know when. It's important for me to know, I clarified. Liam finished covering the little space left between us. I felt our bodies joined together and so did our lips. We'll be like this for 3 months. Just settle the score with me and we'll continue as usual, he murmured as he left my lips. So little time. I didn't want it to end. If possible, I wanted to stay with him like this for much longer. I wouldn't mind being just his bed companion. Fine, I agree, I said, my gaze to the side, avoiding his. I felt his cold hand gently take my chin, observing my lips, where he planted a kiss that I couldn't reciprocate because of how fast it was. Good girl, he whispered in my ear, see you tonight at my apartment, don't miss it. He finished and left the bathroom, leaving me breathless. I examined myself in the mirror and then shifted my gaze to the sink. I stood there for a few minutes, trying to process everything. I couldn't reveal this to my grandparents or anyone else. It would be a secret between him and me. If it ever got out, it would cause a huge media scandal. It would only be 3 months, as his bed partner and nothing more. He lives his life, I live mine. Is it that simple? I'll pay him back privately for what he paid for me with money. I owe Liam, and I'm not going to take anything for free. I'm not interested in his money at all. It's just that I wasn't in the best of financial circumstances, and he helped me. But it will be in exchange for something. I'm willing, I don't intend to owe him anything. It's for my grandmother's life, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I grabbed my bag and left the bathroom. My grandfather was waiting for me with a coffee, while Liam had already left. I was torn between going to the office or waiting for my grandmother to wake up, but I decided to accompany my grandfather. I'd arranged everything at the office before coming, so Liam wouldn't notice my absence. The hours passed quickly, and the doctor allowed us to see my grandmother. As we entered the room, I hugged her tightly and placed a kiss on her cheek. I'm glad you're feeling better, Grandma, I said, stroking her white hair. I'm fine thanks to you, my girl, and to Orlando's care, she said, smiling weakly. Now the important thing is that you're recovering. You should rest and eat what the doctor tells you to. I will, but tell me how. I know what you're going to ask, so don't worry. I'll take care of the accounts. You don't have to worry about that. You know you have your granddaughter, I interrupted. My grandmother tilted her head and smiled at me. Thank you for everything, daughter, she said as she gave me a hug, which I reciprocated with affection. You don't have to thank me. You're all I have, I said, looking at my grandfather and then back at her. I'd do whatever it takes to make sure you're okay. I spent a long time chatting with them. My grandmother's smile was my greatest joy, and seeing my grandfather happy to see her better filled my heart. During the conversation, I received a video call from Olivia and Madison. I informed them that my grandmother was fine thanks to the prompt medical attention. I took the opportunity to criticize them for speaking out, and they tried to justify themselves by mentioning that Liam had rudely pressured them for information. Although I believed them due to Liam's typical attitude, for once I'm grateful they spoke up. The previous times were a disaster, but I'd rather not remember that. After speaking with them, I received a call from an unknown number. Despite the strangeness, I answered. Well. Hello, beautiful, I immediately recognized Senku's voice. How did you get my number? I'm also glad to hear your voice again, sarcasm crept in. Haha, very funny, now answer. Well. Madison. I got it from her. Of course, I should have guessed. Aren't you happy to hear from your soulmate? You wish you were my soulmate, but I'll let you dream. Ouch, my heart was hurt, I'm dying. And here we go again with the drama. Senku has a peculiar way, I don't know how to describe it, but it's not that unpleasant. His wounded man drama even managed to make me smile. Stop talking nonsense and tell me why you're calling me. I wanted to hear your voice. Is that a crime? If so, I want life in prison. You're so charming. I know, but thanks for the compliment. I accept it because it's from you, and I'm a difficult man. Senku. I love it when you call me that, darling. We should meet sometime so we can have a good chat, what do you think? I don't think so. Why not? Don't be so rude to me. I just want to see those beautiful honey-colored eyes. Grant my wish, and I'll bring down the moon for you if you want. You're amazing, Senku. Oh really? It's sarcasm. You hurt my feelings, how mean. Don't call me again. That means I'll do it. You know I won't leave you alone until we see each other. We only saw each other one night, Senku, don't get infatuated with me. A night that was special for me because I got to taste your lips, and they're exquisite. Besides, it's not a whim, I want to get to know you better and for you to get to know me, too. You stole that kiss from me. Besides, I already told you I like someone else. Stop insisting. I won't stop doing it. I want to go out with you. You said you just wanted to be my friend, nothing more. Fine, we'll go out as friends. I won't do anything you don't want. Will you not stop bothering me? No. Okay, it'll just be one outing, but not today. I'm free on Saturday. Bingo. Don't get excited, just be friends. Does that mean you agree to be my friend? Do you want me to draw pictures or what? I understand, that's a yes. Okay, see you on Saturday. See you, beautiful. I hung up immediately. Madison is a traitor. She was able to give my number to that crazy guy. She wants me to have an affair with him, but I'm not going to give her the pleasure of becoming my Cupid. She succeeded with Olivia, because she's already in love with that Donald, but not with me. My heart has an owner, and it has a first and last name, Liam Brown. Senku is handsome, well-built, and apparently rich, but that's the least important thing to me. I only like one, and I don't want Senku to get his hopes up about me. Even though I've made that clear to him, I know he'll find a way to approach me in other ways. Do you have a partner? My grandmother asked me in a weak voice. I looked at her in surprise because I thought she was sleeping. Oh, no, Grandma, I don't have one. Really? He asked, narrowing his eyes. No, the person I was talking to is just a friend who wants me to go out with him. It's not serious, it's not a relationship or anything like that. So, you're not in love with someone? I remained silent for a few seconds at her question. That word, in love, of course I was. Liam is stuck in my heart, even though he doesn't know about this feeling. Having him near is enough for me, I alone carry this, and it's not a burden to me. I like feeling this way for him. Yes, Grandma, I like someone. And why aren't they together? Because he doesn't know and he doesn't feel the same way about me, so it's one-sided. I see, one-sided love. But do you talk to him? From time to time, I lied, he's a friend. I understand, you should confess sometime. That's what I did with Orlando when I was younger. I thought he didn't love me, and I took the risk of telling him how I felt, and he ended up reciprocating. Not this case, Grandma. This is different. I think it's best to keep it to myself. Think things over. He might feel the same way about you. Trust me, this is an old woman telling you. I'll keep that in mind, Grandma. Thank you. Night fell, my grandmother was asleep, while my grandfather retired home for a rest. I was preparing to head to Liam's apartment, undecided whether to stop by mine first. Since he didn't specify an exact time, I opted for a brief stop at my own apartment to shower, as I'd been neglecting it quite a bit. As I entered the building after getting out of the Uber, a few familiar people greeted me before I entered my own space. Noticing that it was a bit dusty, I remembered how little time I'd had to take care of my home. Now, with Liam constantly looking for me, I have even less time to spend on my own. I checked my watch and saw it was still early. I decided to start by doing a quick cleanup in my small personal space. I started in the living room, then washed the dishes in the sink, dusted the kitchen, and cleaned it up a bit. When I checked the pantry, I noticed it was empty, reminding me how little I cook at home. Most of the time, I prefer to eat out. I inhaled deeply, exhausted by the end, but satisfied as I looked at everything clean and tidy. Now, it was my room's turn. I picked up scattered clothes and heels, scattered across the floor, and dusty areas. Finally, I made the bed. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to sleep in it. As I fell into bed after finishing the cleaning, I felt considerable physical and mental fatigue. Although relieved, I no longer have to worry about money for my grandmother's medications, thanks to Liam. Her improvement also reassures me, especially after the scare of her cardiac arrest. She looks much better now. I fell into a daze, not knowing how much time had passed. When I looked at the clock, it was 8 o'clock. I jumped out of bed and hurried to the bathroom. I took a few minutes to clean myself up, then wrapped myself in a towel and searched for some clothes in my closet. With time ticking by, I was undecided about what to wear. Ultimately, I opted for a floral, knee-length, and lightweight dress. Since my destination was to see Liam, not the office, I avoided anything extravagant. However, I chose a rather sexy pair of red lingerie. I dressed quickly, adjusted my face with a touch of powder and a subtle lipstick, applied perfume, and almost forgot to dry my damp hair. Once I was ready, I slipped on some sneakers, grabbed my purse and keys, and left my apartment like a bat out of hell. In the Uber, I checked my phone and noticed several missed calls from Liam. I swallowed and sighed deeply. I hoped he wouldn't be upset about the delay and keeping him waiting. The Uber took me to the indicated address, which I already knew by heart after 2 visits. As I got out and paid, before entering, I scanned the surroundings to make sure there were no witnesses. I didn't want any scandals if someone discovered us, but luckily, Liam lived in a secluded area and there was no one in sight. I rang the apartment doorbell, since I didn't know the password. The door opened, and those blue eyes stared into mine seriously, as if he were annoyed, which was understandable since I had been asleep for about 2 hours. Feeling him take hold of my arm, he led me inside and closed the door behind me. He placed his hand on the door, cornering me with a darkened gaze. "Do you know what time it is?" he asked, and I nodded like a fool. "Then why did you keep me waiting?" "I don't like waiting." I'm sorry," I stammered nervously. "I was busy and..." No excuses. I don't care if you're busy or not. I like to be punctual and not keep me waiting. I'm impatient, he dictated, grabbing my chin with a frown and a look full of anger. You didn't give an exact time, I countered. Besides, it wasn't by long, was it? I smiled at him and felt his temper lessen. He grabbed me by the neck and gripped my lips intensely, leaving me breathless. He seemed desperate, dominating me as if my body were his need. He thrust his tongue into my mouth and toyed with it inside. I felt my body float in the air as he wrapped his arms around me, continuing to kiss me. We headed to his bedroom, where he laid me down on the bed. I watched him strip off his clothes, revealing his torso, and he threw himself at me. I lay beneath him, slightly shaken. Again, he savagely took my lips, pinning my hands to the bed as he devoured them. His kisses descended to my neck, causing me overwhelming pleasure every time he bit and kissed at will. I love your perfume, it drives me crazy, he whispered in my ear, biting my earlobe. I bit my lower lip in response, his husky, seductive voice completely unbalancing me. I only use it for you, I replied, and as if he'd flipped a switch inside him, he kissed me harder and more intensely. His hands moved up to my thighs, squeezing and leaving his fingers painted. He caressed me while he continued kissing me. I clung to his neck, wanting him to continue kissing me with that overwhelming passion until he couldn't take it anymore. He abandoned my lips and removed my dress, observing me closely as I stood bare, in only my underwear. He was clearly fascinated by the lingerie I had specially chosen for him. Do you like it? I asked, seeing him so entranced looking at me. I love it, he replied, positioning himself between my legs for a better position. I felt his erect bulge brush against my privates, sending a tingle through my body. Multiple gasps escaped my lips as he bit my skin. I loved it when he did it. I could sense the passion with which he took me, his desire and strength, a little wild and rough, but that was exactly what I liked. Before I knew it, I was pinned to the bed. Liam had used his belt to tie my wrists, immobilizing me. Seriously? What's he planning to do? His bare torso faced me, my eyes scanning his slender, shapely figure, the fruit of his dedication to exercise. His white skin felt velvety, his black hair perfectly tousled, and his sea blue eyes reflected power, possession, and dominance. His captivating gaze was able to easily capture curvy prey, and his perfectly lined lips were provocative, a color similar to blood mixed with water. Damn! This man is not of this world. I wet my panties for him, and I can't deny it. He simply captivates me with his gaze, and a simple touch from him dominates me to the point where I consider myself his slave for eternity. Liam, I said agitatedly, do it now. Not yet. I need to feel you, he replied, gradually removing my panties until I was completely naked. My cheeks flushed crimson as he took in my nakedness. His kisses left marked marks on every part of my body, his fingers squeezed my skin, and his bites, although they hurt a little, awakened in me an inexplicable pleasure. He ran wet kisses and licks down my neck, eliciting moans as he stimulated my intimate area. Two enveloping sensations at once as our naked bodies burned on the bed, plunging me into an ecstasy of pleasure. I writhed, and when he descended to my most intimate spot, his mouth and tongue wreaked havoc, moans filling the room. It was an uncontrollable experience. Damn it, Liam, I need you now, I said, tightening the grip on my wrists. He only gave me pleasure, and I, tied up, couldn't touch him. It was torture. I'll give you what you ask for, he whispered in my ear with a mischievous smile, leaving a kiss on my cheek before positioning himself between my legs and adjusting his member at my entrance. Wait, I stopped him. Aren't you using protection? No need, you'll take pills that will prevent pregnancy, he replied in a gasp as he entered me with a single thrust, causing me to let out an unexpected cry. I writhed on the bed, tied up, as he grabbed my hips and thrust quickly and wildly. My moans mingled with gasps, and when I asked him to slow down, he didn't stop. Instead, he grabbed my neck, squeezed lightly, and continued his wild thrusts. "Liamy," I complained, slower. I asked him between gasps, but he ignored my request. "I can't stop, not seeing you enjoy yourself like this. Moan for me," he whispered in my ear, still moving inside me. "You're crazy, I won't do it." I moaned as he thrust harder, getting what he wanted. It wasn't a lie that I enjoyed it, a lot. "Good girl," he said, cupping my neck again and eagerly planting his lips on mine. I reciprocated as he continued his thrusts. His kisses descended to my neck. He took my bound wrists and pressed them against the bed, delivering pleasurable thrusts. He kissed my nipples and bit there, making me moan uncontrollably. This man is a fiery force in bed, a beast. "Now you know who you belong to, Scarlett," he declared in a gasp. Then he wove his fingers into my thick hair, holding me tightly, and pressed his lips to mine again. Despite his roughness, I enjoyed it, especially when he uttered that dominant phrase while he was inside me. His lips grazed my skin, and he left a bite mark on my breast. With both hands, he gripped my hips and thrust hard, releasing a gasp of pleasure until he reached ecstasy inside me. It was an extremely pleasurable experience to feel him inside me and retain a part of him. "Damn, that was great," he said as he collapsed beside me, shaken, while I was left in pain. He unwound my wrists, exhausting me. "You're an animal," I commented, wincing as I tried to move to get out of bed. "Where do you think you're going?" he questioned, grabbing my arm to keep me from getting up. "Where do you think?" "I'm going back to my apartment," I replied, with a hint of annoyance, quite hurt. After all, he'd already had his pleasure, there was no reason for him to stay here. "You're not going anywhere, you're staying with me," he ordered, taking my hips to pull me on top of him, leaving me naked. "What are you doing?" "Put me down, it hurts so much," I complained, trying to push him away. "Was I too rude?" he asked brazenly. "Don't be so cheeky, as if you weren't seeing my condition," I snapped, frowning. "But you liked it, don't deny it," he pointed out, taking my chin and forcing me to look at him. "Well, I did like it," I confessed timidly. "But that doesn't mean anything. My hip hurts." "The night is still young," he said, running his thumb over my lips. "What do you mean?" "You don't think so?" "Yes, you're supposed to be here to please me, and I'm insatiable, well, at least with you. I need more of you," he declared, taking the back of my head to bring me closer to his face and kiss me wildly again. "Wait," I stopped him, abandoning his mouth. I was a little uncomfortable because I was on top of him and could feel his erection against my wet lower body. "Don't resist me." "I don't like it when you do that," he said, squeezing my hip, and I moaned. "You just have to give me what I want. Remember our agreement." "I know, you don't have to remember that," I mumbled, letting out a heavy sigh. "Then take whatever you want. My body is yours for now." "Not right now," he corrected, grabbing my neck to shift our positions, so he was now on top of me. "You're all mine whenever I want, don't forget that." With that, he planted a kiss on my lips, lowered his hand to my thighs, and opened my legs to enter me. "All yours," I told her when my body was screaming for it again, with the same intensity as before. Good to know. Chapter 6. The next morning, I woke up sleepy. I hate houses with windows that let the sun in the morning, blinding me when I open my eyes. I settled into bed, wanting nothing more than to get up, I longed for a full day of rest just for myself. I feel exhausted. Wait. Shit, I muttered, sitting up in bed and covering my bare breasts with the blanket. I looked beside me and Liam wasn't there. How long had I been asleep? I remembered I wasn't in my apartment, but in my boss's. After everything we did last night, I was tired and sore. We did it 3 times, and Liam was always rough. Plus, every time, he tied my wrists and took over my body at will. Aside from that, he kept whispering in my ear that I belonged to him, even telling me I couldn't look at anyone else but him. He was so possessive last night, making me moan several times, and if I didn't, he forced himself on me with some pretty wild thrusts. I didn't know he was so dominant. I sat up slowly, my legs feeling like jelly and the pain in my hip unbearable. I imagined how many marks I had on my body. As I managed to sit on the edge of the bed, I noticed a small note on the nightstand. I picked it up. It read, "I had to attend to something important. I won't be back until tomorrow. I'll call you as soon as I get back." Really? An important matter. Damn, Liam, I thought I'd find you by my side like the other times, and now you leave me a note saying you had something important to attend to and you won't be back until tomorrow. Great. I hate you, Liam. After the way you dumped me last night, you just left me a note, I muttered to myself. I got out of bed, a little disappointed, and wrapped myself in a blanket and went into the bathroom. Oh my God, my legs and hips hurt so much. I dropped the blanket on the floor and looked at myself in the bathroom mirror. I had red marks all over me, Liam's fingers on my hip and butt, my nipples were also marked, and my skin was covered in bite marks. What an animal, I muttered as I stepped into the shower. I took a shower that lasted a few minutes, then I got out wrapped in a towel and put on the clothes that were scattered all over the room. After changing, I fixed my hair a bit and put on my slippers. I tidied the entire room and changed the sheets. It looked amazing, but they had some blood stains on them that were obviously mine. In the dresser, I found a carton of pills. I figured they were the ones I was supposed to take to avoid getting pregnant with Liam. I wished I didn't have to. I took one and left the room, heading for the kitchen where I found my breakfast covered in milk. At least he bothered to do that. I wish I'd found him next to me when I woke up instead of just seeing a note. But anyway, I can't hold Liam accountable. First, he's my boss. Second, we're not in a serious relationship. And third, if I'm in bed with him, it's to settle my debt, even if it sounds bad. That's my reality, a reality we keep secret. So, I can't claim anything from him for those reasons. Although if it weren't for that debt, I'd still be sleeping with him without any kind of commitment, and nothing would change. I ate my breakfast as quickly as I could after checking my watch. Just because Liam is away on business or I don't know where he might have gone doesn't mean I shouldn't go to the office and get on with my work. I have a lot of things to get done before he gets back. I'm swamped with work and always on the clock. I left the apartment and took an Uber. I just had to get home and change my clothes. I had 10 minutes left. Thank you, I said to the gentleman as I got off in front of the building and strode inside, greeting familiar neighbors. Inside my apartment, I searched my closet for my outfit for the day and quickly changed. I touched up with a little makeup, styled my hair a little more, and sprayed on some perfume. Finally, I put on my heels, grabbed my purse, and grabbed my keys. But before I left the apartment, I got a text that said, "Come over for dinner tonight, it's your dad's birthday." That message was from Alicia, my half-sister. Why should I go to that dinner? He's my father, but he doesn't care about me. A few years ago, I thought I had a perfect family. Back then, my father was married to my mother, but everything about our family was just a facade. My mother discovered that my father had another family. He had 2 children with another woman, Alicia and Damian, and that woman, Elena, is now my father's wife. When my mother confronted him, my father didn't deny anything. He claimed he didn't love her, and she knew the marriage wasn't his own choice. She asked for a divorce and left us for her other family. It was then that my mother fell into depression. One day, when I returned from university, I found her collapsed in her room. When I took her to the hospital, the doctors said she had arrived with no vital signs, she had died of respiratory arrest. When my father left us, my mother fell into a state of depression. She wouldn't eat, wouldn't take medication, and sank into a bubble of sadness, and the depression eventually led to her death. My mother died, and I felt more alone than ever. To make matters worse, my father took me to live with my grandparents while he went to live with his other family. He abandoned me, as if he no longer had a daughter. He completely forgot about me. He didn't even attend my mother's funeral because he was with that woman. That's why I hate him and have no intention of fitting into that family. Now, the only ones I care about are my grandparents, who have eased my pain somewhat in my mother's absence. Scarlett. Madison yelled at me, and I jumped in fright. You crazy woman, don't scream like that, I'm not deaf, I growled, coming back to reality. We've been talking to you, you've been acting strange since we arrived, Olivia said, taking a sip of her drink. It's lunchtime after a day of work, and I feel tired, and my aching body isn't helping matters. Since I left the apartment, I've been thinking. I was more focused on work because Liam isn't at the company. I don't know where he is, he hasn't even told me if he's traveling or still in town. But what's distracting me is the matter with my father, or rather, the message Alicia sent me. Although I don't know how she had the nerve, she knows perfectly well that I don't get along with her family. She and her brother stole my father's affection from me, or I don't think there ever was any affection. Guys, I need some advice, I commented, catching both of their attention, as they shoved a bite of food in their mouths, and I hadn't even tasted mine. About what? About our boss. Do you have a partner? Are you dating Senku? Do you want to stop being chased? Madison asked, somewhat charismatic. Is something wrong? Olivia asked, worried. It's about my dad. Alicia texted me this morning inviting me to dinner at her house because it's my dad's birthday. What should I do? He's my dad, but I don't fit in with that family, and you know why. Also, remember that he... No more talk, Madison interrupted, slamming her fist on the table. You don't have to go to that dinner, they're hypocrites. Your father abandons you and pretends you don't exist. Why should you go just because it's his birthday? I advise you not to go, you know you won't be comfortable. Well, I think you should go, Olivia added, a little shyly as always. After all, he's your father, right? Don't lower yourself to their level, just attend out of courtesy since you were invited. But if you don't feel up to going, don't. What matters most is how you feel. The girl's words made me think. I think I better not attend that dinner. What Olivia says is true, what I feel is more important. And now what I'm feeling is sadness because my father reminds me that my mother is no longer with me because of him. If I go to that dinner and join that family, I won't be comfortable, and I feel like I'll let my mother down. I think I'm overthinking things. I'd better not go, that way I'll avoid a bad time. Don't you think so? That's the attitude. Stay where you feel comfortable. Also, look at this point, the one who texted you was your half-sister, not your father. That shows how little he cares whether you go or not, Madison said, shrugging. Well, Madison is right about that, Olivia added. I didn't even remember that today was his birthday, although I don't take him into account in many things since he left me. It's not a big deal, stop thinking about it. All you're doing is bringing the past into your present. You'd better tell us if you know where our boss is. He didn't come into the company today, Madison inquired with a hint of intrigue. Oh, about Leah. I mean, Mr. Liam, I don't know. This morning he left me I cut off my sentence when I realized I almost told them he left me a note at their apartment. What? Madison asked, raising an eyebrow. I mean, this morning he told me he wouldn't be back at the company until tomorrow. I think he's on some important business, I replied, avoiding their questioning glances. And why didn't he bring you into that important matter if you're supposed to be his assistant? Madison asked again, not entirely convinced. I don't know, maybe it's a family matter. Work has nothing to do with it. Stop asking, I declared, annoyed. You're supposed to take care of their family matters too, Madison added again, and I was running out of patience. I hate you now, Madison. If you're so curious, ask him yourself when he gets back. I have nothing to do with it. But you're his assistant. Madison. What? I was just asking. Enough, girls, Olivia intervened patiently. What if Mr. Liam has a partner? Impossible, I said immediately, frowning. The girls all looked at me at the same time. What I mean is, it's impossible for him to have a partner. I mean, we'd know about it through the media, right? That's true, Olivia muttered, downplaying it. What if he hides it? Madison concluded. I don't think so. Why would I do that? Olivia countered. Well, maybe he wants privacy and not to be harassed by the press. There are plenty of reasons for a man as important as him to hide his love life, Madison replied. The conclusions the girls are jumping to about Liam are making me think, but I don't think he's in a relationship. I've only been with him, or I'm not sure, but Liam would tell me if he's with another woman. And if he was with someone else, he wouldn't be with me as his bed partner. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Madison's questions made me nervous, and now what they're saying about Liam just because he didn't come to work today is making me anxious. What does that have to do with him having another woman? What if it's true? Girls, we should get back. Lunch is over, I suggested, getting up from the table. What a party pooper. The boss isn't home, Madison complained, pouting. I think you forgot about the vice president, Olivia reminded, picking up her purse that was lying on the table. Fine, Madison muttered through gritted teeth. I need a vacation. We returned to the office after lunch to continue with the next day. Now that Liam wasn't at the company, I could work without getting nervous. He always calls me into his office, and we end up doing something completely unrelated to work. However, I won't deny that I've missed him. We saw each other last night, but he wasn't part of this day. I think I'm getting used to him pretty quickly. When I'm at work, my phone vibrates, and I see that I've received a message. Remember our departure tomorrow. That's what the message said, and it was from Senku, since I'd saved his number. I don't know why I did that, but anyway, that wasn't the point. I'd completely forgotten. Was it going to be Saturday so soon? Yeah, I didn't even realize what day it was when I told her we'd be hanging out on Saturday. Anyway, Liam hasn't called me, and tomorrow, since I have the day off, I don't want to spend it alone in my apartment. Even though Liam said in the note that she'll be back tomorrow, she didn't tell me what time. He'll call me, like he left written in that note, so I'll be able to fulfill Senku's outing and be with Liam if he deigns to call or come back. I hate him because he just disappears and doesn't tell me where. It's time for staff to leave, and since I have no plans for tonight, I thought I'd check on my grandmother's house. I felt strange today because I didn't see Liam. I feel like there's something different about me, maybe it's a disorder or just a need to be with him. I miss him so much and I should address these intense feelings. Wow! Look who's here. I heard Madison say excitedly as we left the company. Outside, a car was parked. Was it Donald's? I think he's coming for you, Olivia, I commented, glancing at her. Olivia's cheeks were flushed and she looked surprised. Maybe she hadn't expected to see him, or maybe she did know he was coming for her. Donald. She murmured under her breath. Noticing us watching him, he approached with a sweet, transparent smile. Good night, ladies, the handsome man greeted. He planted a kiss on Olivia's cheek, leaving her face even redder than it already was. Well, what did I miss? Madison asked with a mischievous smile, exchanging glances with Olivia and Donald. Oh, nothing. I'm just here to pick up Olivia. I owe her a night out, but don't get your hopes up, you naughty girl, he joked, touching the back of her neck. Was he nervous? Sure. A way out, huh? That's how it starts. Don't tell me you're already rid of that lame woman you had, Madison commented, and I pinched her arm for being so reckless. Will you be discreet? I spoke sternly in a low voice, making Olivia and Donald look uncomfortable. I didn't say anything wrong, I just wanted to know. Madison excused herself, pouting and crossing her arms over her chest. No, I'm still with her, but she's studying, so... You're here for fun, Madison interrupted. Don't worry. I already told you that girl isn't right for you. If she doesn't know how to take care of her man, she'd better stay alone and buy a dildo, simple as that. Madison. I growled irritably. What an indiscreet woman. She can't keep quiet. Instead of helping, she makes everything worse. Fine, I'll shut up. You can't just give your humble opinion anymore. Phew, what's up, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Sorry, Donald, this girl has no control, I apologized. Donald smiled amusedly, dismissing the situation. Don't worry, I know what Madison's like, he declared, looking at her amused. She rolled her eyes, shifting her gaze in another direction. Well, then, I'll leave you. I have a commitment to my man, I do give him what he needs, Madison said sarcastically, the damned girl still dropping hints. Then I'll leave you too. I'll go to Grandma's house, have a good time. I said goodbye to them and took an Uber to my grandma's house. I can't believe Liam hasn't called me all day. Should I? I don't think it's a good idea. He doesn't have to do it, nor do I have the right to demand it. But how frustrating this situation is. Olivia. My legs are shaking, my heart is racing. I never imagined he'd come for me today, and now I find myself at a loss for words. Words just don't flow when I'm with Donald. We're in his car, and he looks incredibly attractive, focused on the wheel. He's humming a song and bobbing his head to the beat. I glance at him out of the corner of my eye, and when he catches me looking, I shyly look away. The first time I saw Donald at that bar Madison invited us to, I fell head over heels for him. Our eyes met as we walked in, and I felt like the world stopped when I saw him sitting there. He didn't take his eyes off mine, and neither did I. He was the first to strike up a conversation with me. We talked about ourselves as if we'd known each other forever, the trust flowed so naturally that even I was surprised. However, when it came to the subject of relationships, I was disappointed. Donald told me he had a girlfriend, and my hopes were dashed. When we danced on the dance floor, I felt like I was in heaven. Can a person fall in love at first sight? I believe so, because I'm one of those people. I fell in love with Donald that very night. Although we got along well from the moment we exchanged words, I knew he already had a crush. So, all I could do was maintain a distant stance emotionally. Donald doesn't help at all to dispel this feeling. After that night, he and I have been in touch. I remember Donald making the first call. We talked until very late, and, surprisingly, he even sends me good morning texts in the morning. Is that normal? Scarlett advised me not to fall in love with a committed man, but it was too late. My feelings developed against my will, and being around Donald the way we are now makes it impossible for me not to look at him differently. Last Saturday, he invited me to dinner, but something came up, and I guess it was with his girlfriend. That's why we postponed it. He said he owed me a night out. It took me by surprise that he was here today to keep his promise. I don't understand why Donald behaves this way toward me when he has a girlfriend. He treats me like a special person, and it makes me think a lot, but I don't want to get my hopes up. Maybe he just sees me as a good friend, and that's why he does it. Even though I like the way he treats me, I know it's wrong because he's already with someone else. However, it's unavoidable. I can't say no, I can't turn him down when he asks me out. There's a certain affection on his part, even if it's like a good friendship, and I can't reject that. To me, it's valuable, even if it sounds stupid. What's on your mind, darling? Donald asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. Did he just call me darling? Oh, nothing, just a few minor things, I said, staring out the window. I can't stand looking into his eyes. I'm swooning over how handsome and charming he is. Are you sure it's nothing? Don't you feel comfortable being with me anymore? You seem distant, you don't even look at me when you talk, he asked. I still wasn't looking at him, my nerves were on edge. Why didn't he tell me he was coming to pick me up? That way I could have mentally prepared myself. Donald stopped the car when he saw I wasn't responding. I was surprised and even more nervous. Right now, I don't want to be here with him. I don't want it to slip my mind that I like him, and that's why I'm acting strange. His mere presence drives me crazy. Hey, Donald grabbed my chin and forced me to look at him. He stood very close. I can't handle this. Don't you want to be with me? Aren't you comfortable with me? I thought we were getting along. No, it's not that, I replied immediately, and this time I actually looked at him. I told you I was just thinking. It has nothing to do with you. So why aren't you looking at me? And I can tell you're distant too. Is something wrong? He asked worriedly. It's okay, I don't look at you because I have no reason to. Damn. Is that an answer? I'm an idiot who doesn't even know how to express myself in front of the person I like. Don't you have reason to look at me? I didn't know that existed. It's normal to look at people when you're talking, especially if they're the only one present. I think you should. What are you thinking about? He interrupted. Are you with someone else and don't know how to tell me? What? Why do you say that? I'm not with anyone. What did he just say to me? How could he possibly think that? Besides, why should I tell him whether I'm with someone or not? If I were with someone, my legs wouldn't be shaking right now just from feeling him so close. So, if you're not with someone, what do you think about? Is that important? I'm just distracted, that's all, it doesn't really matter. But it is for me. I'd like to know what you think or how you feel about me. I feel great being with you. Don't make a big deal out of it. Besides, I already told you it has nothing to do with it. Aren't I in your thoughts? He interrupted. What did he just ask? Donald is acting weird today. Why do you ask that? Well, never mind, I'll take you to a good restaurant I know instead, he finished and returned to his post, giving me a small smile. What just happened? He questions me and suddenly says it doesn't matter. Being around him is getting harder and harder for me. Right now, I hate Madison for introducing us. At least the stupid girl got me to fall in love with Donald, but I didn't know he had someone else. Good job, Cupid. Donald kept his promise and took me out to dinner, choosing exquisite dishes that I knew from my previous mention. In a short time, he's learned a lot about me, while I barely know the basics about him. He lives alone, he's a shareholder, his mother is deceased, his father is abroad, and he has a girlfriend. That last part is the one I like least. Those simple things are all I know about him. Did you enjoy dinner? He asks as we leave the restaurant. Sure, I enjoyed it all. Thank you, I reply with a small smile. Then I'll take you home. You must be tired, he offers, taking my arm. He opens his car door and I get in, my body shudders at the feel of his warm touch. I remain silent during the ride, with no arguments or topics of conversation. Being with him makes it difficult to think about anything else. Donald monopolizes my attention. The car parks in front of my building. Donald gets out first and opens the door for me, demonstrating his gentlemanly demeanor. There's nothing I don't like about him. Thanks for everything. See you another time, I say as I close the door. Wait, he stopped me, can I come in with you? What? Do you want to come in? Yeah, it's just that it's early, and well, I'll be lonely. You're the only one I can talk to. What a liar. You have your friends and your girlfriend. They are not you. I was speechless for a few seconds. Aren't they me? Am I more important? Okay, you can come in, I say as I open the door, trying not to think about what he just told me. I close the door behind me once we're inside. I don't know if he's used to luxuries and if my apartment seems too small for him. Do you want something to drink? I offer, leaving my bag on the table. Of course. Is the wine okay? More than fine. I nod and head to the kitchen. I look for a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. When I come back, I see him holding a photograph of me. You're very beautiful, he comments, still looking at the photo. Oh, thanks. My ex-boyfriend took that photo of me, he's a photographer, I reply, pouring the wine into the glasses. Why do you keep it? Because they were good memories, and I look good there. That photograph is special. Do you still think about him? This time he looks at me as I hand him the glass of wine and sit down next to him. Not really. He's in the past. We broke up about 2 years ago, but it was the best relationship I've ever had. I don't regret anything. Why did they break up? We had our differences. He had to go abroad to pursue his dreams. He wanted me to go with him, to leave everything behind, but I refused. I couldn't do that, my life was already fulfilled. So, we broke up so we wouldn't hurt each other. He would be away from me, and I would be away from him. I don't think we were meant to be, but it was a lovely time being his girlfriend. I took a sip from my drink after finishing my story. Donald also took a sip from his, but in one gulp. He was silent for a few seconds, staring into space. Did I say something wrong? Are you okay? I ask, putting my glass aside. Olivia, he says, still staring into space, don't think about him. That? With a swift movement, Donald jumps out of his seat and lunges at me on the couch. His body is on top of me and between my legs. I freeze, staring at him in surprise. What are you doing? I ask in a whisper. Olivia, don't reject what I'm going to do now, he tells me, but I don't understand what he's trying to say. Of course, I didn't understand it at the time, but I did later, when he caressed my cheek and his gaze fell on my lips. Our breaths were so close, I could feel his heartbeat, and he felt mine too. My gaze fell on his. I wanted to kiss them, I wanted to experience what it felt like to explore his mouth. His hand rested on the back of my head, tangling his fingers in my hair. Then, I felt the wetness of his lips as they met mine. Donald is kissing me. Donald was desperate. I felt the pressure of his body against mine, his lips interlocking passionately, shortening my breath. He cupped my face in his hands, intensifying the moment. His tongue entered my mouth, and although I tried to resist, I responded without being able to help myself. My lips feel like they're melting against his, every part of me giving in to the warmth that courses through my body. Tasting his lips feels better than I imagined. Will you stop? I say when he finally pulls away and presses his forehead to mine. You know you can't resist it, you wanted it too, he replies against my lips. I don't want to complicate things further, I say, unconsciously caressing her cheek. I watch her close her eyes for a few seconds and then pull my hand away. It's inevitable, Olivia, you know it well. But you have a girlfriend. I don't want to be anyone's plaything, especially not in the middle of your current relationship, I say. Donald lets out a sigh and pulls away, sitting up on the couch. I know, but the situation with Betty isn't exactly great, he comments, somewhat disappointed. At that moment, I realize I'm his escape from his problems with her. Is that so? You only come to me because things aren't going well with her. When she leaves you alone and doesn't have time for you, you just come to me and ask me out. I question with some anger. No, Olivia, don't see it that way. How do you expect me to see it? You just kissed me. Why did you do that if you know you have a partner by your side? It's not fair what you're doing. I'm not messing with you, I just got carried away because you were only talking about him, and I don't know, Are you talking about my ex? I interrupt, frowning. Yeah, you only mentioned him when you were already over, it bothered me and I just couldn't help but kiss you, I'm sorry. Is that all you did? I can't believe it. I was just talking to you about him because it was a nice time for me, but that doesn't mean I'm still in love with my boyfriend of 2 years. Now you kiss me and give me that excuse. How pathetic you are, Donald. Don't be mad, Olivia, I just. Don't do it again, Donald. I don't want to be your toy. We've already crossed boundaries, we have a pretty intimate relationship, and I think you know it's not right when you have a girlfriend. I think. No, Olivia, I won't walk away from you. I don't see you as my toy, I never have. This just happened out of nowhere, he interrupted, taking my face in his hands. Suddenly, I said ironically. Well, let it not happen again. Let's maintain the appropriate distance, just a friendship without intimacies. Don't come to me alone when things are bad with your girlfriend and try to vent this way. You'll hurt me if you continue. Olivia, he said my name, still holding my face in his hands, I don't want to keep my distance from you. Being with you makes me feel good, and believe me, I'm not using you. I've always approached you with good intentions. Betty has nothing to do with us. But there's no us, Donald, and I don't want to get in the way of your relationship. What you just did is a betrayal of your girlfriend. I already feel guilty enough, I don't want to continue this. End it before it escalates any further. I don't want to end it, Olivia. You know I can't, he said, leaning closer to my face. His hand moved down to my lips and caressed them with the pad of his thumb. Please, Olivia, it's inevitable. His breathing grew even closer, and I felt entranced by his husky yet soft voice. I unconsciously closed my eyes, feeling his touch on my face. Then, I experienced the wetness of his lips meeting mine. He was kissing me again, and once again, I couldn't push him away. This time, he was softer but more passionate, more delicate but eager. My back pressed back against the couch, and Donald adopted the same position as before, climbing on top of me while continuing to kiss me. I don't know how we got to this point, but it actually feels pretty good. His body weighed heavily on mine, occupying all the space. My hands circled his neck, and that's when Donald deepened the kiss, thrusting his tongue into my mouth to meet mine. His hands rested on my hips, applying pressure, and I shuddered at the firmness down there. Donald was aroused, very aroused. His kisses descended to my neck. I tilted my head back to give him access, and then he kissed me passionately. A moan escaped my lips as he bit me, his hands moving up my legs, enjoying every touch too much. His caresses made my mind go blank and my body melt in his arms. He seized my lips again, continuing to explore them. His gasps echoed in my ears. He wanted to possess me, and I was eager. However, I snapped back to reality. Donald is a man who has another woman, he's in a relationship. If I go through with this, I'll become his mistress. Although now that we're kissing and he's touching me, the difference is minimal. But still, I don't want to be the cause of a breakup. Donald is cheating on his girlfriend with me, and that's the reality. So, I can't do it. Stop, Donald, I ask him, and he stops, looking at me in confusion. What's happening? I can't do this, I'm not ready. Are you chaste? No, I'm not. You know there's already been a man in my life, but that's not the point. I can't have relations with you, not like this. We need to stop this. Do you want to stop what's already started? We can't be friends like we used to and pretend none of this happened, Olivia, because it did. But you know it shouldn't have happened. Don't get me wrong. We have to keep our distance. No, he said, taking my chin in his, there will be no distance. This was something we both wanted. Was I the only one who enjoyed it? It wasn't just you, it was me too, I replied, turning my face away. But you're forgetting one important detail. This isn't just about us. You have a girlfriend, and you don't like me. None of this can happen overnight. Look at me, he grabs my chin again. Don't talk like that. Betty has nothing to do with this. It's just you and me. I don't want to be like this with you, not like this. I think it's best if you go. I pulled away from him and stood up from the couch. Wait, he grabbed my arm as well, standing up. Is this what you want? It is what it should be. I'm not in a position to be the other, I replied with disappointment. Donald isn't willing to leave his girlfriend for me, and I think he's already figured out I like him. I don't understand why he's doing this to me if he knows about my feelings without me telling him. It's very obvious, and it's not fair for me to take this place. Fine, then I'll stay away from you if that's what you want, he says, letting go of my arm. I don't want you to leave me, I corrected her. But if you're saying we can't be friends after what happened tonight, and you're trying to be with your girlfriend, it's better to distance ourselves. I don't want to be the third wheel in a relationship. Don't expect me to be your lover. Is that so? Do you think I see you as a game? You say I don't like you, you make things more difficult. That's not how it is. You have a girlfriend. What do you want me to think? How do you want me to feel? Do you want me to just accept it? To kiss me and then run into her arms? To come to me only when you're alone? This isn't what I want, Donald. We've only been seeing each other for days. You can't just come and demand that I accept this. Besides, you've never said you like me. I wouldn't believe it if you're with her either. So just forget it. Fine, you win. Let's just have a friendship like before this kiss, or not. I think it should be more distant. The previous one was too intimate, so be it. With that, he left my apartment a little upset, although I don't think it was him who should be upset, but me. What's up with Donald? He comes and kisses me out of nowhere. Does he want me to be with him, being the second best when he's with his girlfriend? I refuse. I won't opt for that position, and if things have to be this distant with him, so be it. Besides, we've only been seeing each other for a few days, on outings and phone calls, something very intimate, but he's never mentioned that he likes me, quite the opposite. He's often talked to me about his girlfriend. It's clear he even cares for her a lot. So I don't understand his behavior. Chapter 7. Scarlett. God, it's so early. Today should be my day off, but my phone keeps ringing, and I don't want to get out of bed. However, I was startled when I remembered Liam would be calling me. My disappointment was palpable when I saw Senka's name lit up on the screen. How unbearable. It seems Liam has no intention of calling me. I haven't heard from him since yesterday. I understand he had something important to attend to, but he didn't let me know if it would be out of town or a family matter. Maybe he doesn't do it because he doesn't see the need, but he still has no right to call or text me. I'm nothing more than his bed partner, and I shouldn't get my hopes up about him. Everything is clear between us, and I know where I stand. What the hell do you want? It's too early. Wow, I'm so glad to hear from you too, darling. Don't make me angry, Senku. Well, princess, I remind you that today I'm stealing your entire day for myself. Besides, it's not early, it's 10 in the morning and you're still sleeping. Oh, wow, I fell asleep, but you said it was just an outing. You're talking about a whole day. Do you have anything to do today? Well, not really. See? You can have fun with me today. I'll spoil you, I swear you won't regret it. Go on, go out with me today, I'll bring you back safe and sound. Okay, I'll go. Tell me where to meet. I'm in front of your building, I'll wait for you downstairs. Or if you want, I can come up and help you get dressed. Were you counting the hours? Actually, the minutes. You're a pain. Besides, how do you know where I live? We haven't talked in depth, and I haven't mentioned it. Well, that's what friends are for. Madison, I swear I'll kill her. So what do you say? Should I go up or stay here? Stay there, don't you dare come up or I'll kill you. I'll be down in a few minutes. Okay, doll. Madison, what kind of friend is she? She wants me to be with that annoying guy, she gives him my number and address, she's a bad Cupid. Although I have nothing to do today. Yesterday I went to my grandparents' house and had dinner with them so I wouldn't feel so alone in this apartment, but today I have no one. I've been waiting for Liam's call, but he won't deign to call, and I'm not going to either. I don't know if that will bother him. I dropped my phone on the table and quickly jumped in the shower. That idiot didn't tell me he'd be home early. It's 10 o'clock, so that's early for me. After a few short minutes, I leave the bathroom wrapped in a towel and look for some clothes in the closet. I choose a light dress, then add whatever else matches my outfit. I don't have to dress so elegantly when I'm out of the office. Once I was ready, I grabbed my purse, phone, and keys. I went out and took the elevator, so it would be faster to get downstairs. And of course, I went outside, and there was Senku, leaning against his luxurious car, waiting for me. When he saw me, he gave me a mischievous smile and examined me from head to toe, and I don't think I even needed clothes because now I feel naked. "You look beautiful, Scarlett," he praises, approaching me, cupping my chin. This man has become bold, and this is only the second time we've met. "Stop looking at me like that, it seems like you're trying to undress me with that perverted look," I tell him, taking my face away from his hands. "Hey," he says, leaning down to my eye level, it's worth noting that he's a bit taller than me. "You smell great. I love that perfume." Senku moves too close, there's no space between us anymore. His face moves closer to my neck, inhaling my scent and tickling me with his nose. "What the hell are you doing?" I question, pushing him away from me and placing my palms on his chest. He takes 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance. "Well, I feed on your perfume, it's intoxicating," she answers with a mischievous smile. "Don't make me regret going out with you," I say, crossing my arms over my chest. "Okay, I'll control myself, at least for now." "Please, madam." He opens his car door, inviting me in with a friendly gesture. This guy has many facets. I got into his car, and I got the impression he was also a wealthy man. Why do I always end up running into men like that? Should I feel lucky? Not at all, I don't think so. "What do you do for a living?" I ask. Senku glances at me before looking straight ahead as he drives. "I'm a business owner, can't you tell?" "Oh, I see. You want to get to know me better because you're already interested," he replies, still in that annoyed tone. "I'm just asking out of curiosity. Stop imagining things. Besides, you're not the first well-off man I've met. That's why I'm asking. I hope you're not a jerk," I emphasize indifferently. "Have you dated other men like me?" "Don't put it like that, it sounds bad." "And no, I've only dated one, but there are many like you in my work circle. That's why I was curious, don't get me wrong." Senku falls silent for a moment, staring straight ahead with an expressionless face. What's he thinking? Was he hurt because I don't think of him the way he wants? I've been clear about my feelings from the start, I've made it clear to him that I like someone else. And I've noticed that Senku has looked at me differently since the first day we met. I hope he values you, but if he doesn't, you come to me, I will, he says suddenly, looking at me and giving me a mischievous smile, always present on his face. What do you mean? I ask, confused. It doesn't matter, just tell me what you want to eat, I'll take you wherever you want. He changes the subject, but I feel intrigued, sometimes I want to know what he's thinking. With that phrase, he refers to someone, implying that if the person I like doesn't value me, he will be there for me instead. Does that mean that even if I'm not attracted to Senku, he's willing to wait for me? We'll go anywhere, it's your decision. I'll be fine with that, I reply, leaning my head back against the window. The enveloping scent of Senku's car is soothing, I think it's his perfume. Fine, honey, as you wish, he replies, amused. Senku is always like this, charismatic. Since I met him that night at the bar, I've rarely seen him with a serious face. He always keeps a smile on his face and takes things in stride. It's a very interesting side of him. We arrived at the restaurant and took one of the first tables. Senku ordered the menu on my behalf. I don't really have any culinary preferences, even at the supermarket I buy a little bit of everything. Do you like this place? She asks me with a sweet smile. Why doesn't he stop doing that? Yes, I really like it. I haven't been to a restaurant in a while, my job barely leaves me time, and well, I don't have anyone to go with, I tell him. The reality is, I couldn't go out with Liam to a restaurant. It would be a media scandal if the owner of the Brown Company was dating his personal assistant. Besides, he's not serious about me, I'm just settling a debt. However, if it weren't for that, we'd also be in a somewhat intimate, non-committal relationship, as we'd already been involved before this arrangement. But now you have me, I can be your company, Senku says with a hint of flirtation. Well, if you say so, I shrug, dismissing it. I rest my elbow on the table and the back of my neck rests on my hand, looking away from Senku because I know he's watching me and won't look away. It's uncomfortable. You're beautiful, he murmurs. Oh. Nothing. I stared at him curiously when he looked away. Senku is undoubtedly attractive. He's tall, with brown hair and very clear, bright brown eyes. His notebook-shaped haircut gives him extra appeal, and his Roman nose and thin lips make him completely perfect. He must have a lot of people after him, excluding me. Do you like what you see? He asks, and I react immediately. He caught me staring shamelessly. He just wanted to take a look, nothing fancy. Only. You're not the only one who's left admiring my beauty, he interrupts me with a hint of satisfaction. Oh, come on, don't be self-centered. I was just taking a look, you're right in front of me, and it's inevitable not to look at you, I excuse myself, a little embarrassed. Okay, let's leave it there because I don't want to make you angry, he gives in to me, that was satisfactory. Your menu has arrived, the waitress informs her and places everything on the table. That really looks delicious, pancakes with honey and blueberries, egg, bacon, toast and orange juice, a perfect healthy breakfast. Do you like it? Senku asks me to make sure. Of course, it looks delicious, I reply, satisfied. I don't even have time to make one of these dishes in my apartment. Then enjoy your meal, he says, bringing the first bite to his mouth. I won't deny it, this isn't so bad. Hanging out with Senku has distracted me a bit, though I'm still worried because Liam hasn't called me yet. I just try not to have it on my mind all the time, it's becoming a terminal illness for me. After breakfast, I had to argue with Senku at the restaurant because he wanted to pay the bill alone. Obviously, I wasn't going to let him, but he won, saying, I invited you, I'll pay. And that's how he won. We're in his car now, but I don't know where he'll take me. I'll be with him all day. How much can we do? Am I boring to him? Where are you taking me? I ask without looking at him, because I know he's focused on the wheel. I don't know, do you want to watch a movie? Didn't you have anything planned? It's more fun not to plan anything. I want to take you wherever you want. Like, to an amusement park. Amusement park. Yeah, let's go, it'll be fun. I liked going there when I was a kid. We're just going to fill our eyes with what our childhood once was. Sounds perfect. That's my girl. I didn't correct his last sentence because I know it'll be useless. Senku is a good man. I can see that he's very down-to-earth, and his personality is sweet and fun, something a woman can desire in a man. He can be obnoxious at times, but he wouldn't be Senku if he didn't have that attribute. As he said, Senku took me to the amusement park. It was full of children, couples buying gifts for their children and cotton candy, and there were rides that looked really fun, plenty of entertainment for anyone who'd had a bad day. Senku bought me candy like I was a little girl, and we played together on machines I didn't even know how to use, but he taught me. We saw clowns juggling, kids having fun on swings, and running around the park. It was a pleasant atmosphere. After the amusement park, he took me to see a movie like he'd suggested before, but the idiot chose a horror movie. I hate those movies, I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to scare me when Mom watched them, and that's why I hated them. I had to take Senku's hand several times when a terrifying scene was shown. He would squeeze it and close his eyes. I know Senku was amused to see me like this. He even offered me a seat on his lap. How opportunistic, that was his plan. We spent the whole day like this, visiting several places, including a flower shop. He gave me flowers and also took me to a museum. Obviously, I don't know anything about that, so I listened to him explain for a long time. I must say I wasn't bored at all. What he explained was interesting. It's nighttime now, and I'm standing in front of a building that looks pretty luxurious compared to where I am. What are we doing here? You didn't tell me we were coming to this building. Besides, it's already dark. Can't you get enough of me or something? What is this place? I ask. I wasn't going to be left wondering. What if, after a day together with no sign of taking advantage, or maybe just a little, he wants to do something else to me? I live here, he answers when we get out of the car. And why am I here? Because I'm going to invite you inside. Have a glass of wine with me. First, you didn't ask me if I wanted to. Second, how do I know you won't do anything to me? Third, you've already had the opportunity and invited me to many things. Another thing, I don't want anyone to misunderstand. But it's already nighttime. Just spend this little time with me. Besides, you're single and I'm single. No one has any reason to complain or reproach you. We're two completely free adults, and I'm not going to do anything to you. If I wanted that, I would have planned it from the beginning when I had the chance. Fine, I believe you. I'll go in with you, I gave up. Anyway, Senku has been very attentive to me today. I can't refuse that little invitation. I walked with him into that imposing building, and inside everything was beautiful, obviously luxurious. I think I've gotten used to seeing that with Liam. Speaking of Liam, I didn't get a call from him all day. Even though my phone died now, he didn't call me or even text me. I don't think he's coming back today, or maybe he's here but unavailable for me. We took the elevator that would take us to the 10th floor. That was the number I saw pressed. I felt Senku's gaze on me again. He couldn't stop staring. Throughout the entire day we spent together, he'd been relentlessly inspecting me. I think I'd gotten used to that, too. We got off the elevator when it stopped at the indicated floor. Senku stopped in front of a numbered door and inserted a card. It made a small click and opened instantly. As I expected, this man lives like a king, just like Liam, in a luxurious apartment with all the amenities. Please make yourself comfortable, he instructed me. I placed the bouquet of flowers he'd given me and my purse on a small table before taking a seat on the couch. Your apartment is very nice. Do you live alone? I ask, as he searches the kitchen for wine and glasses. Yes, I live alone, I hear someone say from the kitchen. I suppose this is where you receive your companions, I commented. No, this is my personal space and I don't share it with anyone, he stated as he placed the 2 glasses on the table. Then he sat down next to me. So why did you bring me? Because you're not nobody, you're special, he said with a wink, then poured the wine and handed me a glass. Oh, special, I said, taking a sip of wine. I won't go overboard with the alcohol, I'm not a drinker. Last time, I ended up badly, almost falling victim to someone I'd shared an amazing day with. You don't understand it yet, but you've been special ever since that day, Scarlett, he confesses, letting out a sigh. I don't want the conversation to go that way. Senku, I already told you that. I know, he interrupts. You like someone else, and that person is your boss. I nearly choked on my wine when I heard, "Your boss." What the hell? How does he know that? What did you say? That's not. I understand, he interrupts again. I know I'm like a stranger to you because this is only the second time we've met, but you can trust me. I'm not a bad person, and from that day we left the bar and your boss found you, I knew this was the man you liked. Am I that obvious? You were like that in front of me. You got nervous, you looked at him differently, and I could tell there was something going on between you. As a boss, I wouldn't follow one of my employees, or make complaints, or get jealous if she was with someone else, unless I had some kind of relationship with her. So you know. I said, somewhat embarrassed, wondering what he would think of me. Don't worry, Scarlett. It's your personal life, and I'm not one to interfere. Also, don't feel bad, you're a good woman. I hope he appreciates you. I also know your boss is a public figure, so don't worry about anything. It's your secret, and I'm keeping it with you. Thanks, I say, somewhat sadly. But he and I aren't in a serious relationship. It's just a casual thing that won't go anywhere. And why are you still with him? You should already know the answer, I muttered softly. I couldn't tell him the real reason I'm repaying a debt by being his bed partner. Senku would see me differently, perhaps as a woman without dignity. But that's not the real reason I'm with him. The truth is, I love Liam, and I'm capable of being this way with him just to have him by my side. Liam wouldn't consider a serious relationship with his assistant, it would be more of a no-strings-attached connection. After the agreed-upon time has passed, we'll just be employee and boss. I don't know if he'd want to continue the same relationship we had before I was in debt to him. I understand, you want it, Senku understands, taking a sip from his cup. That's how it is. Senku and I finished that entire bottle of wine while talking about topics other than my personal life. Sometimes talking about it makes me feel bad, but it's because I'd like something more serious with Liam, not just being his bed partner. I'm worried that after I meet the deadline to pay him, he'll pull away or lose interest. I've held on to him too tightly. Before I met him, I was already in love with Liam just from seeing him in photographs. Now that I have the opportunity to be around him, my love for him has grown even more. It's a feeling I can't, and never will, control. Oh, come on, I feel sick already, I complained as I slumped back onto the couch, finishing the new glass of wine Senku had given me, in addition to the bottle we had already finished. This time it was you who wanted to drink more, I didn't encourage you, Senku washed his hands, and yes, it was true, this time it was me who wanted to drink. Maybe talking about Liam affected me a little. Okay, I admit it, but let me tell you, this day was amazing, I said, eyes closed. I think I'm drunk now. Was it? Of course, I had a lot of fun. I needed it. Thank you, I said in a lower voice, as if I was falling asleep. Hey, I heard Senku say. I'm not responsible for what happens now if you keep this up. I said I wasn't going to control myself for long. Do what you want, I stammered, dismissing it. What the hell did I just say? I should have thought of this sooner. I was sitting on the couch with Senku, but at one point I felt something heavy on top of me. I wrinkled my nose as my body slid down onto the couch completely. I didn't have the will to get up, and I didn't care if I was in Senku's apartment. A warmth took over my body, but it was because someone else was already on top of me. I even felt my legs open and he moved between them to sit up. Then, a cold hand caressed my cheek, and still, I didn't deign to open my eyes. I didn't even have the strength for that. Scarlett, when I heard the voice, I knew it was Senku. So I slowly opened my eyes and realized his face was just a few inches from mine, but I still didn't move away. "Ah. Can I do anything with your permission?" he asked, playing with a strand of my hair. "Just not sleeping with you, you know that." "Sure, I know," he interrupted, placing his index finger on my lips. "I won't do anything you don't want." His words were a whisper. He removed his finger from my lips and looked down at them, eager to devour them. When I looked at him, something strange happened. I didn't see Senku, but Liami. What the hell is going on? I see him, my Liami. When I felt the moisture on my lips, Senku was already joining them with his own. It was a gentle touch, but he connected his lips completely with mine. I was still seeing Liami's face instead of Senku's. In an unconscious act, I placed my hands on Senku's neck and we shared the deepest kiss. He responded in kind, his tongue meeting mine. I was enjoying it, but only because I pictured Liami. I saw his gestures as he took my lips so eagerly, sometimes leaving them swollen. His large hands took over my body, and the lustful way he did it aroused an even greater desire in me. I snapped out of my fantasy when I felt a bite on my neck. Senku bit me, and I moaned, but I soon realized it wasn't Liami. The effects of the alcohol were making me see unreal things. "Stop," I told Senku before he kissed me again. "I couldn't do it, that wasn't Liami." Senku stopped and smiled sweetly at me, caressing my cheek. Then, he got off me and helped me sit on the couch. I touched my temples, trying to come back to reality. I couldn't do this to Liami or Senku. I love Liami, but I don't love Senku. I don't want to create any misunderstandings. "I'm sorry, Senku, I think that shouldn't have happened," I apologized, and he just looked at me with that smile that wouldn't leave his face. "You don't have to apologize for this. You know I don't resist when I'm with you." "It's not your fault," he justified, "but it was mine. I shouldn't have allowed it, nor should I have told him to do whatever he wanted. It was my fault, and it's also my fault for drinking so much. I have to go." "It's a little late," I said, standing up from the couch. Senku did the same, but he took my arm. "Scarlett," he said my name with concern, "don't feel bad about what just happened. We're going to continue being friends. I don't want to ruin it, okay?" "Well, I wasn't thinking of pushing you away or anything like that. I just don't want you to get your hopes up about me. You know I like someone else," I emphasized, a little more relieved. Senku is an understanding person, and I'm surprised by how he handles things. I wish he didn't like me. I don't want him to get hurt. I'm clear about it, and don't worry. I'm not crazy about you. Having an attraction is one thing, but talking about something serious is quite another. Let's just be friends and go out like today. Is that too much to ask? Fine, whatever you say. I can do that, I agreed, returning the same sly smile that had spread across his face. Well, now that we're all right, I'll take you back to your apartment. It's my fault you're late. Okay. I grabbed my purse and the flowers he gave me, leaving his apartment with him. Downstairs, he opened his car door for me, as always, and I got in. I feel sober now. I was hallucinating when I was with Senku on the couch. What a perverted mind I have. I imagined Liami kissing me while I was with Senku. I could even smell his perfume. I feel bad about it. I can't call it betrayal because I'm not in a serious relationship with him, so that makes me feel less guilty. But I won't do it again, especially not when I'm drunk. We're here, Senku informs me. Oh, thanks. See you another time, I say goodbye, but before I open the car door, he grabs my wrist and pulls me toward him. Of course, I'll call you, he finishes, planting a kiss on my cheek, almost reaching my lips. It took me by surprise, and I couldn't get a word out. I got out of the car, a little surprised, and walked into the building without looking back. I was a little embarrassed. I only heard the sound of the tires as Senku's car started. I managed to expel the air I'd been holding in my lungs. We're friends, but I can see he won't stop being daring with me. I arrived at reception, and the girl looked at me fearfully. She smiled nervously and then looked away. What's going on? I walked past it and took the elevator, holding the bouquet of flowers on one side and my purse on the other. I went up to the corresponding floor and deftly took the keys out of my purse to open the door. I was extremely surprised to find it unlocked. I didn't need the key. Did I forget to lock my door when I left? I doubted it. I'm always cautious, especially in this unsafe place. We keep our guard up. I hesitated between going in and going down to reception to ask. The uncertainty of whether someone was inside waiting for me with unknown intentions filled me with a certain amount of fear. Gathering my courage, I turned the knob and opened the door. Darkness reigned inside. I left my keys, purse, and flowers on the table. My legs were shaking. I headed to the right in search of the light switch to illuminate the room. When the light flooded in, I experienced the biggest scare of my life when I saw someone on the couch. With one leg over the other and both arms on the armrest, he radiated a gloomy aura, as if he were upset. I gulped and took several steps back. I didn't know why I was doing it, but at that moment, I felt scared seeing Liam in my apartment. How is this possible? Liam didn't call me to let me know he'd arrived, and besides, how does he know where I live? I've never told him, and more importantly, how did he get in and how long has he been waiting here for me? Oh no, damn it. I just remembered something important. Liam is in my apartment, and in my room I have several photographs of him, as well as magazine and photo cutouts. Has he seen them? How embarrassing. What will I say when he asks? I have no explanation right now. In fact, I can't even speak. I'm freezing, in shock, and my legs feel worse than jelly. Did he see me with Senku? Now I understand why the receptionist was looking at me strangely and smiled a little nervously. She must have given him the key to my apartment, and that's how Liam got in. Oh, and now that I think about it, my phone battery died. Maybe that's why Liam came looking for me, since I wasn't answering his calls. But how did he know where I live? Damn, I don't know. What I feel now is fear. I should have stayed over at Senku's house and seen this side of him tomorrow. What if he finds out I was drinking? What if he found out I was with Senku all day? And worst of all, that I kissed him. No, impossible. That happened just between us and there were no witnesses, unless someone was following me on his orders. No, that can't be either. That happened inside Senku's apartment a few minutes ago. I feel frustrated thinking about so many things. Now I feel guilty for letting Senku kiss me. I feel like I'm burdened with a sin I need to confess to feel relief, but I can't tell Liam that. It would send him into a frenzy. I must calm down and not give rise to suspicion. Did you have fun today? Liam finally deigns to speak, but his words come out so cold they chill me to the bone. What are you doing here? I asked instead of answering. I asked first. Did you have fun with that guy today? I'm doomed. Liam already knows, but how? There's no way she knows every step I take. Sorry, but... How do you know where I was? You were supposed to be. Do you mean that when I'm gone, you'll go out with someone else? He interrupts. It's not like that. I was just out with a friend. I excuse myself. Why would I try to hide it if Liam knows I was with someone? Do friends give each other flowers? She asks with a hint of indifference. Hell, I'd forgotten about the bouquet of roses Senku gave me when we went to the flower shop today. Nothing can go right for me. They don't mean anything, Liami. Now tell me, what are you doing here and how do you know I was with someone? I know everything, Scarlett. You went out with that guy at the bar the other night, you're still seeing him, and you're spending an entire day with that bastard and not returning my calls. Now you're coming home late at night with a bouquet of flowers, and I know what you've been doing with him behind my back. What the hell? Nobody makes advances to me in my house. Excuse me. I didn't do anything wrong with Senku. Yes, it's true, I was with him all day, he took me places, and I had a great time. And you? Where were you? I was waiting for your call almost all day, but my battery died. You have no right to complain. It's my life, and I do what I want. I saw Liami get up from the couch and walk quickly toward me. I walked backward until my back hit the wall. I was angry, very angry. You even say his name in such an intimate way. As far as I know, his name is Senku, not Senku. How do you know that about him? Have you been investigating him? Besides, I never told you where I live or my address. You were supposed to be attending to something important, and out of nowhere you find out I was with him for a whole day. You can't hide anything from me, Scarlett. I'll know any moment. Go away. You can't just barge into my apartment and make unnecessary demands on me. You don't have those rights. Yes, I do, he questions, grabbing my neck. I can feel his breath very close to my lips. Right now, Liami looks pretty furious. You don't, Liam. I remind you, you have your life, and I have mine. That means no complaints. I also remind you that our relationship is only temporary and nothing serious. I'm just paying you a favor, nothing more. I can do whatever I want. I also remind you that before this agreement existed between us, you had already been in my bed, and you would continue to be until now. Nothing would change. So what about that? It wouldn't have been a relationship that bound either of us anyway. You wouldn't be able to make any demands on me, and neither would I, if we're in this kind of relationship. Don't forget that. As long as you're with me and in my bed, you're not allowed to set your eyes on anyone else. Let that be clear, he pointed out, abandoning my neck and now gripping my chin with some force. You shouldn't put yourself in this position. I'm not making any complaints or reproaching you for anything. I haven't asked you where you were yesterday or today, but I'm going out with Senku for a day, and you come complaining to me. It's not fair what you're doing. Do you like him? Why did you go out with that guy? It was just a day, how much did you do? We did everything, and I don't think that's any of your business. I don't like Senku. I accepted his invitation because I wanted to distract myself, and he was willing to be with me without ever getting bored of me. And just so you know, I came from his apartment. I was drinking with him. Happy now. I confessed everything to him right away. I wasn't going to hide anything from him, because he doesn't have the right to stop me from having fun either. He's perfectly within his rights to do so once we're in a stable relationship, but in the meantime, I'll do whatever I want, just like he does. What did you say? Were you with that jerk at his apartment? He asked, squeezing my face with one of his hands. Anger was evident in his eyes. I already told you. I don't think there's any need to repeat it. If you don't have anything else to complain about, you can go. I'm tired and I want to sleep. Listen to me, Scarlett, he exclaimed, banging on the wall. This time I was a little scared. What did you do with that guy? Did you sleep with him? What? What do you think I look like? Do you think I'm a crook or something? I didn't sleep with him. The only man I've ever been with is you. You know what? Get out of my apartment. I don't want to see you. I said, sneering, pushing his hand away from my face. I walked past him to go to my room, but I didn't take more than 3 steps before he grabbed my arm and slammed me against the wall again. I'm not leaving here without. Liam trailed off, and I didn't know why. He stared at my neck, brushing back the hair that covered it with one hand, and realized something. His blue eyes turned dark, and I remembered that Senku, when he was kissing me, bit my neck. He noticed the mark. Nothing in this life ever goes right for me. What do I do now? I can't tell him I kissed Senku. That would make him feel worse than he already does. What does this mean? He asked me in a rather cold tone of voice. He took me by the chin and turned my head slightly to see the mark more clearly. So you're telling me you didn't do anything to him? I said I didn't sleep with him, I emphasized. I'm lost. What does that mean? That they did something else. Talk. I don't have to tell you, Liam. Get out of here. I already said I don't want to see you. Don't make me lose my patience, Scarlett. If you don't tell me what they did, I'll go find that bastard right now and kill him with my own hands. It's your choice, he said, pinning my wrists against the wall. Are you threatening me? You can't do that. You don't know me yet, Scarlett. Test me and you'll see what I'm capable of. I don't allow anyone to touch what's mine. I'm not your property. Yes, you are, Scarlett. Now talk, don't make me do anything crazy. Fine, I gave up. Liam was getting even angrier, and with that mark he saw, he went completely berserk. Senku and I kissed, that's why I have that mark. What? Say that again, he demanded, tightening his grip on the wall, but I never once begged him to let go. I already told you. Senku and I kissed, but it was all under the influence of alcohol. I drank too much and let him kiss me because I thought it was you. Shit, that last bit slipped out. I didn't mean to say that to him. You thought it was me. How is that possible? Well, it's just. I drank too many glasses of wine, and instead of seeing Senku, I saw you. When he was kissing me, I thought it was you doing it. Even the way you touched me and also, your perfume. That's why I almost got carried away. I reacted when I felt Senku bite my neck. You're a mess, Scarlett. You didn't have to go into so much detail, it'll only make him angrier. That bastard touched you. You even said he bit your neck. Why did you allow that? I told you, I got carried away by the effects of the alcohol. I stopped it when I came to. Those aren't excuses, Scarlett. You let him touch you, he kissed you, and he dared to leave a mark on you. That jerk knew exactly what he was doing. I know, but it won't happen again. I just had too much to drink and got carried away. What if I did the same thing? How would you feel? I'm clear that I'm in no position to make any demands on you if you kiss another woman. You made that clear to me from the start, but I would feel terrible, and I'm sorry. However, if that woman and you are serious, then I do have the right to make demands on you. I'd even stay away from you. You can't do that. Don't ever think about it. You can never leave me, Scarlett. That shouldn't worry you if you're not with anyone. As long as it's just you and me, that won't happen. As for the kiss with Senku, it was a mistake I won't make again. You better not let it happen again, because this time I'll tear him apart if he so much as lays a finger on you. Remember, you belong to me alone, Scarlett. Every part of you can only be owned by me. Even those marks must have only one author, and that is Liam Brown, no one else. Liam. What did you call me? This is the third time you've called me that. I don't like it when you call me by my name. I'm sorry. Liamy, I apologize in a softer tone. He holds me firmly against the wall, his body pressed completely against mine. With his free hand, he grips my chin with some force and forces me to look him straight in the eyes. It seems I didn't make it clear to you last time who owns you. You deserve to be punished, Scarlett. Chapter 8. What are you trying to do to me? I ask fearfully. He claims I deserve punishment, but have I really done anything wrong? What do you think? I must erase every trace of him on you. I doubt you have the desire to let anyone else touch you, he confesses, and I get a glimpse of where this is going. I swallow and pull away, placing my palms on his chest, keeping a safe distance. It was intense enough last time, what will it be like now? Go, I need to rest, I say as I pass by him, but he grips my arm firmly and traps me against his body. I'm not going anywhere. You know you can't deny me anything, Scarlett. Or did that guy just wear you down, she concludes, frowning. She still thinks I have something to do with Senku, and she's always reminding me of the deal to spend 3 months in his bed. I told you I didn't sleep with him, I insist, Liamy persisting in his doubts. If you're still not convinced, find out for yourself, I challenge him, wrapping my hands around his neck. Liamy grins wickedly and presses my hips against him. This man is already turned on down under. Of course I'll find out, but it will be my way, he reveals in a whisper in my ear, making my skin crawl with his husky, seductive voice. What do you mean by, your way? You'll find out. Once again, I'm tied to the bed like last time, but this time with my mouth sealed. I have a feeling it'll be more intense now that he knows about my encounter with Senku, especially seeing the mark on my neck that still lingers. I feel the blood boiling in my veins as his mouth moves wildly over my body, taking over my nakedness. I melt before his husky voice, whispering over and over again that I am his. My thighs open eagerly to receive him, I long for him, I need him, I desire him. He stirs a whirlwind of emotions in me, and his voice has such a profound effect that I sometimes fear relying on this one-sided love. The moment he enters me, I crown him the victor. I beg and plead with him not to stop, collapsing in his arms as he takes over with wild thrusts that make me moan uncontrollably. However, those moans are muffled by the gag I'm wearing. His fingers seem to burn my skin as they squeeze my hips, leaving their marks. I find myself in the most pleasurable paradise I've ever experienced. I fall prey to the intensity of his lips as he removes the gag and devours me like a hungry lion. I long to be free so I can explore his body with my hands, making it clear that every part of him belongs to me too. My fingerprints are left on his skin, I have a part of him in me, and only he understands how satisfying it is. He kisses me desperately as he continues his thrusts in time with my hips, which surrender to pleasure. He persists, and I keep begging him not to stop. He conquers my core, taking me beyond pleasure. I can feel him consuming me, his teeth sinking into my skin, his fingers squeezing my thighs, leaving trails all over my body in an attempt to erase the traces I supposedly bear of another man. My body feels guilty for wanting him so much, it's being savage, and the pain becomes the pleasure itself. That beast inside him manifests, and only by being inside me can it calm. My body contracts deliciously, my hands still tied to the bed, longing for her not to stop. She witnesses my unbridled desire to feel her presence in my intimacy. I close my eyes and bite my lower lip as she continues moving, exploring my body that craves her touch, enjoying it and making me enjoy it. It's useless to resist those hands that have left their mark on my skin, those lips that provoke intense reactions in my groin, a voice that stops articulating words and becomes resonant gasps in my ear. I can't overcome this. What I feel and what he makes me feel is more powerful than anything else. There's no escape when he corners me in his arms. After several wild thrusts, he finishes inside me. Panting, he takes my face in his hand and makes one thing clear: you belong to me. He collapses onto the bed beside me after untying the knot he'd tied with his belt. He pulls me toward him with his arm and rests me against his chest, not allowing me to escape. His arms surround me, and our nakedness is hidden within the sheets. His warmth envelopes me, his skin touches mine, and I feel myself melt. I manage to close my eyes and experience an incomparable calm, resting in his arms. There is nothing compared to this. Your heart is beating so fast, Liam comments, sensing even my heartbeat in this intimate moment with him. It's inevitable, they're mere indicators of what I'm feeling, something deeper than simple desire. Just ignore that, I whisper back. I can't tell him my heart is beating faster because he's so close. It's not just because of what we just did, but because of the genuine feeling I harbor. I wish Liam could experience the same thing. Does it beat like this for me? He asks curiously. I remain silent for a few seconds, my head resting on his chest. How could I tell him that it's for him that my heart beats so wildly? It was the first thing he asked me, not to fall in love with him. So, I don't have the right to feel the way I feel, at least not for him. It doesn't matter if it's for you or not, just let it be, I say with a touch of melancholy. Bottling this up for myself tortures me, but I'm willing to endure that torture so I won't be separated from him. So, is it because of me? I already told you it doesn't matter. But it does matter to me. Why? Do you want to know so you can tell me it's a mistake because you warned me from the beginning not to fall in love with you? The answer is no, it's not because of you, I deny flatly, even though I know it's the biggest lie I've ever told. You're lying, he says, grabbing my chin and forcing me to do what I don't want to do, look into his eyes. Right now, his gaze is piercing right through me, and I don't know if I can stop myself from telling him everything I really feel. Why am I lying? I already told you what you wanted to hear, I question. That's not what I wanted to hear, and it's not what you meant, he whispers with as much confidence as if he knows I'm in love with him. What did you want to hear? That my heart beats for you. And isn't it true? You and I both know it's true, he declares, and I remain silent, looking into those blue eyes so certain of their affirmation. But I'm afraid to say it myself and build a bridge between us. I don't want to lose him. If I tell him I love him, he might reject me and end everything between us. That isn't true, I deny again, looking away from him. So why do you have pictures of me? Hearing him say that, I freeze. He's already seen them, I have them on top of my dresser and one embedded in the mirror. There's also a framed one stored in one of the drawers. Now he's seen them. I never thought the person I fell in love with, only seeing him in magazines, would one day discover those photos of himself. I thought it would just remain a fantasy of mine, but it all came true. Right now, he's with me, in my bed. Have you seen those photos? I ask him brazenly, without looking at his face. I don't have that courage right now. All of them. You have lots of pictures of me, even with hearts. Those pictures were taken a long time ago. Have you been in love with me since long before I was your boss, Scarlett? No, it's not like that, I declare, getting up from his chest and covering my nakedness with the blanket. Before I can fully stand up, he grabs my arm and pulls me back into his arms. Where do you think you're going? You have to go, I reply, a little nervously. This was in my plans. If I ever confessed how I feel, it would be the day before I left her life. Why do I have to leave? I plan to stay with you tonight. Don't you want me to stay? It's so close, it's making me nervous. I don't know what to say, this is getting out of hand. It's not that, I do want to, I correct myself, but now I can't look him in the face after he's already seen those photos of him in my room. So it's true you're in love with me. Those photos give you away. It's just admiration, yes, just that. Did you admire me before I was your boss? Yes, don't think badly, it's just that. Don't lie, you're doing it right now, Scarlett. You know I'm right, no one keeps photos like that just for admiration, there's more to it, he says, and I have no way to defend myself. I opt for another option and look into his eyes. It's good that he's not angry or cold-eyed. Does he want me to tell him I'm in love with him? I take his face in my hands and kiss him. I don't want him to talk about it anymore, it embarrasses me, and I don't want him to know I'm in love with him. Don't say anything else about it, I whisper, pressing my forehead to hers after that delicate kiss. I feel her breathing, her eyes are fixed on me. I have no way out. After a few seconds of silence, I feel his hands moving over my hips, gripping my entire body. He seems to prefer to leave the conversation behind and focus on other types of communication. I'll take that as a yes, even if you don't want to admit it, he says, tangling his fingers in my hair and then taking possession of my lips. He does so delicately, taking hold of both the lower and upper lips. In the midst of this, he bites them, enjoys them, savors them, and now begins to devour them with even more eagerness. Does he think I'm actually in love with him now? He said he'd take it as a yes, but why doesn't he say anything about it? Why doesn't he just call me out for crossing the line he asked me not to cross? The next morning, I wake up drowsily, lazily rubbing my eyes. Looking beside me, I notice Liam's absence. Did he leave so early? Even though we shared a dream last night, today, his absence creates a void. It's Sunday, a day I should be free, and I was looking forward to spending the day with him. Senku, my friend, was by my side all day yesterday without getting bored. Sometimes I wish Liam was like him. We humans tend to cling to those who offer us affection. In my case, I feel like Liam is only in my bed out of desire, not love. Maybe I use the word affection because I want to believe it's that, but I doubt there are any romantic moments between us. He's my boss, I can't demand more. I decide to get up and take a shower. Even though the day seems perfect, I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll visit the library or go to my grandparents' house to distract myself. Stepping out of the shower, wrapped in a towel, I'm startled to see Liam sitting on my bed. When did he arrive? Maybe during my bath, I thought he'd left. Why are you here? I thought you left, I asked timidly, aware that I was only wearing a towel, while Liam looked me up and down longingly. I went to get something to eat, he explained, getting out of bed and approaching me, which made me flinch, as if we hadn't done it before. I need to change, I said, my back hitting the wall, and Liam taking up all the space between us. You don't have to, you look perfect this way. In fact, I think you have something extra, he declared, shifting his gaze to my breasts in a perverted manner. What food did you buy? I asked, avoiding his gaze. Something delicious, but now I'm craving something else. How about we start with the main course, he said, placing his hand on my neck, and my lips were sealed by his. His hands tangled in my damp hair and he pulled, tilting my head back to gain access to my neck. You're delicious, he whispers in my ear. I'll let it go this once. He pulls away from me, placing one last kiss on my neck. Put some clothes on, I'll wait for you in the dining room. With that, he leaves the room, leaving me frozen. My cheeks are flushed and my legs are shaking. See what you're causing, Liam. Honestly, it took me by surprise that he was still in the apartment. Will we spend the day together? That would be great. I just hope he doesn't bring up the photos. I managed to make him forget about it last night. He kept asking me about it, and I'm embarrassed. Maybe he thinks I'm obsessed with him. I dress quickly because Liam is waiting for me. I choose a light dress, as always. I like to keep things simple. I reserve elegance for the office, those are the boss's demands. I'm done, I announce. Liam is sitting at the dining room table waiting for me, with dishes already laid out. Did he set the table himself? Take a seat, he orders. I obey and sit down, never imagining my boss would do this. Why did you do this? I ask curiously. You don't like it? He raises an eyebrow. It's not that, it's just. I didn't imagine a man like you could do this kind of thing. You're my boss, and it feels strange. Imagine I'm not your boss now. Besides, it's not a big deal. I just bought some breakfast and put it in the containers. Likewise, thanks, I say, a little embarrassed. Eat before it gets cold, he dictates, taking a sip of his orange juice. We had breakfast together and chatted a bit. That moment was different from the others I've spent with him. I can say I felt satisfied, but also a little embarrassed, not only because of the photos, but because he's in my apartment doing things a husband would do. For example, when we finished breakfast, he offered to wash the dishes in the sink, and of course I tried to stop him, but it was no use, he wouldn't let me. That's what my father did with my mother. He always did chores around the house from time to time. My mother wouldn't let him, but he insisted. Those were wonderful times back then. Are you ready? He asks, and I look at him, confused. Ready for? I'll take you somewhere, he confesses, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. What place? Now we're in his car heading to who knows where. He didn't tell me where he was taking me, and I have to say he's a little different today. He brought me breakfast, and we had breakfast in the dining room. Besides that, he did the dishes, which is new. We're here, he says, parking the car in front of a building. I have no idea what this place is, but it seems to be exclusive to wealthy people. Why did you bring me here? You'll see, let's go down, he says. I look around, a little fearfully. I don't want anyone to see us coming in together and cause a scene. Liam. I say. What if someone sees us coming in together? Don't worry, it's under control. And the next time you call me Liam again, you'll be in trouble, he says sternly. Oh, okay, I understand. I nod and walk with him into the building. Just as I imagined, it's luxurious. I feel small here, surrounded by all this. The receptionist bows when she sees him and hands him a card. This is unusual. The whole way there, I remain silent, looking around. Liam doesn't say anything either, his face is always expressionless. Sometimes I can't tell if he's in a good mood or angry. I just answer when he asks me questions. We take the elevator, and Liam presses button number 10. We're going to that floor, and I'm really curious why he brought me here. Is it to do something somewhere different? Oh my, what thoughts I have, it's all I can think of. We arrive at the indicated floor, Liam gets out, and I follow him. He stops in front of a door with a number on it, which seems to open only with a card. The door makes a squeaky sound as Liam inserts the card. He opens it and lets me in like a gentleman. I'm enchanted by what I see. Large windows offer a panoramic view of the city. Everything is elegantly furnished, only wealthy people can afford to live in an apartment like this. It has everything you need, but what I like most is the view. It's beautiful. Do you like it? Liam asks from behind me, his hands resting on my waist and his body making contact with mine. It's beautiful, I have no words to describe it, I reply, letting him hug me. It's yours. That? What did you say? I asked, raising my voice toward him. This apartment is yours now, he clarified. I couldn't help but look at him in surprise and bewilderment at the same time. No way. How can you give me this apartment? I protested. You'll be living here from now on. You can bring your things today, although I don't think it's necessary. This place has everything you need, he pointed out, and I frowned at him. Why are you talking and ordering me around as if I were okay with it? I never said I would accept it. I'm with you to pay off a debt, and now you want to give me an apartment? What's this all about? I questioned, a little irritated. The debt you owe me has nothing to do with this. They're entirely different things. I just want this place to be our space. I'll come see you. Whenever you feel like me. I interrupted. I have my own apartment, Liam. I'm not going to accept this. It's too much. Liam frowned and took steps forward, standing close to me. Did I anger him? That's what I see in his eyes, but even so, I shouldn't accept such a gift from him. A luxury apartment. Impossible. I'm not with him for the money. Don't question me. Do you look down on me? He asked, taking my chin in his hand. It's not that, don't say it like that either. Understand me, Liam. Look at what you're giving me, and I don't see the point. I'm not with you for this. You don't need to give me any of this, really, I don't need it, I said, trying to calm his anger a little. Don't you know I'm the owner of this building? What? You're the owner. I couldn't help but look surprised. Now I understand why the receptionist was so cordial when Liam and I arrived. He's the owner of this whole place. It surprises me more and more. That's right. This place belongs to me. So, this apartment is yours from now on. It's in your name, and on top of that, I made sure it has everything you need, he confessed very calmly. But, Liam. Don't go on, Scarlett. You're my woman now. I can give you everything you need and want. Your wife. Aren't you? You know this agreement between us is meaningless. We were together before that debt to me. Don't you think you were mine long before that? Did you think all of this would be over in just one night? I don't know what to say to you. You're taking me by surprise, besides. Shoot, he interrupted, placing his index finger on my lips to prevent me from speaking. You just have to accept it without objection. It's a gift for you. This is nothing to me, it's like taking a strand of hair out of my pocket. But it's a lot for me, I said, removing his finger from my lips. Anyway, thanks. I'll have to get used to it. It'll be very difficult, I said, looking away from him. I didn't feel comfortable with Liam giving me such a gift for no reason. Hey, he took my chin and raised my gaze to his. You deserve so much more than this. Don't overthink it. You'll make me mad if you keep contradicting me, okay? I nodded, rather hesitantly. I'm not used to a man giving me things like that, much less receiving an apartment in my name, but Liam convinced me. The last thing I wanted was to see him angry. One word he used during the conversation really caught my eye, his woman. That word makes me a little excited, even if it's just a little. I'm going to enjoy being him. Liam showed me the entire apartment, a closet full of dresses, all women's clothing, shoes, and even original perfumes from the best perfumeries. But what perplexed me most was the dresser full of boxes containing precious jewelry. Was all that for me? Yes, Liam had bought it just for me, without skimping on anything. He'd thought of everything a woman needs, but since I'm not just any woman, it seemed like too much. Still, I had to accept it. Everything would be happiness for me if I lived with him, just the two of us as a married couple. I hope that one day I will have my complete happiness. I want him to be my husband. Is that too much to ask? I know I now have everything I could ever wish for, but I don't care about his money. It would be enough for me just for him to give me his love. That would be enough for a woman like me. A while later, Liam took me back to my old apartment to pack some things. He wanted me to move into my new place as soon as possible. Is it that urgent? I hadn't considered that, but I also wanted to move out. That way, he could visit me more often, we'd be much closer, and maybe I could get him to sleep over some nights. What if I could make him fall in love with me? That would be great. I want a relationship with Liam beyond the ridiculous deal he paid for me. I had to stay alone in the new apartment organizing the things I brought. I won't be living in the old one anymore, and I won't have to pay rent anymore, thanks to Liam, who once again lifted a weight off my shoulders. I'm so grateful. Even though the 3 months are up, I'll always be in his debt. Liam got an unexpected call, something I'm used to. He always gets one, even when it's dawn in his apartment. I'm not one to ask who it is. What I do know is that when he gets that call, he leaves immediately and leaves me alone, just like now, as I find myself in this new, spacious apartment organizing some of my belongings. It was a drastic and unexpected change. Maybe it's a family matter he doesn't want to talk about, and I'm not going to pressure him. I'm supposed to make him fall in love with me, not pressure him for anything after everything he's done. I feel very happy. Do you like it? I asked Liam, who was helping me prepare the food. It's delicious, he agreed after tasting it. Then wait until I set the table, I said as he walked away, leaving me a kiss on the lips. Liam returned to the apartment after I organized my belongings, but I didn't ask him where he went. If he didn't mention it, maybe he didn't want to talk about it. I was surprised when he expressed his desire to go to the supermarket. We bought a lot of things and stocked the pantry. Then he offered to help me in the kitchen. It turns out he can cook too. Although I did most of it. I prepared my grandmother's secret recipe that won my grandfather over, the one that never fails, and he loved it. As I set the table, Liam watched me move around with the containers until everything was finally ready. I poured some wine into the glasses, a nice combination. Come here, he said, and I looked at him, confused. He motioned for me to sit on his lap, so I had no choice but to get up and walk over to him. He took my arm and made me sit on his lap. What are you doing? I asked, looking at him curiously. I want you to feed me, he says, placing another kiss on my lips. My cheeks flush. Liam is rarely this affectionate, and I have to appreciate it now. Okay, I nod a little shyly, taking a portion of food from the table and taking the first bite. You cook very well, he says, placing me on his lap and holding my waist. Who taught you? My grandmother. I do everything because she told me that to make a man fall in love with me, I must first start with his stomach, I confess, and he smiles with satisfaction. Your grandmother is very wise, he comments with a hint of amusement. I keep feeding him, and at the same time, he does the same to me until we finish lunch. I have to say today has been different. First, he buys me a lot of things, then, he helps me move and accompanies me to the supermarket. He also helps me cook, and on top of that, he's very affectionate, which feels strange but very satisfying. I've never seen this side of him before, and I really like it. Maybe my plan to win him over is working. Maybe it is, or just a little. I don't know for sure, but I wish this Sunday would last forever, just him and me. After lunch, he helped me wash the dishes again. He'd already done it this morning in my old apartment. And now he's doing it again. What a lovely man. But I'm a little embarrassed that he's doing it instead of me. Then, he helped me organize some things around the apartment and clean. After that, we went to the bedroom and snuggled up in the sheets watching a horror movie. I hate them, but since I was with him, I could relax. We watched several movies, spent the whole day together, and he was so affectionate, so much so that I melted like snow in the sunlight. Liam has made me fall even more in love with him. Should you go? I ask, disappointed, as she puts on her jacket to leave. It's already nighttime. I promised my mom I'd come home tonight for dinner, he replies distractedly. Aren't you coming after that? I'll sleep there, don't wait for me, he says very calmly, even though we had had such a wonderful day that he wished it wouldn't end. However, now he must go. It's okay, your family comes first, I give him a smile. I'm sure he'd like to meet you, he says, sitting next to me. I wish I could meet her, but you know it's impossible, I tell him, and he remains thoughtful, looking at an unspecified point. Yes, it's impossible, he murmurs with a hint of melancholy. Why would that be impossible? I ask. I know it's impossible for me to meet his parents because they might view me differently, knowing I'm merely the bedmate of their son, the brown heir, and would be beneath their status. But for Liam, why would it be impossible? Does he share my thoughts? Wouldn't his parents be pleased to meet me? It's impossible because... He ponders, we don't have a serious relationship, and I don't plan on having one right now. My parents want something stable, a wife, and children, but I'm not ready for that yet. I remained silent for a moment. It's now clear that Liam doesn't have feelings for me, not even a little. From the way he expresses himself, I can tell. We're not in a serious relationship, but he treats me like I'm his wife. He calls me his wife, buys me an apartment, jewelry, and other luxuries. He spent time with me and treated me in a way that makes me think about many things. I've seen his affection for me. But now he says we're not in a serious relationship and that he doesn't plan on having one for now. But what about me? What about my feelings? What will happen to us when those 3 months are up? His parents probably want a woman of his own standing, with a diamond ring on her finger and the ability to bear him children. I could do that, the only contradiction is that I'm not from the same world as Liam, that's the only difference. Scarlett. Liam's voice brings me back to reality. I look at him and press my lips together before speaking. Liam. Yes. He looks at me seriously. I mean, when the 3 months are up, what will happen to us? I ask, looking at him sadly, aware that this thing between us could come to an end at some point. Why do you ask? He raises an eyebrow. You know we're together because of the debt I owe you, so... You know that, don't you? He interrupts. You know that before that debt, you were in my bed. The debt has nothing to do with this, part of it does, but before that, you had already given yourself to me. So... What kind of relationship is this? It's a no-strings-attached relationship, but you're my wife, he emphasizes, but I can't understand. You bought me an apartment to live in, you've given me luxuries, and you even spend time with me. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing all this if you know it won't lead anywhere? At some point, you'll get bored of me and leave me. This could end when the 3 months are up. Or don't you think about what you said about being just your bed partner? What you're doing goes beyond that. Why do you say I'm going to get bored of you? Because you said from the beginning that you don't want anything serious or for me to fall in love with you. So, you can leave me when you don't want to be with me anymore because you don't feel anything, you just want it. Liam let out a heavy sigh and then looked at me closely. After 3 months, you'll still be with me. I told you, Scarlett, you can't leave me, nothing's going to change, and I'm not going to get bored of you. You're my bedmate, and you live here because you're my wife too. Don't think about that, he points out, stroking my cheek. But, what if? I don't want to hear any more of this, he declares, taking my chin. I have to go now, get some rest. He disappeared through the door after kissing me on the lips. I lay on the bed, thoughtful. I'm his bed partner and also his wife. It's almost the same thing, although I think the term, my wife, is generally used for a wife. They can be used both ways, but Liam and I don't have a stable relationship that would allow us to call myself his wife. I'll live here as his wife, I repeated to myself. It's better than nothing, at least Liam can be mine, and I can be by his side that way. He said he'll still be with me after 3 months. That's good, it reassures me, but at the same time it scares me. After that debt, I want to stay by your side, Liam. Chapter 9. I woke up early, noticing Liam's absence from my side. That empty feeling returned. I remembered he'd told me he wouldn't be staying last night. I got up yawning and headed to the shower. Despite my duties at work, I remembered not to abuse my position with my boss, who is also my partner. I opted for a burgundy pencil skirt that fell just above my knees and a fitted white shirt with a suggestive neckline and a few loose buttons. I accessorized the outfit with stiletto heels and left my black hair loose and neat. To finish, I sprayed on Liam's favorite perfume and avoided flashy jewelry, opting for simple, yet expensive, earrings. Looking in the mirror, I was pleased with my appearance. I grabbed my bag, put my cell phone and apartment card in it, greeted the receptionist as I got off, and then took an Uber that took me to the company in a few minutes. Hey, Madison greets upon arriving. Hi, I give him a smile. You look beautiful today, Olivia tells me. Oh, thanks, I simply say, has the boss arrived yet? Yes, he's in his office, Madison tells me, but I'm warning you, he's got his poker face on as always, so prepare for the worst. Did something happen? I asked worriedly. What can happen in just a few minutes? Olivia quips. She came all the way from her house like that. Maybe family problems, adds Madison. How strange, yes. What if? Madison looks at me cautiously. Nothing, I'm just saying it's strange that someone is starting the day like this, I correct myself, almost opening my mouth. It's not very strange for him, you know the boss is a piece of ice, says Madison amused. He's very strict, that's all, Olivia downplays and returns to her computer. Well, nothing to do with me, Madison shrugs, also returning to her own business. Good luck with him. I put my bag on the desk, wondering what had happened to Liam that made him so grumpy today. He was at his parents' house yesterday. Maybe he had some kind of incident with them. I grabbed some papers as an excuse to check on him. Plus, I have to read his schedule like I do every day. I knock on the door 3 times, and he tells me from the other side to come in. I obey the order and enter his office. He doesn't look at me, his gaze is fixed on the computer as he types rapidly and reviews some papers. He's serious, emanating a somber aura that frightens me. Good morning, I say fearfully. He stops moving his fingers on the computer and looks me up and down. "Good morning, Scarlett," he replies in an icy tone that chills me to the bone. He's holding a board meeting with the shareholders, in addition to meeting with the project manager for the new imports. He's also closing the deal with the Parkers. Fortunately, I got everything organized when Liam went on his trip, although I had many setbacks and had to postpone many of his meetings. But now, what's worrying is his distant and cold demeanor. "Well, if that was all, you can leave," he orders me. I go cold instantly, since when we are alone, there is no such treatment, but now it is colder than before. "Yes, sir," I comply, turning around to leave. When I turn around, the door to Liam's office opens and the deputy chief walks in. I bump into him, and he grabs me by the waist, preventing me from leaving. "I'm so sorry, sir," I apologize immediately, very embarrassed. I didn't see it coming. However, the deputy chief doesn't let go of my waist, and the situation becomes awkward. "It's nothing," he finally says, after looking at me in amazement. Liam clears his throat, snapping the deputy chief and me out of that awkward bubble. "Oh, good morning, Liam," the deputy chief greets Liam after letting me go. "Good morning," Liam replies curtly. "Excuse me," I say as I leave the office. "Wait, Scarlett," Mr. Mateo, the deputy chief, stops me. "Yes." I turn to him and look at him. "Can we have lunch together today?" she asks me with an angelic smile. Well, I look at him, and then look at Liam who was glaring at me. "Yes, no problem," I say after a few short seconds of tension. "Great," he gives me a friendly smile, "then we won't see each other." "Yes," I give him an awkward smile. "Excuse me," I finish, and I leave without showing any sign of haste. I was able to breathe freely when I was outside Liam's office. I couldn't say no to the deputy chief. He's the second authority here after Liam. Besides, Liam was acting very curt and cold toward me. His words were sharp, and he's not like that. "Are you okay?" Olivia asks when she sees me standing outside Liam's office without moving. "Yeah, I'm just a little sleepy," I lied, giving him a close-lipped smile. "Oh, you should have some coffee. You're feeling less sleepy." "There's a lot of work and the bosses are demanding," she whispers to me with a hint of amusement before disappearing down a hallway with some papers in her hands. "Great," I say to myself, letting out a tired sigh. I return to my desk and continue taking calls, running errands, organizing meetings, scheduling meetings, and many other tasks that leave me exhausted. Poor Madison must be tired too. She's the secretary to Mr. Mateo, the deputy boss, who is also a bit strict, just like Liam. And she seems a bit fatigued. Olivia is the sales director's secretary and doesn't have as much work to do when her boss is in a good mood. It's been half a day, and Liam is still as cold to me as ever. I go to his office, and he talks only about work without showing any other interest. What else do I expect? He's my boss, after all. But that's not the case, he's different. I had to attend the meeting and present the new sales project, and I did it flawlessly. I felt Liam's eyes on me the whole time. I glanced at him and then looked away. Mr. Mateo was also watching me and smiled angelically. I think Liam realized this from the way he glared at me and how I wanted to break his jaw. He was tense. After the meeting, I returned to my desk, and as expected, Mr. Mateo approached, indicating it was time for lunch. Olivia and Madison left without me, exchanging knowing glances. Don't even think about it, not with the deputy chief. I drove Mr. Mateo to a nearby restaurant. Upon arrival, curious glances surrounded us, giving the impression we were a couple. He, as the deputy manager of what is now Brown, and I, as an acquaintance with Liam. While ordering, I felt uncomfortable because of his gaze and the atmosphere of the restaurant, which was clearly at his level. "Are you comfortable?" he asked, noticing my distraction. "Oh, yes, sir," I replied, hiding my displeasure. "We're just here to eat, you're not the main course," he joked, and I couldn't help but smile, relaxing my muscles. Maybe I felt this way because Liam was distant, and agreeing to lunch with the deputy chief wouldn't please him. "I'm fine, don't worry," I said, more relaxed. He smiled with satisfaction. Within a few minutes, the waiter brought our order. We ate while sharing words and laughing at his jokes. At least that distracted me before I returned to the office and noticed Liam was still upset about something that didn't seem to have anything to do with me, or at least I thought it did. "We were fine last night, at least I guess. I think something happened during dinner with his parents, I can't find any other explanation." Back at the company, Mr. Mateo headed to his office, and I returned to my desk. Before starting work, I decided to go to the bathroom. As I walked in, I saw Olivia standing in front of the sink, her eyes lowered, watching the water drip from the faucet onto her hands. She jumped slightly when I placed my hand on her shoulder. Thinking back, she's been very strange. She acts naturally, but there comes a time when she becomes depressed and her gaze becomes blank. Right now, she seems to be in that state. "Is something wrong?" I ask, without removing my hand from her shoulder. She turns off the faucet and looks at me. "No," she shakes her head. "I haven't spoken to Donald since the last time we went out." "Did something happen between you?" I asked, somewhat curiously. She sighed and took a paper towel to dry her hands, then looked at me with a hint of sadness. "That night we went out," she began, somewhat sadly. "He came over to my apartment, we had a few drinks, and we ended up kissing. And that's a bad thing." I raised an eyebrow, waiting for her response. She looked thoughtful for a few seconds before looking at me again. "He has a girlfriend, Scarlett, that's the small detail of all this," he pointed out, sighing deeply. "We kissed, but we also had a little argument after that." "Oh, right, I didn't remember she had a partner," I reminded her, feeling a little sorry for her. "But what did she say to you?" "He wanted me to be with him, but he wouldn't leave his girlfriend." "He didn't say that directly, but he gave me the hint," she explained, leaning back against the counter. "And what did you tell him?" "Obviously not. From now on, we'd keep our distance because of that detail. We can't just face each other and pretend nothing happened between us." She took a breath before continuing. "However, it wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want to keep our distance like this, but he apparently left a bit upset that night." "Do you miss him?" "Yes, I've been struggling not to call him, but I think about the obstacle between us and I lose hope. It's complicated," she concludes, looking down at her feet. "You know, if Donald really had feelings for you, he wouldn't give you any hints or even dare to push you to take second place," I say, though I don't know if that'll help. Maybe I'll make her feel worse. "I know. That's why I try not to get involved with him anymore," she answers, her head down. "It's for the best. You met him in a relationship. It wouldn't be fair for you to be the third wheel between him and his girlfriend. You suffer more than everyone else because you're in love with Donald," I say, placing my hand on her shoulder again. "You've only met him a few times. Maybe it'll pass in a few more days." "Yes, you're right," he looked up. "Thanks for the advice. I think it's best to leave this as it is." Wise decision. "Now, cheer up and let's get to work." Olivia smiled at me and then followed me, a little more animated than before. But I know she's still and will continue to think about him, maybe she really did fall in love, just like I did with Liam. I don't judge her. I returned to my workstation with her, glancing at her from time to time, but acting normal. I don't think even Madison realized how upset she was. She's very good at hiding her negative emotions. I jumped in my seat when I heard my name, not so much because of that name, but because of who said it. Liam had called me. I turned to him, and he ordered me to go to his office. His face was terrifyingly sour. The others were busy, as if it were perfectly normal for the boss to call his assistant into the office, but I knew I wasn't just a salaried assistant. I worried, and nervousness crept in, though I tried not to let it show. "Hey, she's not going to eat you." She should have calmed down by now. Madison stopped me, amused at my horrified face, which I thought I was hiding. "I hope so. I hope he doesn't leave me working too late because of his bad mood." I smiled nervously. "Good luck," he concluded, before returning to typing on his computer. Before turning the doorknob, I thought about it, trying to hide my nervousness. I don't understand what's happening to Liam, but his bad mood intimidates me a little. Finally, I decide to go in. I find him sorting through some papers. When he looks up and sees me in front of his desk, he scrutinizes me from head to toe, pushing the documents aside. Now his face is expressionless, and I'm frustrated that I don't know what he's thinking or if his anger is directed at me for something I've done wrong that upset him. "Did you call me, sir?" I break the silence after a few seconds of standing like an idiot. "Why so formal?" he asks, frowning instantly. "Aren't you the formal one, Mr. Liam?" I retort, and this time I'm the one frowning as he stands up from his seat. "Why did you agree to have lunch with him?" he asks, leaning on his desk. "Because Mr. Mateo is the deputy chief, I couldn't refuse his kind invitation." "Anything else?" I raise an eyebrow, watching him tense. "I see," he laughed ironically, "so." "Liam," I interrupted him, "or not, better." "Mr. Liam, don't imagine things." When I told him that, I noticed that he frowned severely and pulled my arm, leaning me against his body. "I told you not to call me that when we're alone, and much less address me in that formal manner as if we hadn't lost our modesty a while ago," he corrected me, taking my chin with one hand and holding my waist with the other while leaning against his desk. "Now you're asking me that after being so distant with me. Your level of cynicism is quite high," I snapped. "We're in the office, so." "Don't lie," I interrupted. "We're in the office now, and look how upset you are. You're even asking me not to call you by your first name so formally. You've been curt with me for another reason. It's not what it seems." "No." "Then tell me what's wrong. Other times we're here in your office and you don't behave like this. Even last night, I thought we were fine before you went to dinner with your parents. Did I do something wrong?" "You haven't done anything wrong, Scarlett," he replies softly. "So? It's not fair that you treat me like this when it's not my fault what's happening to you," I add, somewhat irritated. "I'm sorry," he apologizes, caressing my cheek. "Leave it alone, it doesn't matter," I conclude. "I hope you can come up with a good explanation." "No. I can't tell you yet," he says doubtfully. "Can't you tell me what? The reason you're like this? Does it have something to do with the dinner you had with your parents?" I ask, in the same position as him. "It's not time yet, I hope and." "Fine," I interrupted. "Don't tell me anything if you can't," I said, and I stepped away from him, releasing his grip on my waist. "Where are you going?" he asks when I turn my back to leave. "Where do you think?" "To my job." "I have to get back to work," I reply bluntly. "We're not done, Scarlett," he says sternly. Well, I'm done, I reply. It's your problem if you want to make a scene here in the office in front of everyone. With that, I leave his office, trying to change my irritated expression into a more friendly one so as not to show my annoyance. I know I made Liam angrier, but that's his fault. He shouldn't have acted that way toward me when it had nothing to do with whatever problem I've been having. I returned to my desk and focused on the work I had piled up before thinking about Liam and his damn mood swings. I know something's wrong with him, and he won't tell me. I also know I have no right to interfere in his life, but I also can't ignore his behavior, which has a lot to do with me. Staff dismissal time arrived. Madison left before us. Olivia went to the bathroom and returned a few minutes later, waiting for me while I cleaned up the mess on my desk, and then we left together. I saw Liam in the parking lot pulling his car out. He glanced at me, and I saw him back out of the corner of my eye, but I immediately looked away because Olivia was with me. She didn't notice anything suspicious. I think she was still lost in her own thoughts. Are you taking an Uber? I ask. She stops in her tracks and looks at me, perplexed. Oh, yeah, he replies, and I let out a tired sigh, putting my hand on his shoulder again. Are you still thinking about him? I say, and she doesn't respond. From her silence, I know she is. Well, if you feel better, you could give him a call and see him so you can chat. Maybe you're feeling this way because things didn't end well between you. If you talk and clear the air, you might feel better. Do you think so? She looks at me doubtfully. Of course, no one feels good after having a small argument with someone they care about and it doesn't end well. It's normal. Maybe if you talk, everything will be different and you can go back to how things were before, I advise her. She considers it for a moment before speaking. Fine, but still, Donald told me that we can't be like before after we kissed. But it was just a kiss. I kissed Senku too, and we're still friends. There's nothing compromising us, I declare. It's different. You don't feel anything for him. We're the same. I don't have feelings for Senku, but he does have feelings for me, and yet we're still friends. You're in love with Donald, and he's not in love with you, but you two can't bring yourself to be just friends, not to mention that kiss. I think you both have feelings for each other, maybe it's mutual, I declare, and she remains silent for a few seconds. I don't think he has feelings for me. If he did, he wouldn't be with his girlfriend Betty. You can't be so sure about that. There's a reason Donald told you they can't be friends like they used to be after that kiss. That means it did have some effect, otherwise, they would have simply carried on as before, without any concern, just for a simple brush or a clash of lips. I also told him we should keep our distance. He didn't want to, but he agreed anyway when I didn't give him room. You see. You don't want to be that close because you're in love with him, and Donald does want to be close to you, but not as a friend, but in a different way. He knows perfectly well that he can't see you as a friend anymore. That means that kiss, for him, wasn't just a kiss. Think about it that way. She thinks for a moment, then looks at me. I think I'll talk to him. That way I won't feel so sad after all. Go for it. You can make up if that's what you want, I encourage her, and she seems much better. Boy, she really likes that man. Okay, thanks, she gives me a grateful smile. You're welcome. I'll take you to an Uber now. Okay. I walked with Olivia until she got into an Uber, and then I was left alone outside the company. I didn't see Liam nearby, maybe he'd left too, but I don't know if he went to his new apartment or his own. I opted to take an Uber on my own, and the driver took me to the address I'd given him. As I entered the building, I rode the elevator, feeling uneasy. I don't like Liam hiding things from me, and I know he's doing it because he himself told me he couldn't tell me. When the elevator doors opened, I walked down the hallway to the door with the corresponding number. I inserted the card, and the door opened. However, upon entering, I was surprised to see Liam already sitting on the couch, waiting for me. I couldn't have arrived long before then, as I spent a while talking to Olivia and then said goodbye to her. "Scarlett," Liam called after me as I walked past her into the room. Ignoring him, "We need to talk." "What about?" I answered, turning my back on him before reaching for the doorknob. "You know what," he pointed out. I took a deep breath and turned to him, who was sitting on the couch. I walked over and stood in front of him, arms crossed. "Do you want to talk about how you behaved with me today?" "I haven't forgotten," I reminded him. "I didn't mean to, I just had a little altercation," he apologized. "A minor altercation? It didn't seem like one from the way you acted, and besides, I'm not to blame for whatever happened to you," I counter, frowning. "I know." He takes my hand and sits me on his lap. "I'm sorry about that. I got carried away. It won't happen again." "And can you tell me what that altercation was?" I managed to ask, a little less angry now. "It's something minor," he mutters under his breath. But from his expression, I know something's wrong, and he hides it from me. "Are you sure?" I raise an eyebrow. "I know I don't have the right to interfere in your life, but what's happening to you can't be unimportant for you to be like this." "Scarlett, it's nothing, really," he assures, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "It must be overwork. I'm under pressure from all sides." Seeing that he assures me that nothing's wrong, I stop insisting. At least he apologized for today. But it's making me uneasy. I have a feeling something's happening, and maybe Liam really has something hidden he's not wanting to tell me. I can feel it. However, I don't feel I have the right to pressure him to tell me things. Besides, he might be overworked, as he says. And what's happening to him could be some bad time with his parents or whatever. I don't know them in person, only through the media. "Scarlett," Liam speaks to me after a moment of silence. "Yeah. You can't leave me," he says, and I blink, perplexed by what I hear. "What? Why are you saying that now?" I asked, and he looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite put my finger on. "Are you capable of leaving me?" he asks. "Why would I leave you? Although I don't know what will happen after 3 months, I will be with you if you want me to, but I don't know how things will develop between us," I express somewhat doubtfully and confused. "Promise me that no matter what happens, you won't leave me, you always have to be with me," he demands, and I look at him, unable to understand what he's trying to say. "Why are you bringing this up now? Is something wrong?" "It's okay, just promise me you won't leave me," he insists, and I feel his grip on my hip as if he's anxious for something. "You shouldn't be worried about whether or not I leave you later. I should be worried, since I don't know where I stand with you," I dictated, caressing her cheek. "Just promise me that, Scarlett. I wouldn't leave you. If the 3 months pass, I'll be with you, I promise," she assures me, and I feel my heart pounding. "Liam, I promise," I manage to say. "It's just, I don't understand what this is all about. I'd have no reason to leave you. If the 3 months pass, I'd like to stay with you." I pause for a moment. Liam has changed a little. Before, he told me he didn't want any commitments because he wasn't ready, that there wouldn't be any feelings between us, that I would just be his bed partner. He could live his life, and I could live mine. But now he's demanding that I not leave him no matter what, even making me make a promise. "What's wrong, Liam? You told me you didn't want me to fall in love with you, but now you want to keep me by your side at all costs. It would be impossible not to fall in love, but I'm sorry, I was already in love with you. Could there be a chance that Liam has feelings for me and is afraid I'll leave him after the 3-month mark? Maybe that's possible. He's changed a lot and is much more affectionate toward me. If he truly falls in love with me, and doesn't just see me as someone who can satisfy him, after the 3-month period, we could go beyond a no-strings-attached relationship. That's good to hear, he says, placing me underneath him on the couch. Was it so important to him that I promise him that? Liam, I'll take a shower and make you some dinner, I said, while he continued to cling to me. It's rare to see him so emotional. I want to shower with you, and I'll help you make dinner too, he says, his head buried in my neck. Are you staying with me tonight? I ask. Yes, I'll stay, he answers without hesitation. Well, I'm glad to hear that, then let's go to the room. He got off me, and we headed to the bedroom. We ran a bubble bath in the tub and soaked in it. He massaged my back, relaxing my entire body. This feels good. Even though it's awkward, I enjoy every moment between us, even if it's short, and I take advantage of every moment he shows me affection. It must be obvious by now that I like him, otherwise, would never have agreed to sleep with him in the first place. Liam couldn't resist doing it to me in the bathroom again and again. We immersed ourselves in desire, and I surrendered to him like never before, as if I'd never tasted his lips, as if his hands had never touched me, and as if our bodies had never met. It felt different, as if I wasn't the only one harboring some hidden feeling. After the bath, I changed, and he already had some clothes in the closet. Apparently he had already planned to stay with me for a few nights. He helped me prepare dinner. While I was cutting vegetables, he was behind me, clinging to my waist, then he helped me with some things. And we didn't do anything unless there was a kiss involved, but not just any kiss, they were intense kisses, as if he wanted me to go to bed with him again. After preparing dinner, he helped me set the table, we poured wine, and we chatted. I've noticed that lately he's been telling me personal things about himself to get to know us better, about his childhood, about life with his parents, and how long he's become an important businessman admired by everyone. And I've only told him about my family, about what happened with my mother and father, and about his other family, which, by the way, we don't get along with, nor do I have any contact with. And what he already knows, about my grandmother's situation and the cancer. Luckily, she's been much better thanks to chemotherapy, and they're living without worries now, all thanks to Liam and his support. Do you want to go to bed? I ask him, he looks a little tired. Not yet, I want to finish the movie, he tells me, and places his head in my lap. We're on the couch watching a dark romance after finishing dinner. And what surprised me was that he suggested it. I'm worried you're very tired, I say, looking at the television. Are you worried about me? He asks, looking somewhere other than the television. Of course I care about you. Your question offends me, I reply, stroking her hair. It's so soft and silky. I'm glad you care about me, he murmurs, it feels good. These short moments with you feel so much better, I commented, but I think I thought it out loud. I hadn't intended to say it. I realized I'd loosened my mouth, but too late. Liam was silent for a few seconds, and I was a little nervous. I hadn't meant to say that. What if he gets angry at my comment because I'm implying I like him? The pent-up feeling escaped me. Do you feel good with me? She asks, but this time she wasn't on my lap, she was staring straight into my eyes. Yes, I feel fine, I affirm, feeling under the spell of his blue eyes. Suddenly, I don't feel my pulse, my heart pounds violently against my chest as Liam's hand rests on my cheek, scanning every inch of my face. Slowly, he leans in until I feel his breath on my lips. He touches his forehead to mine and remains there for a few short seconds. "Fuck, Scarlett," he murmurs, and then I feel the wetness of his lips on mine. He's kissing me. But this kiss is slow, delicate, sweet. He takes my lower lip and then my upper lip very gently, too slow to torture someone accustomed to being devoured. I feel his hand tangle in my hair, pressing his grip on my lips even more intensely. This time, the pace is much faster, and I quickly adapt, following him. He leans forward, and my back falls onto the couch, with him on top of me. Our tongues meet, and we make that kiss eternal, wet, passionate, eager, yearning for more. Neither of us wants to pull away. We breathe heavily, but we continue, as if our lips were drawn to each other by a permanent magnet. I place my hands around his neck, unwilling to let go of that kiss. One of his hands lifts up my short pajama dress, and the other is behind my neck so he can't let me escape, even if it means I can't breathe. We broke apart for lack of air. That kiss was the longest we'd ever had, and it was quite intense. He looked at me for a few seconds, very agitated. I felt like he wanted to tell me something. His gaze had a different quality, as if he were holding something back he wanted to get out. But none of that happens because he takes hold of my lips again, with the same intensity. This time, he sheds my clothes hastily, as if we hadn't just done it in the bathroom before making dinner. He does it with the same desire, the same satisfaction, the same intensity, and with that look that wants to express so many things to me. Chapter 10. Olivia. As I arrived back at my apartment, I reflected on Scarlett's words. I considered calling Donald to resolve our differences, hoping to avoid the feeling of sadness that was overwhelming me at the moment. Besides, I have to admit that I miss him. In just a few days, we explored mutual understanding, shared secrets late into the night, and during that time, I fell even more in love, realizing I truly wanted to be with him. However, from the day I met him, there was always a barrier. He already had someone by his side. I decided to take a shower before calling him, trying to clear my mind of that thought. I resist doing so, not knowing if he's still upset or if he doesn't want to see me anymore. The uncertainty is frustrating. When I got out of the shower, I put on a short, silky, strappy pajama dress. I sat on the bed with my cell phone in my hand, feeling the urge to call him. Before I knew it, I was dialing Donald's number, and I was surprised when he answered right away. Donald, I pronounced his name with some hesitation. I thought you weren't going to call me, he said, his voice the same, natural and without a trace of annoyance. I need to talk to you, I blurted out quickly, my hands sweating and shaking, even though it was just a phone call. I'll go to your apartment. It's not necessary, I need to see you, I'll be there in 5 minutes. And he hung up the phone without giving me a chance to express my opinion. Seriously, I'm nervous. What am I going to say? I've already forgotten what I had planned, and my heart is beating so fast just from one call. This has me all over the place. A few minutes passed, and I jumped in bed when I heard a knock at the door. He was already here. I got out of bed and left the room. My steps were hesitant as I walked to the door, and finally, I opened it. There was Donald, staring me up and down. Oh no, for God's sake, I forgot to change into these pajamas. In all the excitement, I completely forgot. Hi, I greeted, a little embarrassed by how he found me. Donald didn't say anything, he just walked in, and I closed the door. But when I turned around to look at him, Donald grabbed my waist and kissed me on the lips. That took me by surprise, but my lips melted and I kept up. I missed him. Donald, what? I tried to speak when he pulled away. It wasn't that intense a kiss, it was just like joining lips for a few seconds. I missed you, I thought you weren't going to call me, he interrupted me, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. Were you expecting my call? I couldn't help the look of surprise on my face. Of course, I thought you were mad at me, and that's why I didn't dare call you. You don't know how happy I was to see you calling me, she confessed, with a relieved smile on her face. I wasn't mad. I thought you might be mad at me, so I wanted to work things out between us. Are we okay now? He asks me with a unique sparkle in his eyes. Yes, but, what you just did. What I just did, I did because I wanted to, and because I really wanted to do it long before, he declares, and I feel my pulse speed up. So. I stopped when I saw him looking me up and down again, my cheeks instantly burning. Do you know how sexy you look in that? He pointed out, pulling me closer against his body. It's just pajamas. I thought about changing her, but. It looks perfect on you, he interrupts. You look really beautiful, and I wish I was the one to take it off you. Hey. He didn't let me say a word, he was already kissing me, and this time it was a real kiss, quite intense, so much so that I was running out of breath. Donald, stop, I gasp, even though I'm dying to. No. I can't, Olivia, he replies, pressing his lips against mine again. I want to be with you, he says against my lips. He runs his hand down my back and down to the bottom of my butt. Then I feel my feet in the air, and he holds me tightly while he kisses me. His steps lead us to the room, and when we're inside, he places me on the bed and climbs on top of me. Are you sure you're doing this? I ask before he continues. I am, he nodded, and leaned down to kiss my lips, or rather devour them. I am, he nodded, leaning down to kiss my lips, or rather devour them. Our bodies were completely fused together, him on top of me between my legs, and me with my hands around his neck, continuing that deep kiss I never wanted to end. I know this isn't right, it wasn't in my plans, but the moment was right, and circumstances led us to this. After leaving my lips, he began to kiss my neck, explored every corner of my body and finally removed my tiny silky dress. I closed my eyes as I felt him bite my neck and his hands slide down my legs. We let ourselves be carried away by the desire of that night, giving ourselves to each other, undressing and giving in to the intoxicating pleasure. He thrust into me, and I felt my insides melt in the bliss of pleasure with each coordinated movement of his hips against mine. I clutched the sheets with each wild thrust that brought me to an endless ecstasy of pleasure. His gasps mingled with mine, and his full lips took over every inch of my body as he explored it at will. Eventually, he collapsed beside me, my head resting on his chest. I don't know if what I just did with Donald was the right thing to do, but I couldn't resist it for long. I feel bad about myself for sleeping with a man who already has a partner. It was wrong, right? I know it was, and now I feel terrible. But it's done. What are you thinking about? Donald asked calmly. Doesn't he feel remorse for cheating on your girlfriend? Nothing relevant, I replied. Nothing relevant, he repeated. If you knew how bad you are at lying, you wouldn't be doing it. I already told you that. I know it's because of my relationship, he cut me off instantly. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I remained silent for a few seconds, revealing that this worried me, so. Why did she sleep with me? Why shouldn't I worry about that? You already have someone in your life, I said, feeling his hand caress my hair. You know, a man needs a partner, and Betty never was one, he confessed. I instantly sat up, looked at him in confusion, and he stood up too, taking my hands. What do you mean? I couldn't help but ask. Betty is no longer my girlfriend. I broke up with her the same day I had a little argument with you, he explained, and my expression reflected astonishment. What? Why did you break up with her? It wasn't because of that kiss. Right? I probed, not wanting to be the cause of a breakup. No, our breakup is unrelated to anything you do, he clarified. So? You see, I've had problems with Betty even before I met you. We've been together for a long time. I loved her very much, and she loved me too, or so I thought. Why do you mention it like that? Betty cheated on me with another man, and he turned out to be one of my closest friends, she confessed, leaving me in a state of shock for a few moments. Is that why you broke up? No, that happened a long time ago. I forgave her, and we tried again. But she wasn't the same anymore, always focused on her work, constantly hanging out with friends. Our relationship grew increasingly strained, and she didn't notice that I was drifting away. And then what happened? I kept trying to maintain our relationship at all costs. But she persisted. I realized she wasn't the partner I wanted at my side. Betty showed no interest in me. Even though she told me she loved me, her actions didn't reflect the love of a woman for a man. Did that cause the breakup? Yes, but there's something else. The night I met you at the bar, I'd had an argument with her, but when I was with you, I completely forgot about Betty. You were different, we had small talk, we shared laughs, you listened to me. I realized you were far from being like Betty. And what does that mean? When I broke up with Betty, I realized it didn't affect me as much. It was because I already had someone else taking her place, and that person is you, Olivia. Me. But you said. My breaking up with her has nothing to do with how I feel about you. I explained to you that we had a complicated relationship, with infidelity on her part even. The night I broke up with her, she yelled at me that she was still seeing the person who cheated on me. That was the final straw. I cut all ties with her, he sighed before continuing. Betty asked me for another chance, she asked for my forgiveness. At another time, I would have agreed like a fool because I was in love, but I don't feel anything for her anymore. I don't love her. Because the one I love is you, Olivia. I was in shock again, unable to articulate a word. All this time with him, I thought they had a perfect relationship and that he loved his girlfriend so much, which was why he didn't dare leave her. That was partly true, since he forgave her for an infidelity, but the truth is, I don't feel any guilt now. That woman didn't know how to value the man at her side, she didn't give him his due or appreciate all the love he gave her, even forgiving her for what she did. That was love, albeit with a touch of masochism. And I don't feel guilty about anything, because Donald has already broken up with her, so she's free to be with me and, if possible, have a relationship too. Aren't you saying anything? Donald interrupted, breaking my thoughts. I don't. Don't you feel the same way I do, Olivia? He asked, and I saw some concern in his eyes. Maybe he's feeling insecure about his ex-girlfriend, about how she treated him, and also about her infidelity. I'm not going to let him down. How could I? I'm in love with him and I'm willing to be the companion he deserves, offering him what that woman couldn't. Don't think like that, I placed my hand on her cheek. It all took me by surprise. I never imagined you were in love with me. How could I not? He frowns. Any man would fall in love with you, Olivia. You're a great woman and very beautiful. I started having feelings for you that night, although I only discovered it later. But I knew you were different, and I want to know if my feelings are reciprocated in the same way. Do you think so? From that day on, I fell in love with you, but I hid it because you had a girlfriend. I was content just to be your close friend. After that little argument, I missed you so much, and that's why I wanted to fix things, but I didn't think it would end like this. So, you loved me, you little rascal, he says, and throws me onto the bed to climb on top of me. You're so blind, I thought you'd even noticed, I whispered, wrapping my arms around his neck. I suspected it, but now you can be my girlfriend, just you and me, she says. Really? You want me to be your girlfriend? Of course, I already told you I'm in love with you, and you're in love with me too. What did you think? That I'd only be with you in bed? I want you to be my wife. My cheeks are burning, and I'm about to scream with joy. A few hours ago, I was depressed from missing him, and now I'll be with him as his girlfriend. Tonight couldn't be more perfect. It was what I wanted with all my heart. Of course, I'll be your girlfriend and whatever you want from now on. Scarlett. I moved into this apartment that Liam bought me a few days ago, and I have to admit that these have been the most wonderful days of my life. Liam has shared nights by my side, we even spent weekends together, and at work we enjoyed small intimate moments when we managed to be alone. The highlight has been the surprising dose of romanticism. Although he was always somewhat reserved and cold, lately, as we've spent more time together than ever, he's shown himself to be different, sweet and attentive, like I've never seen him before. I'm also happy for Olivia, who told me that a few days ago, Donald asked her to be his girlfriend. I discovered that the feelings weren't one-sided, as he, too, began to develop feelings for her from the first day they met. The positive thing is that Donald left that mean woman he had at his side to be with Olivia. He's a great man. I hope I'm lucky enough to have feelings for him that aren't just me. Although I've noticed changes in Liam, I can't say for sure that he's in love with me, since he's never told me so since we met. Today I woke up early to head to the office, as usual, but Liam wasn't by my side anymore. It seems like he got up almost at dawn. Last night we enjoyed a nice dinner together, shared wine, watched several movies, and he expressed his opinions about some scenes he didn't like. We had intimate moments twice before falling asleep, creating another wonderful night like the ones before. Although the morning was a little different without him by my side when I woke up, I'm grateful that he makes time for me, despite being the CEO with responsibilities. He must have left early to take care of the company's new projects. Checking the time, I notice it's almost time to head to the office. I get out of bed with a yawn, head to the shower, and after getting ready, I face breakfast. I'm surprised Liam hasn't made it like usual. As the hours tick by, I grab my bag and phone, hurrying out of the building. An Uber takes me to the office in a few minutes, slightly worried about being late. Even though Liam is the boss, everyone is treated equally, though I feel like I get a little more favor from him. As I walked in, I noticed people murmuring and looking at something on their phones, reminiscent of the day Liam took over as the new owner of the company, a moment that took my breath away. I decided to let it go, downplaying the situation. Perhaps it was just gossip that didn't deserve my attention. Upon arriving at the administration floor, I noticed the staff talking in hushed voices, which further puzzled me when Olivia and Madison approached with surprised expressions and enigmatic smiles. Something's up, girls. The atmosphere among the staff is strange today, I commented. They looked at each other and approached. Apparently, you still haven't heard the big news that took us all by surprise. That's why there's so much commotion in the halls, Madison informed me. The boss kept it close to his chest. Of course, not everything is reported in the media, but this was a surprise. The personal lives of important men like Mr. Brown aren't always in the public eye, Olivia added. My confusion increased, but strangely, my heart was beating fast and I felt a certain melancholy. Girls, what's going on with Mr. Liam? I don't understand, I asked more clearly, even though I was still worried. Our boss has a partner, and none other than Lily Roberts, a renowned American model, Madison confessed enthusiastically. My body swayed, my heart stopped. What? Liam has a partner. This can't be true. He can't have another woman. It must be a lie. And guess what? Olivia chimed in, she's his fiancée. Yes, and they already announced it to the media. It's everywhere, that's why there's so much fuss, Madison added. A lump formed in my throat, and my body wanted to give up. This can't be true, Liam can't be doing this to me. He doesn't have another woman but me. Are you okay, Scarlett? Olivia asked, noticing my distraction. I was actually falling apart inside, but I shouldn't let it show how much it affected me. I'm fine, it just took me by surprise. Like everyone else, I lied, even though I felt like crying. Right, the boss kept it to himself, Madison commented. I can't take this anymore. Where's Mr. Liam? Has he arrived yet? I asked after clearing my throat. Oh, he's in his office with. I didn't let Olivia finish the word. I was already heading to her office. I needed her to tell me that wasn't true, that he doesn't have a fiancée. Liam shouldn't have to lie to me. I trust him, he can't do this to me. I knocked on the door 3 times. My hands were shaking, and my heart was racing. Please, Liam, let this not be true. I heard his voice from the other side asking me to come in, and I witnessed the worst scene of my life as I walked through the door. No, that's impossible, Liam can't be. He was sitting in the presidential chair, with another very beautiful woman on his lap, white skin, blonde hair, full red lips, impeccable makeup, elegantly dressed and surely with an enviable figure, given that the girls told me she was a model. The words wouldn't come out of my mouth. I looked straight into Liam's eyes, and he gave me a look of regret. The woman looked me over from head to toe, a little confused, but all she wanted to do at that moment was cry. It was true, he has another woman, and she's his fiancée. He cheated on me. All this time, I'd been living a lie. I'm sorry for the interruption, I said, turning around again. I didn't want to see that. It hurts to see it. Scarlett. I heard Liam's voice before leaving the office. I paused for a moment, turning my back, but decided to continue and ignore him. I left the office almost in tears, fighting with all my might not to burst into tears. My heart ached so much I wanted to rip it out of my chest and scream so I could get it out. Scarlett, where are you going? Olivia asked when she saw me grabbing my bag from the desk. I smiled a little and looked up at her. I feel bad. I didn't sleep much last night, and my head hurts. I'm going home, I lied. The truth is, I don't want to be here, I hate every minute of it. Really? But the boss. He'll understand. I was going to ask his permission, but he seems to be busy with his fiancée, I concluded. Without further explanation, I left the company as quickly as possible. I can't believe Liam's doing this to me. He was engaged all this time. And everything we shared. Our nights. His company. He treated me special, and I believed him. I felt loved by him, but now he's cast me aside. Turns out I was his lover this whole time, and I didn't even know it. Now I understand why they kept calling him. The day he left me the note, he was probably busy with that matter. How many times has he been with her or spoken to her? All this time I thought he was alone, even the media didn't know he had another woman. This means that from the first day we had any intimate contact, I became his lover, and yet, he didn't say anything to me. On the contrary, it tied me closer to him instead of stopping him. He knew what he was doing. Why did he do this to me? I love him. I let him make me fall more in love with him every day, but I discover that all along I was just his lover. Not even his bedmate, as he told me. I think for him, that had the same meaning, but I was in the dark, unaware. I had nowhere else to go. Avoiding the company was my desire. I didn't want to face the whispers about Liam and his fiancée Lily, much less see them express affection for each other in front of me. Even if she ignores it, I can't sympathize with that woman, we share the same man. Going to my grandparents' house would arouse suspicion. I'm not good at hiding my feelings. Besides, my grandmother is recovering, and I don't want to add to her worries. The last thing I want is to become a burden to her. My mother would be disappointed if she were alive. I'm my boss's mistress and have taken my father's affections, repeating the same pattern that led to the failure of his previous marriage. I've become a mistress, occupying a role similar to that of my father's current wife. If everything comes to light, I'll also destroy another engagement. I never imagined I'd be in this role. My mother would hate me. If my father finds out, he'll rebuke me, only increasing his contempt. Why did Liam involve me this way? If we hadn't had that intimacy, I wouldn't be going through this situation. I acknowledge my guilt. I shouldn't have gotten involved with my own boss, such an important figure. I shouldn't have noticed him when I saw him in a magazine my grandmother gave me. I thought it would be momentary and immature to fall in love with a man who ignored my existence. It was ridiculous. But now, this ridiculousness has reached unimaginable extremes. I met him in person, and he became my boss. It's so absurd that I ended up sharing his bed, falling more and more in love with him. The situation is so ridiculous that now he has a fiancée and is about to get married, while I am his mistress, taking a back seat. Miss, the Uber driver's voice jolted me back to reality. Are you okay, miss? Yeah, don't worry, I replied through sobs, unaware of my tears as I reflected on my situation. Good. Tell me what your destination is, he asked, leaving me silent and deep in thought. My destination? Where should I go? I don't have a place. I don't want to worry my family, especially my grandparents, who are all I have left, since I'm nothing to my father. However, if my grandparents find out, they'll be disappointed too. What should I do? I don't want to go back to the apartment Liam bought me. That's what infuriates me the most. He treated me with special attention, showering me with luxuries I didn't care about. All I wanted was his love. I'm tied to him by that debt and the gifts he gave me. I can't go back to my old apartment, it's already occupied by other people. I feel alone. But I remembered someone I'm sure will support me. He promised to always be there for me, even knowing about my affair with Liam. I shouldn't turn to him, but I don't have anyone else, and I don't want to see Liam again. Sir, take me to this address, I instructed. In a few minutes, the Uber took me to the building where Senka's apartment is located. I had called him in advance, and even though I knew he was busy at work, he insisted on delegating tasks to his secretary to come see me. We haven't spoken in days. During that time, I was busy with Liam, sharing moments that made me forget about everyone else, a big mistake on my part. I entered the building and waited for Senku. I felt a lump in my throat that made it hard to breathe. Remembering that woman with Liam, it made me want to cry. I had no right over him, nor did he have the right to deceive me like that. I can't forgive him. Scarlett. Senku's comforting voice made me lift my head. I looked at him, and that's when I couldn't stop crying. Senku. I said his name in pain, and despite how it looked, I threw myself into his arms. I needed someone to hold me and tell me everything would be okay, even if it wasn't. "Okay, let's go," he said, leading me from the reception desk to the elevator. I was reassured by the fact that he never let go of me, still holding me for comfort. When the elevator doors closed, he placed his hand on my cheek and made me look at him. His eyes were watery, and I still wanted to cry. "It'll be okay, just let it out," he said, placing a kiss on my forehead. I laid my head back on his chest and began to cry. This pain is unbearable, I'd never experienced it before. That's what it feels like. The elevator opened, and Senku walked out with me. We arrived at his apartment and went inside. I sat on the couch, wiping away my tears with a handkerchief he provided. Meanwhile, he went into the kitchen to look for something. I didn't know what it was until I saw him return with a glass of water. He gave it to me, and I drank a little. I still feel ashamed for resorting to him in a state like this. "I'm sorry, Senku," I apologized. He had to leave work to come see me just because I called him. "You don't have to apologize. I'm glad you came to me, I thought you'd forgotten about me." Her words made me feel worse. "That's why I have to apologize. I haven't contacted you in the past few days, and now that I have, look at the state I'm in. You even put your job aside because of me," I said, again holding back the urge to cry. "Don't think of it that way. I'm glad we're seeing each other again, no matter the circumstances. I've also been busy lately. Besides, I told you you could count on me for anything, don't worry," he declared, and I felt a little relieved. "Thank you, Senku," I said, letting my back fall onto the couch. "Can I ask you what happened? But if you're not up to it, I won't press the question." "I can tell you what's happening to me, Senku. You're the only one who knows about my relationship," I muttered. "Thanks for trusting me." "So, it has to do with your relationship with your boss," Senku deduced. "Yes. I started the morning on the wrong foot. When I arrived at the company, I heard murmurings in the hallways, but I didn't know what it was about. My colleagues told me it was because the boss brought his fiancée to the company, and the news was already in the media. I even went to his office and found him with her on his lap. That's why I'm so upset," I recounted, another tear escaping and sliding down my cheek. "How can that be? Didn't he tell you he was engaged?" I saw Senku's angry face. "I didn't know, and he didn't tell me. I was his lover all this time, and yet he still decided to continue what was between us. It's so painful. He's getting married. I can't believe he did that to you. Didn't you talk to him?" "No. I left the company without warning. I don't want to see his face or be at that company where I'll see him all the time with his fiancée. I don't even want to go to the apartment. I want to refresh my mind and forget everything for a moment." "Is he going to your apartment?" "You didn't know, but Liam bought me an apartment where he goes from time to time. I practically moved in with him. I have nowhere else to go, and if I go back, he'll probably be there waiting for me. I don't go to my grandparents' house because they'll probably notice something's wrong with me. I don't want to worry anyone." "I understand. And they don't even know about your parents?" At the question, I remained silent. "My parents? I only have one father who doesn't love me, and my mother died because of him. If she were alive, she'd be very disappointed in me for playing the role of lover, but I didn't know that. My grandparents don't know. My mother passed away, and my father has another family. It's as if he doesn't have a daughter." "Oh, I'm sorry." "Don't worry. My only family is my grandparents, and by the way, my grandmother is recovering thanks to Liam." "How is that?" "Liam's father is the director of the hospital where my grandmother is being treated. She has cancer. One day, her treatment got worse, and I had to go see her. They changed her treatment, but I couldn't afford to pay for it, and I also had to pay for the hospital. Liam found out what was happening and paid everything for me. Now my grandmother is recovering with her new treatment. Did he do it before getting into a relationship with you? We'd been together before that. But with that, we became even closer. I'm paying him back for everything he's done for me. I couldn't tell Senku the details of our relationship. It's a very intimate thing between Liam and me. How? I can give you all the money you owe him, and I can also give you a position in my company so you can resign. You don't have to put up with that. What Senku says sounds good, offering to pay me all the money and giving me the opportunity to work with him. However, I can't accept his proposal. I don't want to accumulate more debts to a man. Accepting what Senku is proposing would mean being in his debt. Thank you for trying to help me, Senku, but I can't accept this. I can't resign from the company. Liam and I have a 3-month contract. During that time, I'll pay you everything. Until then, I have to stay. I can't do anything. Senku sighed and ran one of his hands through his thick hair. I understand you want to help me, but this is between Liam and me. I don't want to involve him. I understand, she finally spoke. So, will you continue with him knowing that he is about to get married? I have to talk to him, but it won't be right now. I don't want to see his face yet after knowing the truth. I just need time. I'll do the 3 months, then I'll leave. I couldn't stay with him if he's getting married. How much pain I feel when I say those simple words, he's getting married. Yes, I must disappear from his life after 3 months, for his sake and mine. I can't forgive him. What he did to me is plunging me into sadness. So, where are you staying? Senku asked me. I looked at him and then looked away. I don't know. I think I'll stay in a hotel in the meantime, until I work up the courage to face him. And you're not going to work? You'll see him there. I'm not going to work yet, not until we talk. If he fires me, that's even better for me. If that happens, you know you can count on me for whatever you need. Those words give me courage. At least I have someone to count on. Thank you, Senku, you're a good friend. But I want to ask you something. What is it? Stay here until you go talk to him. You don't have to spend money on a hotel. My apartment is spacious, and you can stay as long as you need. Senku insisted I stay at his apartment, and in the end, I gave in. I don't plan on staying long. I just need to calm down so I can talk to Liam and clear up the situation, which she should have told me about from the start. However, I can't help thinking that he's got someone else in his arms now, and that should be me, not her. Aren't you going back to work? I asked Senku, sitting next to me. At least I stopped crying. I was a little embarrassed. I won't go today, I'll stay with you. No need, Senku. I'm fine. You'll make me feel bad if you neglect your duties because of me, I point out, but he doesn't seem to care. I don't neglect my duties, my secretary is in charge of everything, don't worry about that. He always knows how to say things without making me feel bad about anything. Well, it's your decision. I'll step out for a moment and get you some clothes for tonight. I don't want you going back to that apartment if you're not fit. Are you going to buy me clothes? Of course not, Senku, that's not up for discussion, I'll do it. It's just so you can sleep here more comfortably. You didn't bring anything with you, so let me do it. But, Senku. Please. I couldn't resist Senku's insistence. It's true, I don't have anything with me to spend the night here, so this time I'll let him help me. At least I avoid returning to the apartment for now and facing Liam. I'll find a solution tomorrow. Senko left the apartment very satisfied, leaving me alone and without any worries. It's strange not to be at the company at this hour, but my phone vibrates in my bag. I'm sure it's Liam. When I take it out, I confirm it's him calling, and there are several messages from him. I decide to hang up on him to make it clear I don't want to talk to him, much less reply to his messages. I try to distract myself by turning on the TV, but before I know it, I'm already crying. I feel pathetic. Tears flow as I remember the times I stayed up late watching movies with Liam, times I thought were special to him. I decide to turn off the television. Every second is torture, my chest sinks in pain, and my eyes are red and swollen. I sink onto the couch and close my eyes, resting my head on a small pillow. I want to stop thinking about him, to forget that we ever had anything. I actually hope it's all a bad dream. Little by little, I fall asleep, finally sinking into a deep sleep. I woke up not knowing how many hours I'd slept, but it was quite a while. Gradually, I opened my eyes. I was no longer on the couch where I'd fallen asleep, but in a room, lying in a bed. I sat up, rubbed my eyes, and let out a lazy yawn. Looking around, I noticed it was a nice, comfortable room, but I couldn't remember how I got here. The door creaked, and Senko walked in with a tray of food. He smiled at me when he saw I was awake and sat down next to me, placing the tray on a small table next to the bed. "You've woken up, sleeping beauty," he said with a small smile. "How long did I sleep?" "All morning, it's already noon," he replied, checking the time on his wristwatch. "Did I sleep that long?" "I came here early in the morning, and now it's already noon." "Boy, was I tired. Do you want something to eat?" "I made something for you," she asked, taking the tray from the table. "You made it? I didn't know you could cook." "My mother taught me. I don't know if you'll like it." "It looks good, I'm sure I'll like it." I took the first bite and put it in my mouth. "So how are you?" he asked, visibly anxious. "You're very good. I think you cook better than me." "That's good." "Of course, more than good." "I'm glad to hear it." "By the way, Senku, did you bring me here while I was sleeping?" I asked, putting the food aside. "Yes. I saw you fell asleep on the couch, so I brought you into my room so you could get a better night's sleep." "Did that bother you?" "No, not at all, thank you." "Oh, and I bought you some clothes, they're on the counter." "I'm not sure your size, but I guessed based on your figure." "You shouldn't have bothered, but thanks." "You don't take no for an answer anyway. You've got it clear now." I finished eating while talking to Senku, who didn't leave me alone for a second. I didn't let my sadness show at the time, but I couldn't help but remember when Liam used to make dishes like these for me. He's a good cook too. I left the room and helped Senku with the dishes. He'd done a good job in the kitchen. Seriously, he does it better than me. I left it alone for a moment, as the phone was vibrating again. I thought about turning it off because I imagined it was Liam again, but this time it wasn't him, but Olivia. "Well?" I cleared my voice a little. "Scarlett, are you feeling better now? The boss asked for you." I knew that was going to happen. "What did they tell you?" "You decided to go home because you didn't feel well." "And what did he say?" "He didn't say anything, though. He seemed somewhere between annoyed and worried. But the strangest thing is that he left his fiancée alone at the company, and an hour later he came back, but he seemed pretty upset. No one knows what's wrong with him." I understand. "Are you coming tomorrow?" "I don't know, it depends on how I feel. You should talk to the boss. You left without telling him. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll explain the situation to him and apologize for leaving without warning. Well, get well soon. Thank you, Olivia. Obviously, I wasn't going to call him. Instead, I turned off my cell phone so I wouldn't receive any more calls or texts from him. I have 30 missed calls from Liam and several unread messages. He must be desperate, but he doesn't have to be. He has a beautiful woman at his side, on his same level. I was just his toy. Are you okay? Senku's voice shook me. Yes, I'm fine. It was Olivia who called me. Has he told you anything about your boss? Yes, he was asking for me. It's normal, I left without warning. He must be looking for me. Besides, I have several missed calls from him and messages too. Haven't you answered him? Not yet, I think I just want to clear my mind for now, then I'll see what I do. Sounds good to me. Do you want to watch a movie to pass the time? Sounds good. Even though he reminds me of Liam, I can't say no to Senku's good intentions. Chapter 11. I spent the whole day with Senku, who helped me forget for a moment everything that was happening in my life. When night fell, I resisted turning on my phone, aware that I'd soon receive calls from Liam. I opted to help Senku prepare dinner instead of facing those conversations. It was comforting to spend a fun day with Senku, a wise decision amid the sadness surrounding me. As we ate dinner together and watched TV in the living room, I reflected on how someone else had taken that place in my life. However, this is how things turned out. Maybe a happy ending wasn't meant to be for Liam and me. Stop thinking about him, Senku advised me, sitting next to me, as if he could sense my thoughts. Have you experienced anything similar in your life? I asked. I'll tell you if you finish your dinner. You almost cut your finger helping me prepare it, so make sure you eat well, she said with a warm smile, reminding me of my mother. Okay, I'll do it. I picked up my food and took another bite. See? I'm doing it. Now, tell me your story. Good choice, he smiled triumphantly. It's nothing extraordinary, but I've been through something similar to yours, albeit in a different way. Did they leave you for someone else? Something like that. I had a girlfriend I loved very much. We were dating and had only been together for 7 months, my longest relationship, by the way. But she broke my heart by cheating on me with her best friend, and eventually, she dumped me. That's my sad, pitiful story. Wow, but you say that so calmly. Didn't it affect you? Yes, but that was a long time ago. I managed to get over it over time, and now it doesn't bother me to remember it, it's something in the past. Haven't you fallen in love again since then? No, I just hung out with girls. No love, just attraction. I understand, a failure that led you to close your heart. Don't you think about having a family in the future? If the right one comes along to be my wife, maybe. In the meantime, I'm enjoying being single until it's time to start a family. Senku's story is different from mine, he's cheated on and abandoned for someone else. In my case, I'm being treated like a mistress, taking a place I didn't even know I had. Soon that person will have a family and abandon me, but I have to leave them first. I hope you find someone who truly loves you. Although it doesn't hurt to be alone. You can find that person too, but in the right place. Just give it time, for now, you have to figure out your situation. I know. And thank you for sharing your story, I feel a little comforted now. Hey, I suffered too. Do you want comfort after so much time? It wouldn't hurt me. Silly. Dinner went smoothly. Senku always finds a way to make me laugh and clear my mind. I'm glad I met someone like him. Although he was a little forward and took advantage of me at first, he's a good person and, above all, very affectionate. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's time to sleep, but I don't know if I should rest on the couch or share the bed with Senku. Would that be inappropriate? I'll sleep on the couch. As if reading my thoughts, Senku entered the room. No need, you're at home, Senku. I'll sleep on the couch. You've already done so much for me, and I don't know how to thank you. With a friendly half-smile, he sat down next to me on the bed. I don't want you to thank me for anything, I'm happy to. I liked you ever since that day at the bar. Her smile widened as she remembered that night. It's lucky you didn't run away from me after what happened that night. Why are you so tolerant? I said, amused. I decided to give you a chance and dispel the idea that you were just a lecherous opportunist. And how do you see me now? I think I'm offended. Let me think. I looked him up and down. I think you've exceeded my expectations. You are a good friend after all. That's good to hear. He ruffled my hair like a child. I hope that doesn't change. I doubt it. So, are we sleeping together? He asked hesitantly. Would that be okay? I dodged him doubtfully. It's just you and me here. Besides, I'm not going to eat you. It's better if we sleep in the bed together so neither of us is worried about the other's comfort, don't you think? Looking at it that way, I think you're right, I agreed. Well then, off to bed. Senku turned off the light, and we both crawled into the covers, him on one end of the bed and me on the other. By the way, the sleepwear he bought me was a little loose. I hope tomorrow's formal attire won't fit me the same. I appreciate his good intentions, after all. I closed my eyes, trying to fall asleep, but it was nearly impossible. All I could think about was Liam again. He must be with his fiancée right now, or whatever. My phone must be full of calls from him and texts asking where I am, since I haven't talked to anyone since this morning. I've only been with Senku, the only person who knows my situation and doesn't judge me. Can't sleep. Senku's voice made me open my eyes with a start. You have a way of seeing right through me. I'm starting to get scared, you know. I turned to face him, my back to him. Maybe I've gotten to know you a little in the few days we've seen each other, he sensed. Maybe, you're a good observer. Do you want me to hug you? At her question, I remained silent. If you want, of course. Maybe I can help you sleep. You must be mentally tired. You need to relax. Maybe a hug would do me good. I just want to close my eyes and forget about the mess in my head for a moment, that's all I ask. You can do it, I agreed. He shifted in the bed and hugged me, my head rested on his chest, our bodies pressed together in a warm embrace. I could feel my tense body relaxing, and my mind becoming more defenseless. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply. Senku's arms around me made me feel much more relaxed, and my head felt at ease as I rested on his chest, receiving a bit of comfort. Much better, he asked me. Much better, I replied, starting to doze. Sweet dreams, Scarlett. The next morning, Senku was getting ready for work. At least today he won't be putting it aside for me, and I must say it was helpful to spend all day with him yesterday. I don't know what would have become of me if I had stayed at the company, letting myself be overwhelmed by the sadness Liam caused me. Last night I was able to sleep well and woke up in a better mood thanks to Senku. His comforting hug felt wonderful, like a dose of calm. You look better today than yesterday, he commented, looking in the mirror while fixing his tie. I rested well, I'm more cheerful, I replied and decided to help him with that tie. I'm glad to hear that, he said, watching me as I adjusted it. It's ready, I said, smiling. Thank you. Now let's go to breakfast. I don't want you to be late. Good, Miss Punctuality. It's responsibility. I'm planning on coming back today, I commented. I saw Senku put his cutlery aside and look at me disdainfully. Are you going back to him? Not exactly. I have to talk to Liami anyway. I can't be running away from him all the time. I want to face this, I declared, my eyes on my plate. Don't you need more time to process it? No. The sooner we can clear this up, the better. I need explanations, although I think it will be useless. Remember, you come first, Scarlett. If you don't want to be with him, you know what to do. You don't have to put up with all that. I know, and thank you. However, remember that I'm still tied to him. I let out a wishful sigh. I have to fix that. I don't think I can make it through the 3 months. It's too overwhelming. If the news alone upset me, what will it be like when I see them together all the time and they're talked about right under my nose? Whatever decision you make, I'll be with you. If you return to your apartment today, remember you can come here as a means of escape. You're so understanding, Senku. I know what that feeling you're experiencing now feels like. You know I went through the same thing. I don't know if it's worse than yours or less painful, but both feelings are equally painful. I'll come see you for these self-improvement classes, I commented, amused. It would be a pleasure to be your teacher. So, we'll keep in touch. I'll clean the apartment when I leave. It's good that you leave some souvenirs, like your panties. I'm going to continue believing that you're a good friend, leaving aside your touch of perversion. Hey, I have to be natural in front of you, that will make me unique. Yes, exceptional, but I'll think about it. Oh really? No. You've played with my feelings again. You deserve it. As I mentioned to Senku, I'm returning to the apartment after just a day away to reflect. Although I feel like that time isn't enough, I consider that not returning would be the best thing for me. I don't know how I'll react to seeing Liami, nor how he'll respond. Before leaving, I tidied up the apartment and put away the sleepwear Senku had given me. I only took the clothes I'd worn the day before. Liami had bought me something formal, and at least it wasn't too big for me. Now I'm standing in front of the building that's supposedly my current home, but it doesn't feel that way anymore. Although the apartment may be in my name as a gift from Liami, I no longer want anything related to him. I decided to come in the morning, taking advantage of the fact that he's probably at work, and personally, I don't plan on returning. I'm thinking of leaving my resignation letter on his desk as soon as possible. The elevator doors open, and I walk hesitantly down the hallway. My heart must be ready, anyway. I already know the news that he's getting married soon. What more do I need to realize our relationship can no longer continue? It's time to end this and get away from him as soon as possible. My steps stop in front of the apartment door. I hesitate for a moment, insert the card, and the door opens with a beep. It's dark inside, as blackout curtains cover the large windows that offer a view of the city. I felt relieved to walk in, though a little overwhelmed. I placed my purse on the table along with the bag that held my clothes. When I turned on the light, I was startled to see Liami sitting on the couch, his elbows on his knees and his head resting on his clasped hands. I froze when I saw him, but he was silent, still not looking at me. Apparently, he was waiting for me. Did he spend the whole night here? I didn't even dare turn on my phone since morning, forcing it to wait for my arrival. Not knowing what to say, I walked straight past him toward my room. He didn't even try to stop me, which gave me a brief moment of relief. However, it was brief because he entered the room after me. We had to talk about our situation, something I couldn't avoid even if I wanted to. "Where have you been, Scarlett?" he asked, taking my arm and pulling me up from the bed I was sitting on. "I don't think you mind," I replied indifferently. "Let go." I managed to free myself from his grasp. "Do you know how worried I was?" "You weren't answering your damn phone, Scarlett," he exclaimed angrily. "This is a real shock, so blatant." "It's not my job to answer your calls all the time, Liam. You can save your worries for someone other than me," I declared. "Tell me where you were," he demanded again. "Where else do you think I was?" "With Senku, of course." "I slept over at his house last night," I confessed with disinterest. "You were with another man. And don't you have another woman? Why are you complaining about me?" I asked back. "That. I see, you're only thinking about yourself, Liam," I interrupted. "You're complaining about me spending all day yesterday with another man, and you're also angry about me not answering your calls. And where does that leave you? Do you have the moral authority to complain when you were the one who pushed me into the arms of another man? Did you want me to stay at the company and endure that unpleasant situation? But you didn't have to go with that guy. What did you do with him? Tell me now," he demanded, grabbing my wrist tightly. "Is that all you care about, if I slept with him?" I frowned and pulled away from his grasp again. "What happened between Senku and me, stays between him and me. Scarlett. I won't tell you anything about Senku and me, so don't waste your time. If I left yesterday it's because I didn't want to see you, and if I came back today, it's because I want to end this." "What do you mean? Are you planning on leaving me?" "I'll submit my letter of resignation. I don't want to work with you anymore, and I'll also be leaving this apartment." "You can't do that, remember our agreement, Scarlett. You even promised me you wouldn't leave me," he reminded me, and that's what makes me the most angry. "Promise? You made me promise that because you knew your engagement was going to get out very soon. You wanted to tie me to you, Liam, the hospital bill, the apartment, everything you invested in me when I didn't even ask for any of it. Everything you did was to keep me tied to you. Nothing has any meaning now. Scarlett, listen to me." "What for?" "So you can lie to me." I cut him off. "You told me you weren't interested in commitments, that you didn't want me to fall in love with you. Now I understand why. It was because you had another woman, and yet you decided to go through with it all." "I couldn't help it, Scarlett. I couldn't stop everything that was happening between us." "Of course. And your best option was to hide everything from me and keep me as your lover. You could have stopped it, Liam. That night when I gave myself to you as a woman, you could have stopped it. I was willing to keep my distance because you said you weren't the right man to take my chastity, but you kept going, and I kept going. And I don't regret it, Scarlett. I don't regret making you my wife that night." He leaned closer to me, placing his hand on my cheek. "After I made you mine the way I wanted, I thought we'd both go our separate ways and everything would go on as normal. But I couldn't let you go. However, you weren't willing to want to be with me after just one time, so because of that, I had to find another way to keep you by my side. Another way. Like paying off the hospital debt and offering to be your bedside companion for 3 months when I was really going to be your lover just to settle that debt. Scarlett, listen to me." "No, Liam. You lied to me. You should have told me everything from the beginning to prevent it from getting to this point. If I told you, would you be with me?" "Of course not. I'd obviously avoid even continuing to work for you. How do you think I'd maintain that kind of relationship with you if you told me you had a fiancé? I never would have allowed it. You see, if you had known the truth, you wouldn't have been with me, and I wanted you by my side. I couldn't let you go. You're selfish, Liam. Did you want me to be your lover? Of course not, just. Tell me something, Liam. How long have you been engaged to that woman? Before you joined the company as the new boss. A moment of silence was already an answer. Yes. Before I met you, she was already my fiancée. I don't understand, Liam. Why are you doing this to me? If you had another woman, why did you even notice me? Are you that kind of cheating man? I thought you were different. That's not how it is. I couldn't help but notice you, Scarlett. First I felt interest, then something about you drew me in. Little by little the desire for you took hold of me. It was something that flowed naturally and irreversibly. I couldn't do anything about it anymore. But you had your fiancée. But I don't love her. No one gets married without love, Liam. Yesterday morning I walked in on them in a compromising situation. Don't lie to me. What I'm telling you is true. I don't love Lily, I just. This is incredible, I murmured, sitting up in bed. There's no point in talking about this anymore. It's pointless. What do you mean? Liam, I honestly don't understand you, no matter how hard I try. You told me not to fall in love with you, but you did everything you could to awaken that feeling in me. You provided me with luxuries, an apartment, you stayed overnight with me, we spent time together as a couple, even though we weren't. You showed me affection, you treated me with kindness. Being a simple bed companion, as you called it, you shouldn't have shown me those attentions. I was only repaying a debt. I did it because you wanted me to fall in love with you even more, I interrupted. That? You wanted that feeling inside me to grow even stronger over time. So that when the day came when I learned the truth of your engagement, I wouldn't be able to let you go easily. Or perhaps you wanted to keep me tied to you because of the love I have for you. That's even why you insisted so much that I promised not to leave you after the agreed-upon time, but it was you who left me. That's not true, Scarlett. I haven't left you, and I won't. He leaned down to my level and took my hands. Yes, you did, Liam. You left me. I didn't know I was in this role of lover. I thought you weren't interested in a long-term relationship, that your heart wasn't full of anyone yet. I filled my hopes, I filled my dreams, but you trampled on every single one of them. No, Scarlett, I don't have anyone in my heart. I already told you I don't love her. You have to believe me. Good for you if you don't have anyone in your heart, Liam. You don't suffer that way, but I am suffering because I have you in mine. Scarlett. It's something you should already know, that I'm in love with you. It's a very obvious feeling on my part. You should have known it from the first time I let you kiss me, even let you make me your wife. I wouldn't have allowed it with any other man. Even without you knowing me completely, I had already noticed you, as those photographs you had seen in my room prove. It wasn't just admiration, it was more than that, and I confirmed it when we met face to face for the first time. Do you love me, Scarlett? You know the answer, and you've always known it. But I had to hide it because you didn't love me the way I loved you. However, whether I love you or not, it doesn't matter anymore, nothing can be the same. It may be the same, nothing should change between us. You love me. But you already have another woman. Which I don't love. So why are you marrying her? You must have feelings for that woman, there's a reason you're engaged. It's complicated, Scarlett. Just know that I don't love her. It doesn't matter anymore, leave it, there's no point in continuing with this. You can't leave me, Scarlett. We have an agreement, and you made me a promise. You must keep that. Liam, I'll keep my word, but not my promise. What do you mean? I was thinking of paying you all the money you set aside for my grandmother's hospital and returning everything. After that, I'll resign from the Brown Company. I refuse to accept it. You can't do it. I knew you wouldn't accept. That's why I'll keep the agreement. I'll be with you for those 3 months, as we agreed from the beginning. But after that time, I'm going to resign and leave your life. I won't be with you after that. No, Scarlett, you promised. You can't leave me, he demanded, taking me by the shoulders. You lied to me, Liam. Now I can break that promise, we're even. I smiled bitterly. Remember, I'll stay with you for those 3 months, but it'll only be because of that debt. I have no way to repay you, so that's the only reason I'll be by your side. After that, I'll go my way, and you'll go yours. I refuse, I won't let you go, I won't allow it, he declared, and pushed me by the shoulders, making me fall onto the bed and then climbed on top of me. Let me go, stop complicating things for us, I asked him, still on top of me without letting go of my wrists. I won't let you leave, Scarlett. You'll probably go with that guy you were with last night, over my dead body, he said, increasing the pressure on my body. Senku has nothing to do with this. Everything that happened is your fault. You can't keep me by your side for much longer. I'll do anything to keep you with me, he said, cupping my chin in his hand. For now, I don't want you around that guy. Don't ever stay at another man's house again. Don't waste your time setting conditions. I don't have to obey. It's my personal life, it's outside of our agreement. Remember, you're not my partner. And I'll continue seeing Senku whether you like it or not, I demanded, looking at him with disdain. Scarlett, he called my name angrily, tightening his grip on my wrists as they lay on the bed. Do you even care about that man? Have you done anything to him? Maybe I can lie to him about Senku so he'll leave me alone. Keeping my distance would be much better, less painful when I have to leave. Yes. Senku and I have a thing, I confessed, seeing his blue eyes turn dark. And I think I have feelings for him. You're lying. You just said you love me, she reminded herself. It's true, I love him, but I need to push him away so it won't be so hard on me. Liam, feelings change. Maybe I love you, but that doesn't stop me from developing feelings for another man, like Senku, for example, I suggested. I'd never told such a big lie in my life. You're mine, and your heart belongs to me too. I don't believe anything you say. I know you only love me, he declared, kissing me hard. I struggled to get him to let me go, but in the end, I remained still, letting him kiss me. I couldn't resist him. Whatever you do, it won't change anything, I said when he broke away from my lips. I saw him looking at me in exasperation. He was angry, but that paper doesn't belong to him, it belongs to me. I was about to say something when his phone vibrated. He pulled it out of his pants, still in that same position. Seeing the illuminated screen, he frowned slightly and got off me. I did the same. I'll leave you to take your call, I said as I passed by her, and slammed the door behind me. I could already guess who the caller was. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Scarlett. Olivia hugged me when she saw me arrive at the company. Are you feeling better? Yeah, luckily I woke up feeling better, I lied as I sat down at my desk. You're a little late. Luckily, the boss isn't in the office yet. Yesterday, after you left, he left too, came back, and then left again. He seemed worried and angry at the same time, she told me, typing on her computer. I see. Plus, his fiancée Lily left shortly after. And what a mess there was outside with the reporters because of the sudden news, he continued, still looking incredulous. I'm not interested at all, I said reluctantly. What? She looked at me, confused. It's news from our boss. They're still talking about it, and you just keep saying you don't care at all. Is something wrong? You seem strange. I'm sorry. I saw the news too, and it took me by surprise. Who would have thought our boss was compromised? I played along, but with a bitter smile. Right? We all thought he was single. A man as handsome as him obviously already had a crush. There were a lot of broken hearts. Yes, broken hearts, I murmured. What did you say? No, nothing. After a while, Madison arrived with 3 coffees and joined Olivia in tormenting me with the news about Liam and that Lily woman, who's probably very famous, although not around here. She's an American model, perfection in every sense of the word. Liam arrived at the company hours later, but we didn't exchange a word or even a glance. I just did my usual work. If he came late, it's probably because the person calling was his fiancée. I hate it when it's like this. I had to deliver some documents to his office, although I didn't want to run into him. Fortunately, I didn't run into that woman today, and I'd rather avoid it, even though I know it'll be inevitable at any moment. You have a meeting with the marketing team. Here are the documents you need for the meeting, I informed her, placing the folder on her desk, maintaining a professional tone from employee to boss. Scarlett, he looked at me out of the corner of his eye, come here. He asked. I frowned, even though my desire was to circle that desk and throw myself into his arms. My heart is treacherous. If it's not about work matters, I'm afraid I won't, I declared. Scarlett. He stood up and walked around the desk to stand a few feet away from me. You're not gaining anything from this behavior. I have nothing to lose either, Mr. Liam, I replied firmly, although inside I felt deeply affected. I told you that when we're alone, just call me Liamy, he reminded. True. I nodded. Anyway, we have to keep in mind what kind of relationship we have, just intimacy. I don't want to rehash past moments, no feelings involved. You have feelings for me, he insisted. You know you love me. I hate that it's true that I love him. I wish I didn't feel this way, I wish this feeling hadn't grown inside me. I long for the power to erase it. That's no use to me, let's not talk about the same subject anymore, I muttered, this time without firmness or character, but with evident melancholy. He closed the distance between us, and I didn't have the strength to push him away. Despite everything, I must fulfill our agreement, to play this role of lover for now, when we were supposed to be just bedmates. I thought our relationship could go beyond a simple agreement. You love me, he repeated, placing his hand on my cheek and gently caressing it as he searched my gaze. I looked at him, holding back tears, this hurts so much. His mouth slowly moved closer to mine until our lips met in a kiss. He had one hand on my waist and the other on my cheek. I reciprocated the demanding kiss, feeling good about kissing him but at the same time very bad. Suddenly, we immediately separated when someone knocked on the door. Liamy returned to his seat, and I stood near the desk, my planner in my hand. Liam, the marketing team will be expecting us in 20 minutes, Mr. Mateo announced as he entered the office, with a broad smile upon noticing my presence. We'll be there in a moment, Liamy replied. How are you, Mr. Mateo? I greeted him politely. Better than ever now that I see you, he approached me confidently. Are you free for lunch now? We can eat together again. She has. I'm free, I interrupted Liam, who was going to speak for me. We can eat together. Oh, wonderful. By the way, you look very pretty as always, she said, taking a seat across from Liam, who didn't have a good expression on his face. Thank you, Mr. Mateo. It's Matt to you, just call me Matt without all the formality, he corrected me. We were talking as if Liam weren't there, and it's worth mentioning that Mr. Mateo may be like that because he's Liam's friend and doesn't know what's going on between us. Okay, Matt, I said with a slight smile that I secretly erased when Mr. Mateo looked at Liam and they started chatting about the meeting with the marketing collaborators they would have soon. I attended the meeting with the staff, and it was a success. However, I felt somewhat overwhelmed by Liam's gaze, which was surreptitiously watching me. He didn't have time to reproach me for accepting Mr. Mateo's, now known as Matt, lunch invitation. As the meeting ended, I thought I could avoid Liam, but before I could escape to my desk, he asked me to wait for him in the office, claiming he needed my help with some paperwork. Liam. I called his name as I answered his knock in the office. He had his back to me, staring out the large window that offered a good view of the city. Come here, he ordered, still with his back to me. His calm voice inexplicably terrified me. I approached as he instructed and stood behind him, feeling uncomfortable. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me by my name when we're alone? He asked, turning to me, his face serious. I don't want to be any closer to you, I declared. We're already close enough, you know that, he demanded, slowly approaching. Fine, whatever. Why did you ask me to come to your office? You're cold to me, but you're willing to eat with other men. He grabbed me by the waist and pressed me against the window, pressing down on my body. I don't like it at all. If that's what you want to talk about. Don't go to lunch with him, I forbid you, he interrupted, taking my chin. I don't like you being alone with other men. Are you in a position to forbid me from anything? I don't think so. Scarlett, you're with me now, you can't be with anyone else, he pointed out, squeezing my waist, which caused a grimace of pain to cross my face. We're together because of that agreement between us. Remember you said we each have our own lives, there shouldn't be any demands on my part or yours, I emphasized. Do you like Mateo too? You told me you might have feelings for that other guy. Are you attracted to the vice president? Who do you take me for? I don't like Mr. Mateo. Accepting his lunch invitation doesn't mean I'm attracted to him. That's something I can't do with you. The last sentence slipped out unintentionally. Would you like to do something like that with me? It doesn't matter anymore, Liam. Leave it. Now, let me go, Mr. Mateo must be waiting for me. I don't want you to go with him, he insisted again. Liam, we've made things clear between us. You'd better take care of your fiancé instead of your assistant, or rather, your lover for the time being. With that, I finished and managed to free myself from him, without even looking back to see his reaction. It pains me greatly to be in this situation, but I didn't ask for this. It could have been avoided, but Liam wanted it that way. I met Mr. Mateo and we went to lunch. He seems like a really nice guy, he likes to chat openly and share his views. We barely know each other, we've only spoken a couple of times, and this is the second time we've shared a meal. Liam worries too much. After lunch, we headed back to the office. Olivia was talking to Madison as if they were sharing a secret, and I instantly knew why they were like that when I saw a flawless woman walking out of Liam's office, escorted by him. I felt a pang in my heart seeing them together. She and I exchanged glances, but I quickly looked away and sat down at my desk, not saying a word to them, trying to ignore the situation even though I felt deeply upset. Are you crazy? You didn't even say hi to Miss Lily, Madison scolded me from beside me. I clenched my fist, trying to stay calm. That's right, Scarlett, she's the boss's fiancée, Olivia added. They were both tormenting me without realizing it. It's none of my business, I replied curtly. What's been wrong with you lately? You've been acting strange for the last few days, Madison said. Guys, it's nothing. I just don't feel well, that's all, I lied. In reality, I wanted to run away from there. If you're not feeling well, you should take a few more days, Olivia suggested. I'd like to take my whole life, I murmured. What? Madison looked at me, confused. I'm fine, girls. It's nothing to worry about, I declared. Although they exchanged worried glances, I decided to continue with my work to keep my mind occupied. At dismissal time, Donald came to pick up Olivia, and Madison left with her boyfriend, Carmelo. They went from being friends with benefits to a serious couple. Even though poor Carmelo wasn't going to give up on Madison, she eventually let her feelings for him show. Meanwhile, I wasn't going to wait for a Prince Charming to come and pick me up, because the truth is, I don't have one. So I just took an Uber that took me to the apartment in a matter of minutes. Liam wasn't in the apartment. It's only natural that he doesn't come with me anymore. He's with his real wife now, and it's not me. I'm not even going to wait for him to arrive. Maybe he won't come today to satisfy himself with my body. After all, we're not on very good terms, and the company didn't seem at all displeased with that woman by his side. And yet he has the nerve to tell me he doesn't feel anything for her. No one gets married without love. I made some food for myself, and after that, I took a shower and went to bed. I felt so empty without him by my side. I feel lonely and depressed. I didn't mean to end up in such a deplorable state, being the second best. Just remembering that I was always the mistress from the beginning fills me with anger and an immense desire to cry. I thought everything would be bliss between us, even though we weren't a couple yet. Chapter 12. Days have passed, and things haven't improved between Liam and me. Although we've been together for a month, I recently discovered he has a fiancée, which has made these past few days a harrowing experience, knowing he's sharing his life with another woman. Since our last conversation, Liam has been distant and cold. Although he tried to keep me from seeing Matteo, I still had lunch with him. Although he visits the apartment occasionally, he only comes to the bed at night, satisfying himself with my body and then acting cold before leaving. Fortunately, I'm not at the apartment on the weekends. I spend that time with Senku so I don't feel completely alone. Although Liam offers me luxuries and jewelry in her elegant apartment, it's not enough, since what I truly desire is available to another woman. I wonder if Liam ever had feelings for me, if my feelings are one-sided. I even had the courage to express them to him, but he's never said he loves me or likes me. I don't know if I was ever in his cold, hard heart. The more I question myself, the more I face reality. I'm in his bed and in my heart, but he only has me in his bed, not even in a corner of his heart. Despite everything, I still love him as always, trapped in the role of lover. I suffer seeing him with his fiancée at the company every day, but I know I'll abandon this role I detest when the remaining 2 months are up. Then I can walk away from his life. Despite having a beautiful woman at his side, with a tribute superior to mine, he still set his sights on me. I wish I could understand him, but try as I might, I can't. He has transformed my life, both emotionally and financially. Thanks to him, my grandmother is recovering, and I'm living comfortably, albeit temporarily. This change has left an indelible mark on my life, and when I'm gone, it will be difficult to erase that scar. For now, I will continue to play the role of lover, aware that it is temporary. That certainty lingers in my mind as I go through this phase. My little girl. My grandmother's voice shook me. Yes. I look at her with a smile. Are you okay? What's going on in your head that's got you so distracted? She asks curiously as she finishes making that chocolate cake I love so much. It's nothing, Grandma, just work stuff, I lie to her, but she looks at me closely. You know you can tell me anything, my girl. It's no good keeping things that bother us to yourself, she advised, always hitting the nail on the head. If I tell you, I'm afraid you'll feel disappointed in me, just like my mother right now, I say, looking down sadly. I'm never disappointed in you, my child. You can trust your grandmother. She takes my hand, and I feel the urge to cry. It's hard, Grandma. I don't want you and Grandpa to look at me differently and abandon me, I said, sobbing. I no longer have Dad's love, and my mother is gone. All I have left are my grandparents, and I don't want to disappoint my only family. Come on, let's sit down. She led me to the living room, and I sat on one of the couches with her by my side, holding my hands. You can tell me anything, whatever's making you so sad, just tell me. I'll be there to support you, she said, taking a strand of hair and tucking it behind my ear. Grandma, it's just. Remember when you asked me if I had a partner and I told you it was a one-sided affair? She nodded. Well, it turns out I was with that person, out of a relationship, and I found out he has a fiancé. What? She was surprised. Yes, Grandma, we were together, but he has another woman, and the worst part is that I'm still his lover, I confessed, feeling a weight slowly lift off my shoulders. Are you with him even though he has his wife? She asked, not judging with her eyes, but with concern. I told him everything between Liam and I, how we got into this situation and why I'm still with him despite knowing the truth. Grandma, I couldn't afford to pay for the hospital or your treatment. I couldn't refuse, I explained once again. But you shouldn't have sacrificed yourself like that, my girl. He looked at me with guilt and suspicion. It's not a total sacrifice, Grandma. I love him, and I loved him before, but things changed between us after his fiancée arrived. I'll just end this after the remaining 2 months, don't worry, I assured her. My girl, he's your boss. If this gets out. It's not known, Grandma, I interrupted. We don't see each other much now. He comes to the apartment from time to time, and this will be over soon. Scarlett, please find a way to end this. We can find that money, you resign, and you come live with us. We'll find you a job, she suggested, looking at me pleadingly. It's not easy, Grandma. It's been a month, and we have an agreement I have to keep. I'm going to resign and live with you when the term is up. Trust me, I can handle this, I tried to convince her. Is there nothing this poor old woman can do? It's our fault that you. Grandma, I interrupted, don't say it, it's not your fault. I'll sort it out like always. I don't want you to worry, I just want you and Grandpa to live well, without worries. Leave it to me. This was my decision. My grandmother tried to help me in every way she could, but there was nothing they could do. This path was already laid out from the moment I first touched Liam's bed and fell in love with him. It's simply a matter of enduring until the time comes to put an end to it. I thought my grandparents would reproach me, but they advised me and supported me, even though deep down they knew I was on the wrong path. In any case, there's nothing they can do. My grandfather knew it. I received a long lecture and scolding, but he didn't abandon me or show disappointment. They're like the parents I once wished I had, so they wouldn't turn their backs on me for any bad decision I made. I can live without the love of a father and with the permanent absence of my mother, but never without the love of my 2 elderly grandparents. Liam. Hey, Please stop drinking, Matteo insisted once again. Let me, if you really are my friend, let me drink, I replied, bringing the glass of liquor to my lips. Shouldn't you be happy about your upcoming wedding? He asked, resigned. You know very well why I'm engaged to Lily. But she's beautiful, you have a model as a future wife, and you're here drinking like that's the root of all your problems. Actually, the cause of all my problems is precisely engagement. If I weren't engaged, that ring Lily's wearing on her finger would already be on Scarlett's hand. I don't love her, Matteo, I can't even stand being in the same bed with her, I confessed. Haven't you had sex? She looked surprised. I don't understand why you're so surprised, I already told you I don't love her. I'm not with anyone without feeling some kind of affection. Wow, you're incredibly full of surprises. No man could resist a model like that. You can get married in my place if you want, I'd appreciate it. I'm not interested. I've got my eye on someone else, but she's very reserved. I don't know if she's afraid of me or something. Who are you talking about? That person you describe. I may have my suspicions about who it is. From Scarlett, your assistant. Do you know if she has anyone? Yes, he has someone, I replied immediately, putting my glass on the table and frowning severely. And it's you, by chance? Yes, it's me, I didn't hesitate to say it, regardless of the consequences. I suspected there was something going on between you. Whenever I invited her to lunch, I felt like I was bothering you. Now I understand. Yes, it bothered me a lot, and don't do it again, I demanded. Do you have that right after you're going to marry someone else? And Scarlett, where does that stand? It hit me right in the wound. That's none of your business. Stop courting her if you're really my friend. She loves me and has no eyes for another man. You seem very confident. And you? Do you feel the same way she does? Yes, I feel the same way she does, I affirmed, finishing the liquor in my glass in one gulp. Since when have you had a secret relationship? For a month now, but Lily's arrival ruined everything between us. If you knew you were engaged, I don't understand why you messed with her. Isn't that unfair to Scarlett? I couldn't help it, Matteo. You're my friend, and you know me well. She's different from other women. Even for me, she's better than Lily in every way. I fell in love with her the first day I stepped into the company, sweet, cheerful, shy, straightforward, not self-serving like the others, and above all, she already loved me even before meeting me in person. Isn't it enough to lose my mind and act like a fool just to have her by my side? What do you mean, acting like a fool to keep her by your side? I took advantage of her grandmother being hospitalized in the hospital my father runs. I paid all her medical expenses so she'd be in my debt. We agreed she'd be my companion for 3 months, on the condition that she'd pay me. But I planned to keep her longer. Liam, you're really inconsiderate. How could you do something like that? Does she know? Yes, she knows. I downed another glass of liquor in one gulp. I know I acted like a fool, but I did it because I wanted her by my side, because I was starting to have feelings for her. It was impulsive. But you had a fiancé, you despicable thing. You weren't even able to tell her. Do you think he'd be with me if I'd told him? He wouldn't even look at me, no matter how much he loved me. I can imagine how that poor woman must feel. You should let her go. I might be a good candidate for her. Say something like that again and I'll smash your face in. Don't you dare come near her. Scarlett is mine alone. I'm not going to argue with you, you're drunk. Anyway, you're getting married, and she'll eventually have to rebuild her life with someone. You have to accept that. Never. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. It's late and you're drunk. I'll take you back to your apartment. Lily must be there. Remember, she'll be your wife. You'll sleep by her side for a lifetime. You can't escape that either. Matteo dragged me to his car because I was drunk. I've been doing this for days since things got complicated with Scarlett. We don't talk much, and when we do, we're distant and cold. I go to her apartment occasionally to be with her, but I don't stay overnight. It tortures me. We've been distant, and at work we only talk about work. With Lily's constant presence, we have no intimate contact. She simply treats me as her boss and ignores my presence when Lily is with me. On weekends, Scarlett spends time with that Senku, and that's when I drown myself in liquor, filled with jealousy. However, it's useless to complain, since she's right. I can't forbid her anything when I'm about to marry another woman. I hate how fast the days go by. There are only 2 more months until she leaves me. She said she'll disappear from my life when that time is up, and I dread that day. I don't know if I can bear it. Scarlett, she's the woman I love. From the day I arrived at the company and had my first conversation with her, I felt something different. It was like an attraction that intensified every time we were around, and little by little, I fell in love with her. I didn't know how to show it. I'm no expert at expressing my feelings, but with Scarlett, I tried to open up. The days we spent together as a married couple were the most wonderful for me. I wanted them to last forever, for her to always be by my side, no matter what. That's why I made her a promise, but it vanished as soon as she learned of my engagement. It was only to be expected, and that day hurt so much. Everything that happened between us has a deep meaning for me, and I know it has a deep meaning for her too, because she loves me. That comforts me, knowing that Scarlett has me in her heart. Drunk again, was the first thing I heard from Lily as soon as I set foot in the apartment. Don't start again, I replied indifferently, taking a seat on the sofa. Why are you acting like this? You act like I don't exist and you make me wait for you all night. Do you know what time it is? I'm fed up with her daily complaints. She doesn't even behave like my fiancé. She doesn't bother to take care of me or perform the duties of a woman in her home. I don't experience that warmth of home, she can't give it to me. She's not Scarlett. She's simply concerned with her figure, her physical appearance, her reputation, and her success. She's vain and materialistic. We both know we're not together out of love, but out of convenience, since her parents planned everything so their legitimate daughter would enter the Brown family. My parents had no choice but to accept through a contract, since the reputations of both families were at stake. All for a partnership that involved me, and I ended up engaged to her. Don't keep up this act, Lily, it's not good enough for you. Remember that I am your fiancé, you must behave as such. Behave like one. That's what I should say. You're not a woman, you're a luxury item for a house with amenities. You should behave like my future wife, but you're incapable of serving a man because you only care about yourself and what others say. I hate shallow women like you. How dare you treat me like that? I'm your wife. You're not, and you know you'll only be my wife in name. I'm not even going to touch you, I don't want you as a woman. Do you have someone else? That must be it. You have a lover. Lily, remember that we're in this situation not because we want to be, nor because I love you. This is only for the good of both families and because of your parents' schemes. Keep that in mind and stop making a fuss over nothing. Make things easier for us. I don't accept it. Liam, you know I love you, so much that I had to do all that to marry you, and I know you have feelings for me too. You just have to admit it. Her tone of voice was softer and squeaker as she sat on my lap, trying to convince me with a seemingly charming face. "I have nothing to admit," I declared. "You know I do, Liam. Tell me, Liam. I don't allow anyone to call me that." "For what reason?" "It has nothing to do with you, now get off me." "Liam, we can try to be together. We just have to take the first step, and then everything will be easy for us," she said, placing both hands on my face to kiss me. Before she could do so, I grabbed her wrists tightly. "Don't force me to take action, Lily. I don't love you, and you know it very well." I pushed her off me and stood up from the couch, leaving her sitting. She glared at me. Of course, her fake face disappears immediately when she doesn't get what she wants. "You can't end this, Liam. We have a contract you have to fulfill." "I know, but that doesn't change anything between us. You won't get an ounce of affection from me toward you. Let that be clear." I didn't add any more arguments to the conversation and headed into the room as she angrily spewed her venom. She's always been used to getting what she wants, but I'll somehow get out of this engagement before the wedding. The solution is to break that contract somehow. Scarlett. After a day at work, I head to the bathroom before heading out to lunch with the girls, who promised today not to abandon me to be with their partners, avoiding leaving me alone in a sea of regrets. Last night I slept at my grandparents' house, not knowing if Liam came to the apartment. Although I doubt she did, I expected at least a call from her if she needed me. However, nothing came, leaving me trapped only in hope. "So you're Scarlett," I heard a shrill voice behind me. I looked at my reflection in the mirror and found a perfectly dressed, provocative blonde woman in black. "Do you need anything?" I turned to her, grabbed some toilet paper, and dried my freshly washed hands. "We haven't spoken since I got here. Are you avoiding me, Scarlett?" Her voice sounded hateful, and she didn't have the confidence to use the familiar form. Since she joined the company, I've deliberately avoided her. When she comes with Liam, I go to the sales department, and if she needs me, she calls me. All to avoid running into that blonde, something I think has already been noticed. "I don't understand what you're talking about. We're grown women. You can be more clear and tell me what you want without beating around the bush." "I'd appreciate it," I replied, throwing the toilet paper into the small trash can. "Since you're so direct, I'll tell you." He leaned a little closer. "I think you have a problem with me. As the fiancé of the owner of this company, you're not capable of greeting me, which I consider impolite." "Look, Miss Lily," I replied firmly, "I think you might be showing some sort of negative bias toward me. Of all the employees who wouldn't acknowledge you, you come to me with something so trivial, something that not even the boss himself has mentioned to me. Are you sure you're not the one who has a problem with me?" She frowned, looking at me as if I were the cause of all her problems. "That may be partly because of my relationship with her fiancé, Liam, though she doesn't know that. However, Liam aside, I sense she doesn't like me. I can tell from the poisonous tone of her voice, her contemptuous glare, and her arrogant attitude." "You're insolent, Scarlett. Watch your step, you could end up on the street if I put my mind to it," he threatened, leaning closer to whisper something in my ear. "I'll be blunt. I don't like you, and I don't like you being my future husband's assistant. I'll tell you straight away, I don't want you anywhere near him. I know you're kind. And I'll tell you one thing, Miss Lily," I replied firmly. "Do whatever you want and tell me what makes you feel best. If it fills your ego and fuels your pride, then go ahead. If you wish to fire me, then do so. I wouldn't know how to thank you for a woman as peculiar as you, granting me that wish." "What do you mean by that?" He grabbed my wrist tightly. It wouldn't be fitting for a lady as distinguished as yourself to demean herself to her future husband's assistant just because she doesn't like me. If you want to make a spectacle of yourself here in the restrooms, you should consider being an actress instead of a model, I concluded, abruptly releasing his grip on my wrist. Then, I walked past him out of the bathroom. My days are a nightmare when I don't meet that woman. Now that I do, she's unpleasant. Her beauty is dazzling, but her attitude is poisonous. I pity Liam for taking someone like that as a wife. I had lunch with the girls without mentioning what happened in the restroom with Lily. It would be pointless, she's Liam's fiancée, and I'd have everything to lose. Returning to the company after lunch, I ran into Lily in the hallway again. No one was around, as if she'd been waiting for me. She had a smile on her face that I didn't like at all. She was trying to provoke me again. Are you going to ignore me? He wanted to know when she was going to walk past him without paying attention to his unpleasant presence. What would you like, Miss Lily? I paused in annoyance, holding a glass of cold coffee in my hand. I really wanted to wipe that smile off her face by spilling the coffee on her. I don't recommend you speak to me in that tone. I'm your boss too, she declared, closing the distance between us. So, what does my boss want? I smiled wryly. But you're forgetting something, miss. Mr. Liam is my boss. He's the one who pays me and hired me. I didn't see his face when he interviewed me, and he didn't even tell me I'd have 3 bosses. As far as I know, Mr. Liam and Mr. Matteo are the main leaders of this company and all the employees. I'm his fiancée, don't forget that, you insolent brat, she emphasized. And as soon as I'm Liam's wife, I'll kick you out. We'll see who has power over whom. And if you have the power now, why don't you kick me out of the company before you marry Mr. Liam? It would be easier for you not to see my face all this time, don't you think? You're so insolent. Do you think I can't do it? You'll see, she snapped, grabbing my wrist and throwing the cold coffee I was holding at herself. How I wish the coffee had been hot. Oh. Why did you do that? She shouted down the hall. People started leaving their workplaces and coming toward us, but the worst part was Lily lying on the floor in her stained black dress, making a scene. Did you consider what I told you in the bathroom about being an actress instead of a model? Let me tell you, you're doing very well. I congratulate you, and I'm flattered you took my advice, I said to her while she remained on the floor, looking like she wanted to kill me. What's going on? Liam's voice was present, but I didn't hesitate to move. This would be very beneficial for me if they believed the whole drama. Did you consider what I told you in the bathroom about being an actress instead of a model? Let me tell you, you're doing very well. I congratulate you, and I'm flattered you took my advice, I said, while she remained on the floor, looking like she wanted to kill me. What's going on? Liam's voice was present, but I didn't hesitate to move. This would be very beneficial to me if they believed the whole drama. Honey. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. I wanted to talk to her, but she spilled her coffee on me and knocked me to the floor. I don't understand why she did that. She was just trying to be nice. Liam lifted her off the floor and put his jacket on her. She hid her face in his chest, while I felt completely content. With so many people present whispering and buying into all of Lily's drama, it's obvious I'm not going to stay at the company for pushing and treating the boss's fiancé like that. Is it true you did it? Liam asked me, her face sternly serious. She's your fiancé, sir. You shouldn't even be asking me whether I did it or not. You should believe her instead of looking for an excuse from your assistant, I replied with a faint smile. You should take her to change her clothes, the poor thing is humiliated enough as it is. I don't think you want everyone talking about your fiancé. If you'll excuse me, Chief, I'll go get another cup of coffee. I was hungry for it, but as you can see, I spilled it all over the lady. I disappeared down the same hallway toward the cafeteria, leaving all the mess and whispers behind. I wouldn't be surprised if Liamy believed that woman. After all, she knows how to make a good drama. But I won't deny that it infuriated me that Liamy came at her as if I were the villain. However, I didn't waste any time debunking the situation. I'm tired of being here, so the drama of that crazy woman was worth it. I must confess I was pleased when she spilled her coffee on me. I wanted to do that, but it seemed she read my mind and got ahead of me. A good show never hurts anyone. Anyway, the only one humiliated was that shameless blonde. I have nothing to lose. I was in the cafeteria when I heard heels clicking behind me, like someone was running. Turning around with my coffee, I ran into Madison and Olivia, who had stopped in front of me, taking an exaggerated breath after running. I guess you already know what happened. It must be spread all over the company. Scarlett, Madison said my name, taking a breath. Are you crazy? Are you completely screwed up? Did you really do that? Olivia asked, a little more recovered than Madison. Girls, did you come all the way here just for gossip? I almost laughed. You're all disheveled and agitated from coming all the way here like crazy. Of course. Madison squealed. We just heard what happened, that you hit Miss Lily and spilled coffee on her. Is that true? Well, I came to get another coffee. Doesn't that give you an answer? I shrugged. Scarlett, Olivia looked at me carefully. We know you're not capable of doing something like that. You're not an impulsive woman. But they said you weren't able to deny the situation. Still, I don't believe it. We're your friends, you can tell us the truth. What if they're going to believe me? I raised an eyebrow. Do you think that boss's fiancé is more important than our friend? Madison protested. We know you well, Scarlett, and we don't have a good feeling about that perfect-looking woman. You can tell us the truth, your version. We only heard hers, not yours. Thanks, girls, I gave a warm smile. The truth is, Miss Lily doesn't like me. She grabbed my wrist, spilled coffee on herself, yelled for everyone to get out, and then threw herself on the floor, playing the victim. That's the truth. And why didn't you explain that to the boss when he asked you? They said he was there, Madison countered. Why would I waste my time? She's the boss's fiancé, no one would believe me. It's her word and her role as the victim versus my word and my role as the apparent villain. But you could lose your job, Scarlett, Olivia said worriedly. Don't worry, Scarlett, we believe you. I knew you weren't capable of something like that. That woman is incredible, Madison growled, roughly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you for believing in me, really, girls. And don't worry about the job. I have a friend who can hire me in case I lose this one. I have nothing to lose, I told them, and they felt a little relieved. So, it seems you let them believe that woman because you don't care whether you work here or not, Olivia deduced. That's true, but I can't tell you the reasons. I agree with Olivia. It seems like you don't mind losing your job. Is there a particular reason you want to quit? Madison inquired. None, girls, I lied. This situation just happened with Miss Lily, and I didn't dare deny it because I would surely look like a liar. Everything pointed to me being the one who had done this, the coffee in my hand, Miss Lily on the floor stained with coffee, and me standing silently in front of her without a scratch. It was obvious who the apparent victim was, even if it was a lie. But I don't care because I have a backup, and I can easily get another job. Well, if that's the case, we'll wait for the boss's decision, although I don't think he'll let it slide," Madison said, signaling to the waiter to order something. "Even so, I wouldn't want you to get fired. We've worked together for a long time." Olivia made a sad face. "Let's hope they don't fire you." "Don't worry too much, just because I'm not at the company doesn't mean we'll lose touch," I assured them. We ended the conversation when Madison remembered that they had sneaked out of the company to come see me at the cafeteria and get the full version of what happened, so we had to go back. I hadn't thought about it. I worked for a long time at Smith's, which is now Brown, and the girls and I met there and became good friends. If Liam fires me, the girls and I won't see each other as often. That's partly a disadvantage. But I also don't want to continue seeing Liam all the time with Lily, and that woman will try to make my life miserable every chance she gets. Now the decision is in Liam's hands. I don't think he'll let this situation against his fiancée go unnoticed, like Madison said, and take action. As soon as we set foot in the company, the vice president's secretary informed me that Liam was waiting for me in his office, as expected. The girls wished me luck before returning to their jobs. As always, they were there through thick and thin. I answered the call without a word. I thought I'd find Lily crying in Liam's arms when I walked into the office, but she wasn't there. He must have sent her home to change, or whatever. I couldn't care less. Liam, seeing me walk through the door, stood up from his seat and walked over to me. He grabbed my arm and led me to the sofas, throwing me down and climbing on top of me, not letting me say a word, something that surprised me and I didn't see coming. "What's wrong with you, Liam?" I asked, confused and a little shaken by the shock. "What's wrong with you, Scarlett?" he asked back. "If you're going to fire me for what happened, do it." "There's no need to do this," I snapped. "That's what you want, isn't it?" He gripped my chin tightly. "You're doing all this to get away from me. Do you want to be away from me that badly, Scarlett?" "That? Don't act like that, Scarlett. Tell me the truth, you didn't do that," he asked. I blinked, perplexed. Why would he ask me that if his fiancée already told him it was me? "You didn't believe her. Why are you asking me?" "You're not that kind of woman, Scarlett." "I know you're not capable of that," he declared. "Are you telling me you don't believe in her? Do you think she's capable of putting on such a show?" "Of course, I know her very well. Besides, you haven't given her any importance since she arrived here, and you're not that kind of person. Tell me the truth about what happened or if she did anything to you. So you know your future wife well and you know it was all a drama to get me out of the company." Just like that, Liam. "It's true, I didn't do anything to her. She spilled the coffee I was holding on herself, and she also threw herself to the floor when the audience appeared. It was all an act by that woman," I confessed. "She told me in the restroom that she doesn't like me and that I should stay away from you. She also threatened to throw me out on the street when she marries you. That's why she set this whole thing up to get rid of me as quickly as possible." "And why didn't you tell the truth?" I could see anger in his eyes. "Why? I just wanted to give her what she wanted. Besides, I have nothing to lose by leaving the company," I pointed out, downplaying it. "Is that what you want? Is that why you couldn't deny the situation, Scarlett? You took this opportunity to get me to fire you for this misunderstanding. Do you hate being with me that much?" He sounded hurt, and I didn't like it. "What else can I do? Do you want me to stay at the company with that woman here who hates me without even knowing what's going on between us? She's going to do everything she can to get me out of here. I'm not going to compete with her, Liam. She, in part, should feel that way. I'm your lover. She feels threatened, even if she doesn't know it yet. But he doesn't have the right to mess with you, Scarlett. And if you think I'm going to fire you, forget it. It won't work if you blame yourself when you're innocent. I'll take care of Lily, she won't bother you again. If you confront her, it'll cast doubt on whether you and I are a thing. I don't want that, I've had enough of all this. Putting my word above hers will give her a lot to talk about. Are you asking me to pretend to believe her and fire you for something you didn't do? You know you'll have my resignation letter on your desk at some point. You can do it now that you have the opportunity to fire me. Scarlett, listen to me carefully. He took my chin again and pressed his body against mine. I'm not firing you. You're not getting rid of me. I may not confront Lily because you asked me to, but you're not leaving the company. Over my dead body. I'll follow you wherever you go, and it won't be easy for you to escape. Let that be clear. You're crazy, let me go. I tried to struggle with him, but his strength was no match for mine. You've been cold and distant with me these past few days. Don't you love me anymore? He asked, holding my wrists up on the couch. Is she cold toward you? You're the one acting that way toward me. Don't try to blame me for what's happening, I snapped. Answer my question. Don't you love me anymore? He insisted. I could see a hint of fear in his blue eyes, and at the same time, anger, so many emotions mixed up in a single glance. I don't love you anymore, it's over, I lied firmly. I don't believe you, he replied. Your eyes tell me you love me, your wildly beating heart confirms it. I'm always getting called out on something, but I have to be firm. He knows it's my weakness and can use it against me. I already gave you my answer, now let me go, I demanded, frowning. Not until I've finally confirmed it, he said, joining his lips against mine in a savage kiss. He tightened his grip on my wrists and held me still beneath him. His demanding kiss was quite intense. At first, I didn't reciprocate, but then my lips weakened, and I went along with it. He noticed and inserted his tongue into my mouth, meeting mine. I unconsciously let out a small moan when he moved to my neck, placing wet kisses. That seemed to drive him wilder, and he once again captured my mouth, devouring it whole. I loved him, I desired him, my heart is masochistic and always gives itself away easily. This must have been a response for him, a fairly obvious one that I can deny with words, but not with actions. See? You still love me, he declared when he finally left my lips, which must have been red from that kiss. If you already have the answer you wanted, let me go. Remember, we're in the office, I replied, looking away. I hate it when he's right, and I try to act strong when I'm actually weak when it comes to him. You're still just as indifferent, he caressed my cheek with his thumb, but you know I'll always be the only man for you, even if you try to fool yourself. That won't change anything, remember that well, I demanded. We'll see about that, Scarlett. He placed one last kiss on my lips and then released me. I didn't hesitate to leave his office immediately before he tempted me to do anything else. Chapter 13. Liam. Didn't you fire her after what she did to me? Lily complained, visibly upset. You're not going to tell me what I should or shouldn't do with my company staff, I replied coldly. With the staff or with her? I'm your fiancé, she exclaimed. I know, damn it. I know you're my fiancé, and you keep reminding me of it, I finished irritably. Then act like it. Angrily, I cornered her against the wall, grabbed her chin tightly, and forced her to look into my eyes. Listen carefully, Lily, I began. Don't play the victim. I know why you did it, but I ask that you not interfere in my affairs, whether it's the company or any other aspect of my life. If you do anything like that again, I'll ruin your modeling career, and this whole marriage game will fall apart. That's a warning. I abruptly released her and headed into the room, leaving her speechless. She knows I'm serious, and I have the power to ruin her reputation if she makes another mistake. Today she messed with Scarlett, the most valuable thing to me. Today I also realized that Scarlett hasn't stopped loving me. That comforts me, but it hurts that she's looking for ways to get away from me. I don't want that to happen, and I'll do everything I can to prevent it. Scarlett has to stay by my side. She loves me, and so do I, even if I don't know it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Scarlett. Today at work is another stressful day. I continue to work as Liam's assistant, and luckily, Lily hasn't caused any more problems since that incident, which is now in the past. Liam and I remain distant. I haven't given in, although we share the same bed from time to time. Things will remain this way until I leave, since he's getting married, and calling off his engagement is unthinkable. Oh. Bumping into a woman while deep in thought, I pulled out some photocopies for the project in progress. Excuse me, are you okay? Yes, don't worry, he smiled at me. That's great. I'm sorry again, I apologized, embarrassed. Don't be sorry, that happens to me often, she laughed amusedly. I'm glad I'm not the only one, I smiled. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have to go. I hope you're all right. No, wait, he stopped me. You work here? Yes, ma'am. Why? Do you have an appointment? If you'd like, I can help you, I offered, noting her distinguished appearance, possibly a partner or someone interested in doing business with the firm. She, being older, makes me feel like a recycler with my clothing. I'd like to go to Mr. Liam's offices. Do you know where it is? She asked with a friendly smile. Of course, what a coincidence, he's right in front of his assistant. Oh, really? I didn't know my son had such a nice assistant like you. I froze instantly when she said, my son. Son, you say? Are you? Oh my God, my apologies, I'm so sorry for you. I felt even more embarrassed, making such a fool of myself in front of Liam's mother. Don't apologize, and don't call me formally. I hate that kind of thing. I'm Deborah Brown, Liam's mother, she introduced herself, offering me her hand, which I gladly took. How could I have forgotten her face? Yes, that face looked familiar, but I didn't know where it came from. Of course, Liam's mother. I'm happy to meet her in person. I'd seen her in the media, just like I'd seen Liam. And I'm Scarlett Robins, Mr. Liam's assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am, I greeted her back. What did I tell you about treating me formally? He corrected me. Oh, I'm sorry. But how could I? She's my boss's mother, I don't want people looking at me strangely for addressing her like that, I replied. Don't worry, that's the least of it. You're my son's assistant, and I like you. She patted me on the shoulder. Are we going to see my son? It's a surprise. She said the last part in a low voice, and with an amused smile, she led me towards her. What a sweet and pleasant lady. I don't understand how Liam could develop such a cold personality with such a lovely lady as a mother. It reminds me of my own mother. Liam jumped up from his seat, surprised to see his mother enter the office. What are you doing here? He greeted her with a hug. Can't I come see my son? He broke away from the hug and patted her cheek a few times before noticing the presence of another female figure in the office, Lily, whom he had completely forgotten about. Mrs. Deborah, Lily greeted her with a kiss on the cheek. It's good to see you. Miss Deborah. Am I the only one who uses the familiar form? Lily is her daughter-in-law, and there should be some semblance of trust between them, but what I sense is an indecipherable tension. Lily, it's good to see you too, Deborah replied before taking a seat on the sofa, with Lily at her side. I'm leaving, if you'll excuse me, I said as I left the office. Oh, no, wait, that hateful voice stopped me. Bring us some coffees, the blonde ordered me with a fake smile. Sure, I nodded. Is Scarlett your servant? Mrs. Deborah intervened. The office fell silent, and I was perplexed. If you want a drink, ask properly. I think you're confused, Miss Deborah. She's Liam's assistant, Lily explained. So? I already know that, he replied dryly. Do they know each other, Mom? Liam asked, very confused. Yeah, I ran into this distracted girl at the entrance to the company. He smiled broadly. That's Scarlett Robins, Smith's former assistant, isn't it? So you know who I am. You probably knew it as soon as you heard my name. That's right, Deborah, I replied timidly, sensing the tension in the air. Deborah. Lily looked at me like she wanted to kill me. How dare you address her like that? I knew I was going to get in trouble for that. Don't talk to him like that, Lily, Deborah corrected her. I asked him to talk to me that way. I don't see the problem. But... Mom, Liam interrupted, it's nice to see you here. Is it for something special? I just wanted to come see you. Your father wants you to have dinner at home tonight, she said, scanning the office. Your workspace is very nice. Thanks, Mom, Liam replied. Tell Dad I'll come over as soon as I finish work. He's looking forward to seeing you. I left the office when they got distracted by their conversation. From what I could gather in that brief moment, Mrs. Deborah doesn't like Lily, and doesn't even pay much attention to her, even though she's her daughter-in-law. Why doesn't she like her? She'll be her son's wife. Liam's parents must have approved of her, but I can see there's not much of a match. I felt a little bad. Mrs. Deborah was nice to me after just meeting me today, and within a few minutes, she liked me. I realized that, and she even said so. But what if she knew who I really was? Her son's mistress, that assistant she liked, is the third wheel in her admirable son's relationship. This burden definitely won't let me live in peace. It's a remorse that haunts me and will continue to do so for a long time to come. Don't drink any more, Senku asked me, once again trying to stop me from bringing the glass to my lips. Let me, Senku. I want to drink even though I don't feel well, it helps me forget, I insisted, finally managing to take my glass successfully while I felt the liquor burning my throat. After work, I asked Senku to take me to a nearby bar. I was really craving a drink, which was unusual for me. Liam had to go to his parents' house to have dinner with Lily, probably discussing the details of her upcoming wedding. Meanwhile, I was sitting on a stool, drowning myself in alcohol and trying to forget Liam for a brief moment. I met her mother today, I told Senku as I took another bitter swallow. She treated me wonderfully. She's an exceptional woman. She even considered herself my friend. Can you believe it? I laughed ironically. And that's bad. Senku also drank from his glass. It isn't, but... I paused, looking down. But it was so good, I don't think I deserve it. Even that woman reminded me of my mother, as if I were talking to her. And my mother, right now, if she were alive, she wouldn't be proud of me, but... Scarlett, Senku interrupted me, putting a hand on my shoulders. You're not in this position because you want to be. I'm sure that if you had known all this from the beginning, you would have avoided it. And don't think negatively, you're not a bad woman, and no one is disappointed in you. Do you think so? I looked at him melancholy. I believe it. And if I believe it, you believe it too. He sipped from his glass, and I did the same. However, it was still the same, or even worse than before. I couldn't stop thinking about my situation with Liam, and it was overwhelming. She's getting married soon, I commented in a low voice. Senko let out a sigh before taking my chin and seeking my gaze. Let it go, there's nothing you can do. Just try to think about yourself, she advised me. Let him go. I repeated thoughtfully. He doesn't want to let me go, and when he gets married. And when she gets married, you must continue with your life, Senku concluded, doing what you planned for when the agreed 3 months are up. That's what I have to do. When he gets married, he'll no longer be with me, we won't share any more time together. I'll walk away, and he'll move on with his life, while I remain mired in sadness. To leave or to stay, it doesn't matter. Either way, I'll suffer like I am now. I feel pathetic. Why is it so hard to stop loving someone? I asked the question into the air. Because the heart is treacherous, Senku replied at my side. The most horrible torture for oneself is to force oneself to stop loving someone whom you've already considered everything to be yours. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. Time heals everything, even the deepest wounds. And it leaves scars, I added. Yes, that leaves scars, he concluded. He seemed to be speaking from past experience, he must know these horrible feelings better than anyone. I can barely stand being in the same company as Liam, working so closely with him. Seeing him arrive with his fiancée, witnessing reporters hound him on his way out, asking about his relationship and the upcoming wedding, all of these things torment me. The worst part is that I can't do anything about it, because I'm a nobody and I'm in no position to object or complain about anything. In part, I'm glad the day is approaching when I can step down from this company and leave this role of hurt lover. However, while I feel a tiny bit of happiness, I also experience an immense sadness that devastates all my peace of mind. Deep down, I know I love Liam very much and I don't want him to marry someone else. Despite everything, I still love him like I've never loved anyone before, and that's what's destroying me. Senku, give me another drink, I asked, taking a deep breath. I don't want you to drink anymore, he replied, taking the glass from my hand. That's enough. I'll take you to your apartment. I won't go there. Liam won't be with me tonight, he'll be with his family. Then I'll take you with me. He helped me up, but I didn't want to leave. I needed to get drunk enough to stop thinking about Liam. Or does that make me worse? Senku, one more, please, I insisted, but Senku was already pulling me out of the bar. You're already drunk, that's enough for tonight. Remember, you have to work early tomorrow morning. But I still think about him. Forget about him with me, I stopped dead in my tracks at what he said, without responding. It's an option, don't give me weird looks. You're asking me to use you, I finally spoke. I can't do that, and I doubt I'll achieve anything. Well, it's true because you love him and you appreciate me as a friend. And you appreciate me. Of course, if I didn't, I wouldn't be here putting up with a drunk. I'm not drunk. Yes, you are. Now let's go. We managed to get outside, the frigid air gave me goosebumps. I was leaning on Senku, who was holding me by the waist to keep me upright. I'll admit, I'm a little drunk, but it's not that bad. Stay away from her, we heard a voice behind us, and it seemed quite familiar. What? Senku and I turned around. Liam was standing behind us, hands in his pockets, looking like he was about to murder someone. Wasn't he at a dinner party? I don't know how many hours it's been, it must have ended by now. But, what's he doing here? Liam, my voice came out in a mumble. What, are you doing here? Let's go to the car, Senku said from beside me, as if ignoring Liam's presence. Oh no, this isn't good. I don't think you heard me, Liam replied, not taking his eyes off Senku, who was also looking at him suspiciously. Stay away from her. She came with me, and she's leaving with me, Senku replied in a firm and threatening voice. She's not going with you, she's coming with me, Liam demanded. Scarlett, come here. Ah. I tried to say something, in shock. I hadn't expected to find Liam here, and I wonder how he knew where I was. Liam, I'll stay with Senku. You shouldn't be here. I thought you were at dinner with your family. It's over, he explained. I need you to come with me now. Mr. Liam, Senku said, intercepting his gaze. It's not appropriate for you to be here and cause a scene. I don't think you'd like to make headlines, much less be thought of as trying to steal someone else's wife, even though your fiancé is surely waiting for you while you're here trying to steal my wife. What? I looked at Senku, confused. My wife. Excuse me. He looked at me, trying to get me to play along, but I didn't know what to do. Liam's going to be really mad. Your wife. Liam looked at me directly, his brow furrowed severely. Tonight couldn't be worse, nothing's going right for me. Yeah, what Senku said is true, I answered awkwardly, wanting to be swallowed up by the earth. Of course, his wife, Liam repeated with a half-smile on his face. Senku, I recommend you stay out of our personal business if you don't want to suffer serious consequences. This woman here already has an owner. Owner, Senku said. Your owner is your boss, who has a fiancé and is getting married very soon. Don't you think that's a bit too shameless, Mr. Liam? That's none of your business, this is between her and me, Liam remarked. I had to stop this. If I go with him, someone might see us together. Things are heated now that Liam's getting married, and any misstep could cause a huge scandal in which I'd be the main headline. And if I go with Senku, I'm sure Liam won't allow it, and things could get worse if they come to blows, seeing the tense atmosphere, that's most likely. I'll take an Uber, I finally said, without looking at either of them, who must have looked at me instantly. Liam, you can come back, and Senku, you can too. I'll take an Uber, I don't want either of them to drive me. But, Scarlett, you're drunk, Senku protested, but Liam didn't say anything, he didn't even want to see his face. I'm not drunk, Senku, I assured him, and pulled away from him. I'll go now, I'm tired. I didn't look back as I was leaving, I left them standing there. If they argued or came to blows over any irritation they caused each other, it's no longer my business. Honestly, I feel tired, I have this feeling of mental fatigue that's slowly killing me. I'm afraid I'll end up like my mother. The Uber I took brought me back to the apartment. The first thing I did was shower and put on some comfy pajamas. My head was aching a bit from drinking alcohol, but thanks to Senku, I didn't overdo it, or the symptoms would have been worse. I just made a sandwich and ate it, it was all my stomach could handle. I haven't eaten much lately, either for lunch or dinner, and sometimes I don't even eat breakfast. I think I've lost a little weight because of that. But lately, my appetite has also been gone. I sent Senku an apology text first and foremost. He'd put up with me all night and been by my side through my rough times anyway. The least he deserved was an apology for that bad time. As always, he told me not to worry and to get a good night's rest, that made me feel better. He understands why I couldn't go with him. I didn't want to sleep yet. I wanted to clear my mind or keep it occupied with something other than my emotional problems, so I started working on the computer and got all the paperwork ready for tomorrow. It was the only thing I could do. Liam. I advise you to stay away from her, I warned that Senku. I don't need your advice, you should be the one to walk away, you're hurting him, she replied defiantly. This matter is between her and me. I don't like your closeness to Scarlett at all, I said with obvious irritation. She seems to like my proximity. She would have asked me to move away if she felt indifferent, he declared, instantly tensing my jaw. Don't expect her to see you differently. I don't believe the story that you're together. Scarlett didn't deny it. Clear your doubts with her if you want, but I tell you one thing, she took a step toward me, she may love you, but don't blame her when she stops feeling the way she does for you. You're pushing her over the edge without realizing it. Stay away from her if you have any affection for her, or at least respect her, although I doubt it. With that, he walked past me, disappearing from sight. My muscles tensed, my blood boiling like a volcano about to explode. I'll never leave Scarlett. I just can't let her go. I was a wreck. Scarlett left without even looking at me, and I couldn't stand her going to that guy's house like she's been doing lately. I was at my parents' house, but in the middle of dinner, I left with the excuse that something important had come up that I needed to attend to. I left Lily with them and ran like a bat out of hell. The truth is, Mateo had sent me a message. He was at the same bar as Scarlett, and that man told me she was a little drunk and very close to him. As soon as he gave me the address, I rushed out without a second's hesitation. I couldn't stand it any longer. I'd already put up with watching her with him for so long, and the thought of them actually sleeping together filled me with jealousy. When I arrived, they were leaving the bar. Seeing how close they were made me want to kill that guy right then and there, but I restrained myself so as not to cause a scene where Scarlett would be the main victim. When I heard that guy say she was his woman, I wanted to kill him with my bare hands. His woman. This must be a fucking joke. Scarlett is my woman, and I wouldn't allow another man to touch her. Yet he didn't deny it, which made me even more doubtful. I needed to hear from his lips that it was a lie, that she hadn't let him touch her, and that they hadn't gone any further to get to this point. What bothered me the most was that Scarlett had told me she was starting to have feelings for that guy. She said feelings change, and that started to scare me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a hurried drive, I find myself in front of Scarlett's apartment door. I'd acquired this space with both of us in mind, a threshold that plunges us into the most intimate part of our lives, a corner just for her and me. Swiping the card, I entered cautiously, and the anger I felt upon crossing this threshold subsided a little. The lights are on, a sign that she's still awake at this late hour. I don't want to think that she spends her nights awake. I long to share more time here with her, we've been distant lately. I hold her close, yet so distant, longing for it to be just her and me. Liam. I heard her voice behind me, and I turned instantly to look at her. She was wearing her silk pajama bottoms. I bought a lot of those because I love how they look on her. Her hair was loose and disheveled, and a faint sadness shone deep in her eyes. "What are you doing here?" he asked, and I noticed the surprise in his tone. "It's true, I haven't been here that often." "I came to talk to you," I finally replied, sensing the disappointment in his eyes, which made my heart clench. She completely ignored me, headed to the kitchen, and poured herself a glass of water. She looked tired, and, more worryingly, she was thinner, indicating she hadn't been eating well lately. "I don't want to talk about Senku," she said with obvious reluctance, leaving her glass on the counter, avoiding eye contact. "But I do want to," I demanded. I felt a blatant urgency to clear the air with this guy, even though I recognized my demands might be too much. "I thought you were at a dinner party," he looked at me with disdain. "What were you doing at that bar?" There was no need to lie, she would have gone with that guy if I hadn't arrived in time. Even though she'd already met him before, I couldn't help but rush out to find her. In the end, she came back alone, and that comforted me, though I wasn't entirely happy until we cleared things up. Matteo informed me that you were at that bar with that guy, and coincidentally he was there too, so I canceled dinner as soon as he told me, I revealed. Mr. Matteo, she seemed surprised. Did he? Yes, he knows about us, I confirmed. She looked away. The fewer people who know about us, the better. It might make her uncomfortable to let Matteo know, especially since everyone knows I'm getting married, which could make people look at our relationship with a critical eye. I hate that word. Your friend knows too, I reminded myself. From his words, I gathered that he already knew all the details. He knew from day one, Liam, she replied curtly. I hate that he calls me Liam. To me, it's more intimate, Liamy, but I think everything has changed since we broke up. If he knew, then, why does he stay with you if he knows I'm already in your life? I feel miserable for making these claims, but I can't help it. We've talked about this, Liam. He stared at me, his face expressionless. You have your life, I have mine. Remember, our relationship isn't stable, it's temporary and superficial. It's because of the debt I owe you. Don't forget it all started with that agreement. We just share a bed from time to time. He says it as if he regrets it, but it's not true, and he knows it. We didn't start with that agreement, we'd already been together because we both desired each other. Even Scarlett was already in love with me back then, giving herself completely. How can he claim that everything between us comes down to that damn agreement? I admit it, I was very selfish to get her into that debt to keep her by my side, but things got out of hand, and I didn't see our relationship as temporary. My wish was for her to fall deeper in love with me and for me to be her everything. I've been selfish this whole time, and sadly, I still am, because I'm not going to let her go, even though she hates me and doesn't love me anymore. I think I can make her love me again, but all I want is for her to stay with me no matter what, because I feel like I'll die if I let her go. Our relationship isn't based on that deal, forget it. I circled the counter to approach her. It all started before that, I created that barrier to keep you with me, and I can remove it. You can't destroy it, Liam. She looked at me sideways. I went from being your companion to your lover in an instant, even though I was already that from the beginning. The barrier is already there, we can only destroy it when the agreed upon time is up. After that, you will marry, and I will stay away from you. When she said those last words, I felt a lump in my throat. I still hadn't changed my mind, she's going to leave me, and I can't allow that. I can't walk away from her. Scarlett, I managed to reach her and didn't hesitate to close the distance, cornering her against the counter. You know our relationship started before this deal. Let's go back to what we were before all this. Are you asking me to continue being your lover? Her voice came out in a whisper, a bad sign. You want to have a relationship with me outside of our agreement, knowing you'll be married soon. And what about me? What will happen to me when you marry that woman? Do you realize what you're saying, Liam? I can't do this. I've had enough. I want this to end. But I don't want it to end, I took her face in my hands. I don't want this between you and me to end. I want you with me, I want you not to think about leaving me. You're selfish, Liam, she began to cry, tears streaming down her cheeks, and I felt my chest sink. Don't you realize I'm hurting? You want me to still be with you when the term is up, but you're not seeing me. Even if it's 2 months or less, I'm still hurting. Haven't you thought about how I'll feel when you're married and I'm still in a relationship with you? Do you think it'll be easy for me to share you with another woman? Haven't you thought about that? Every tear that flowed from her eyes was like a dagger in my heart, and I hate myself because I know it's my fault. She's hurting because of me. I haven't been able to give her the happiness she craves. I haven't been able to give myself completely to Scarlett. I'm keeping her in a very difficult position simply because of my damned selfishness, because I don't want her to leave me. And I still don't want to let her go. I need her. If she leaves, I don't know what will become of me. I'm sorry, don't cry. I wiped her damp cheeks with both thumbs, but tears continued to flow from her eyes. When you cry, something inside me breaks. Don't cry. You make me cry, she whimpered. You're making me suffer. I cry every night because of you. I think about what we were before everything, about my hopes, my dreams with you. I thought everything was going well, but I was the only one in that bubble. You were already clear that you were going to give yourself to another woman very soon, while I was living only in a fantasy. I thought everything was real, I thought everything that happened between us was real. For a moment, I thought so. And it was, Scarlett. I placed my forehead against hers, still holding both hands. Everything between us was real. For me, it was all very precious. You weren't the only ones in that bubble, I was with you. Exactly, Liam, she sobbed in a low voice. You're absolutely right. You were with me, you're not anymore. I was broken as I watched each tear well up in her eyes, the dull sparkle in them, all because of me. Every word she said tore at my heart apart. Is it wrong to be a little selfish to keep her by my side? I just want her not to abandon me. I love her, and that love keeps me from letting her go, even though others say I should. That's my problem. I can't. If I'm with you, Scarlett, I'm with you now. I held her face in my hands, her tears streaming down her hot cheeks. It hurts, it tears me apart, I feel my breath hitch. I hate seeing her cry, I hate her lack of a smile, but I'm also afraid she hates me. I don't want to continue, Liam, stop, she asked, trying to push my hands away, but I didn't allow it, moving closer to her. I just wanted to be with Scarlett, to feel her and hold her tonight. Was that too much to ask? Don't do this to me, Scarlett, I said, wiping her wet cheeks. Please stay with me. Liam. Liamie, tell me Liamie, I like it when you do it. He stopped crying, his eyes looking at me intently, with love. I wanted to hear those words from his mouth again, that he loves me and will never stop. Liamie. She said my name slowly, and I couldn't help but kiss her without letting go of her face. Scarlett didn't move away when I kissed her. It wasn't an intense kiss, it was gentle, slow, and full of love. I felt the softness of his lips, his labored breathing, his heart beating close to mine. Tell me you love me, Scarlett, I demanded, breaking my lips, still staring into her moist eyes. Tell me you love me and that you won't stop. He looked at me silently, looked away, but I took his chin to make him look at me again. Tell me, Scarlett, I insisted, she loves me, I can see it in her eyes, but I need to hear it one more time. She hesitated for a moment. I love you, Liamie. My heart pounded when I heard it. She loves me, I love her. I needed to hear it one more time, and I wished she'd always tell me that. I kissed her again, more intensely. Her words overwhelmed me, her eyes reflecting both sweetness and pain. Her heart beats strongly when I'm near. I enjoy provoking that reaction. I want to be the only one to witness it. Scarlett. I spoke her name agitatedly, sealing her lips again with intensity, making them mine. I wanted her to know I was hers and for them to fuse with mine. She followed the flow, agitated, her body responding to my touches. Wait, he pushed me away when I tried to pull up his pajamas. Don't you have to go? No. I'm staying tonight. But I just want to be with you, Scarlett, let me. She didn't say anything, maybe she feels insecure about my absence lately. Don't you want me to stay with you? I asked. Unexpectedly, he hugged me. Yes, I do. It's been a while since you've done it, she replied, her head on my chest. I raised her head to meet her gaze. Now I'm here, with you, I said, wrapping her in my arms. We hugged, her head resting on my chest, while I stroked her hair with my free hand. She felt lighter than usual, thinner. I gather she hasn't eaten well, and besides, she looks pale and tired. I don't like seeing her like this. Let's go to your room. I want you to rest. It's very late, I said. She didn't say anything. I carried her into the bedroom and placed her on the bed. While I took off my jacket and shirt, I changed my clothes to join her in bed. Before that, my cell phone rang. I picked it up from the table, my displeasure evident when I saw Lily's name on it. Scarlett noticed, pulled away, and crawled under the covers with her back to me. I decided not to answer, turned off my phone, and got into bed with Scarlett. Still with her back to me, I came up behind her and hugged her. You shouldn't have stayed with me, he said in a low voice. I want to, I've missed you. I placed a kiss on the bottom of her ear. That's going to make her suspicious, so don't take too many risks. Soon he's not just going to have suspicions, I muttered. What do you mean? Nothing. Come here. I turned her toward me and climbed on top of her. It had been a while since I'd done that. What are you doing? I want you to stay like this, on top of me, in my arms, I want to hold you tight. She looked at me silently, somewhat surprised, then I put my hand behind her neck and made her lean towards my lips, and I kissed her again. I ran my hands over her body, lifting her pajamas, leaving her thighs bare. She simply let herself be touched, kissed, caressed, accepting everything I gave her. I want to have you now, Scarlett, I whispered in her ear. I want to touch you, kiss you, and hold you until dawn. Do it, he agreed. I hadn't expected his response. Scarlett loved him too, and missed me too. I shifted, leaving her beneath me, settling between her legs, and Scarlett gave me access. I leaned down and, without thinking, seized her lips with dominance. How I missed feeling her this way. If only she knew how much I've missed her, how much I've thought about her at night, how many times I've dreamed of her, that we're happy, that she smiles, that it's just the two of us in our world. If only she knew I've fantasized about having a family with her. My kisses ran gently down her neck, leaving no marks, just brushing her skin to give her pleasure, making her gasp. I returned to her lips, taking them gently, a slow but passionate union. My hands didn't stay still. I moved one up her leg until I reached her thigh and pulled up her pajama shorts. I took the opportunity to slowly lower the garter of her panties. I explored her body with my hands and mouth, making her moan with pleasure as I completely removed her clothes, concentrating on her crotch. With my tongue, I brought her to the limits of pleasure, enjoying her moans, her agitated voices of my name, and the desperate rise and fall of her chest. She clutched the sheets as I entered her, stripping off all my clothes. This time I enjoyed her, treating her body like something delicate and fragile, so she could break at any moment. She clung to my back, calling my name with every thrust. Her lips were a little swollen from the incessant kissing, and her legs were trembling. We made love slowly and passionately, neither wanting to stop. The night we shared was special for me, and I hope the fruit of our love remains in her womb. Chapter 15. Scarlett. I woke up sleepy, lazily rubbing my eyes. I wanted to go back to sleep, but I had to get to work. Glancing to the side of the bed, I noticed it was empty. Liam wasn't there. Initially, I thought he'd left early, but seeing his shirt and jacket at the foot of the bed, I realized he was still in the apartment. Last night, he shared the evening with me in an unusually gentle and sweet way, something uncommon for him. Even if it was fleeting, it made me feel good. My emotions overflowed, and I couldn't contain myself from expressing my love for him, showing it to him even when I longed for his company. Despite my vulnerability in crying in front of Liam, every word came sincerely from the depths of my heart. I got out of bed, wrapped in the blanket, searching through the drawers for something. Strangely, I couldn't find the birth control pills I take every day without fail. I couldn't remember if I'd used up all of them or simply forgotten to buy more. I continued searching unsuccessfully, finding no trace of them. "Are you looking for something?" Liam's voice startled me. He was standing in the doorway, leaning against the frame. "Yeah, I think I'm out of pills," I told her, closing the drawers. "Have you finished them?" he wanted to know as he walked over to me and sat down on the bed, pulling me with him. "I guess so, I don't remember exactly," I said, somewhat confused. "I've been out of my mind lately, my head isn't in the right place." "You'll buy more later." She kissed me on the cheek, noticing a loving gesture that surprised me. "Now take a shower. I made you breakfast." "Did you really do it?" I was surprised. Ever since Lily arrived, things between us haven't been the same, but he acts differently and says things I can't understand. "Of course, take a shower and I'll wait for you in the dining room." He got out of bed to leave the room, but before he left, I took his hand. "Take a shower with me," I asked, wanting to enjoy this short time with him, because I'm sure I won't be able to soon. He turned to me with a smile on his lips and kissed me, as if he was waiting for me to ask him to. He carried me to the bathroom in his arms, something he used to do when he stayed with me, making breakfast and carrying me to the bathroom. He took off the cloth pants he was wearing and got into the shower with me, pressing me against the cold wall and kissing me fervently. We let ourselves be carried away by the desire that invaded us in that moment, surrendering to passion once again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When we got ready together, we went to the dining room for breakfast. I was about to sit in one of the chairs, but Liam asked me to sit on his lap, something I'd already missed, although his sudden affection made me fear I'd soon suffer. "You have to eat well, you're thin," he told me, bringing a piece of fruit to my mouth. If only he knew I'm like this because of him. Well, actually, it's not that he doesn't know directly, since he's not with me at night when I should be eating properly. All I do is eat a sandwich and mope until late at night, at which point I fall asleep. "I haven't had much of an appetite lately," I commented. Liam put his fork down on the table and lapsed into silence, aware of his responsibility, and I of my irresponsibility in not taking proper care of myself. "Look at me." He took my chin, searching my gaze, and I held it. "Eat well. I'm worried you won't, okay?" I looked at him silently for a moment. This current Liam is very loving, so much so that it scares me because I know at some point I'll lose him and I'll have a terrible time. I'm not sure I can bear it. Being in this situation with him now is like holding a knife to my own throat. The more I hold on to him, the more I'll suffer. I'm hurting myself. "Yeah, okay," I nodded. We continued breakfast in silence. My mood changed back to what it always was, very depressed on the inside, revealing a false front on the outside. Even though we appear to be fine, it doesn't change the reality. After breakfast, I insisted that Liam let me take an Uber to the company. We couldn't leave together, since anyone could see us. Besides, he needed to stop by his apartment to change. It would be too suspicious if we both wore the same clothes to work. Although I'm sure Lily will complain about not going to sleep last night, that's for sure. But it wasn't any of my business. It was Liam who decided to stay, and I wanted to too. It had been quite a while since we'd slept together since that woman arrived. Liam. Where did you sleep last night? Was the first thing I heard as soon as I set foot in the apartment, that shrill voice I hate hearing because all that comes out of it is venom. I don't think you care, I snapped, walking into the room. Liam. She ran after me. Have you been to another woman's house? I told you don't care. I tried to remain calm as I searched the closet for a new suit. I don't care. You left me alone all night. I made several calls and you chose to keep your phone off, and as if that weren't enough, you left me looking like an idiot at your parents' house. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? I let out a tired sigh and turned to her. She knows how to ruin my morning. I had to take care of something important, I said, and continued searching in the closet. Something important at this hour, like you're sleeping outside? What's that about? She replied incredulously. I was already running out of patience. Living with this woman in the future is guaranteed hell. I don't owe you any more explanations. I slept at Mateo's house. You can call him if you want to check. Now leave me alone. I knew Mateo would lie to her. He lives alone, and it wouldn't be strange for me to spend the night at his house. Besides, he was the one who called me last night, and he must imagine I was left out. I don't believe you. You were probably with another woman, he continued insisting. If you don't shut your damn mouth now, I'll act very ungentlemanly toward you, I said. I'm going to find out who that woman is, and when I find out, you're going to regret it. I'm sure you have someone else, she concluded, furious. She left the room, slamming the door. I was finally able to get some air. If she discovers my relationship with Scarlett, a scandal could erupt, as she is my assistant. However, if I expose her dirty laundry first or force her to cancel this engagement, things could take a different turn. What Lily, a materialistic woman, values most is her reputation as a high-end model, and her parents will be forced to twist her arm regarding this forced union to protect their good image. Very soon, all this will be over. Scarlett. I think, in my experience, moments of happiness are fleeting, like the one I experienced about an hour ago with Liam. At the time, we shared an intimacy we both missed, but now it all seems to vanish like foam. I mention this because, at this very moment, I see Liam arriving at the company with Lily, her arm in his, smiling seemingly sympathetically when in reality she seems completely apathetic. Liam, on the other hand, is expressionless as ever. It's then that I realize that the more I try to hold on to him, the more I suffer, and I realize that our connection is simply fleeting. Lily's gaze and mine met briefly, and I caught a glimpse of a sly smile that I couldn't quite understand until I saw her kiss Liam in front of everyone, triggering murmurs among those present. He didn't kiss her back. On the contrary, it was a fairly brief lip lock. I can't even say it lasted 2 seconds, and Liam tried to hide his disgust with a face as icy as Antarctica. It was like receiving a painful slap. I immediately looked away and surreptitiously got up from my seat to head to the bathroom. I couldn't stand the situation any longer. It was simply unbearable. In the bathroom, I tried to hold back my tears and successfully managed to control them. I took a deep breath, splashed water on my face, and dried it with toilet paper. That woman seemed to have acted intentionally. Does she know something about my relationship with Liam? Or maybe she suspects it, considering our unpleasant previous confrontation. Despite my efforts not to cry, I felt a wrenching lump in my throat and a crushing pain in my chest. It seems someone isn't feeling well. I heard a female voice behind me, and I already recognized her. What do you want now? I turned around with an annoyed expression, noticing the hateful smile on his lips that only increased my anger. Are you not feeling well? He asked, his sarcasm evident in every word. It's none of your business, I replied grumpily. I see. She looked at herself in the mirror and arranged some strands of hair. Too bad it's mine. You're no match for it. Sorry. Don't feign ignorance, she frowned at me. You'd better not go near him. That man is mine, and a salaried employee like you is no match for him. Do you think I'm stupid and don't notice the way you look at him? Now you're taking on the role of a witch. You surprise me more every day, Miss Lily. Are you making fun of me, insolent? What do you think? I wouldn't dare. You. Scarlett. Madison and Olivia entered the bathroom, puzzled expressions on their faces, interrupting the moment. Very nonchalantly, Lily walked out of the bathroom without saying a word to them, something that clearly annoyed the girls. Who does that woman think she is? Madison spat out her words as she looked toward the entrance where Lily had left. She's a despotic woman, Olivia added with a hint of irritation. What happened between you two? Madison asked me directly. There was a pretty tense atmosphere between you two. Nothing important, I answered simply. We came to see you because you didn't look well when you left. Is everything okay? Olivia asked. I'm fine, girls, don't worry about me, I lied again, unable to share my situation. Nothing's right, Madison frowned. You've been acting strange since that woman arrived. Do you think we haven't noticed your changes? You're even thinner. You've been lying to us this whole time when you said you're fine. I agree with Madison, Olivia put a hand on my shoulder. We're your friends, Scarlett. You can tell us anything. There's no need for her to say anything, Madison chimed in. I know the boss has something to do with this. Is there something going on between you and him, Scarlett? What? I was surprised by Madison's accurate conclusions, but I couldn't admit it. Scarlett, Olivia looked at me as if I knew something. You know, you can tell us with confidence. The truth is, one day we saw you in the boss's car, and you didn't seem to be in a boss-employee relationship. I felt like a bucket of cold water fell on my head. Ah, girls. We know, Scarlett, Madison interrupted me. It's your personal and private life. Besides, a matter like that is extremely sensitive, which is why we decided not to discuss it or tell you anything until you could tell us. Since the arrival of the boss's fiancé, you've been in this state, and that's why we suspect you have something to do with him. I'm sorry, girls, I couldn't. We understand, Olivia smiled at me. It was a secret, but since we know, you can tell us with complete confidence. The girls had already seen me with Liam, and I wondered if anyone else had seen us besides them. But the important thing here is that I have to tell them the truth. I can't hide it anymore. I told them about my relationship with Liam and that I didn't know he was engaged until Lily arrived, but I didn't reveal the deal that brought Liam and me together. That's something only my grandparents know, and I don't plan on sharing it with anyone else. Now, for more people know about my relationship with him, excluding my grandparents. So that's why that idiot is bullying you. Madison spat words at Lily as if she were the villain. I'm the mistress here, I said, lowering my gaze. Besides, Miss Lily doesn't know about my relationship with Liam, or I don't know, I think she suspects. Scarlett, Olivia looked at me with concern. We understand you, really, don't see yourself as someone despicable. You didn't know anything from the beginning. That's right, Madison added. The boss is the only one to blame for this. You should put a stop to this now, or that crazy woman will make your life miserable. Even if she doesn't know anything yet, she could find out at any moment, and I'm sure she won't just stand idly by. Girls, thank you for always understanding me, but, I paused, don't you think I'm the bad guy here? She was there first, and now you're about to rebuild your lives, and I'm in the middle. Don't you think I'm the thorn in your side? What woman would want her fiancé to have a mistress? Sometimes I can understand your always defensive behavior toward me. The girls exchanged glances before frowning at me at the same time. It's not you she should be taking it out on, Madison looked at me disapprovingly. The man she has at her side is the person she should be calling out for not giving her her due. If she suspects he's having a mistress, shouldn't she give herself her due too? If she's acting so distrustful, it's because that relationship is rife with imperfection. I don't know, there's something off about this whole thing. Scarlett, Olivia caught my attention. Don't feel bad, okay? We're on your side, and we don't think you're a bad woman. You're the one who has to make a decision, you're the only one who knows your own situation well and the only one who can find a way out. Remember that. Thanks, girls, I let out a tired sigh. I'd like to be alone for a moment now. I need to think. I'll see you at work in a few minutes. Good, Olivia nodded, and I could see the concern in her eyes. She almost forced Madison out of the bathroom to give me some space. I know they care about me a lot, and that, amid all this sadness, makes me feel happy. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. Who am I? I'm just Scarlett Robins, assistant to the great Liam Brown Fox. And what else am I besides that? The mistress in the middle of a relationship? Is that all there is to it? Have I got nothing good going on in my life? I'm just this. But if I'm trapped in this dark sadness, it's because of my ignorance and how blinded I was, and I think I still am. If I'm here, it's because of Liam's lies. If only he had told me he was engaged from the start, if only he had been less selfish, we could have avoided all of this. I wouldn't have fallen so hard for him, I wouldn't have loved him as much as I do, and I wouldn't feel this tightness and suffocation in my chest. It's truly devastating. I wish all my love for him would vanish in the blink of an eye. This love hurts. Night fell in darkness, marking the end of a grueling workday. Lately, I've been experiencing more pronounced fatigue than usual. After moving the last files to storage and gathering my belongings from the desk, I noticed that Liam and Lily had already left the office. She'd been with him practically all day, leaving only for brief moments. Even when I was handing him a report, she seemed to cling to him like a shadow. Today was another hellish day, especially when I witnessed her kiss him as soon as we got to the office. That image haunted me throughout the entire grueling day, significantly affecting my concentration. As I said goodbye to my companions in the parking lot, I noticed their boyfriends, who clearly value them. Even though they offer me rides, I always decline. Being the third wheel would be awkward, I prefer to face this seemingly pathetic life alone. I was walking toward the parking lot exit when, suddenly, a luxury car blocked my path. I immediately recognized it as one of Liam's many cars. He got out of the vehicle, visibly concerned, closed the door, and walked quickly toward me. Although I tried to continue on my way and ignore him, I knew he wouldn't let me. Scarlett, she took my hand, let's talk. I don't think we have anything to talk about. I immediately broke free from his grasp, looking straight ahead. You know I didn't kiss her. This time he took my wrist. She did it. She caught me off guard. I don't want you to think. It doesn't matter what I think, I interrupted. Anyway, you didn't even walk away when he did it. They were all watching. Of course, I gave a bitter smile. That's what matters, what other people think. Scarlett. No, Liam, that's enough. And let me go. Remember, someone can see us. Then let's talk in my car. Shouldn't you be with your fiancé? I managed to free myself from his grip on my wrist. You should be with her, not wasting your time with me. This time, I tried to pull away, but as expected, he wouldn't let me. Again, he grabbed my wrist and dragged me toward his car. I told you to let me go, Liam, I insisted after several attempts to break free. Get in, he ordered, and against my will, I was already inside his car. He walked around the car, sat on the driver's side, and I remained beside him in complete silence. He started the engine and put the car in motion. I didn't understand what he was trying to do. I knew the explanations were in vain. Nothing would change the current situation, not the brief moments of happiness we shared, nor the love I have for him. We stopped in a remote, desolate area, the streets looking gloomy. Even if I didn't have the money to take an Uber, I'd rather walk around here alone. Why are you doing this? I asked, staring straight ahead. I don't want things to go badly between us. They've been doing badly, Liam, for a long time. We can work this out, Scarlett. No, Liam, nothing can be fixed. Not when there's a marriage involved, not when there's another woman. Do you think I'm not tired of this? I'm slowly suffocating in this situation. Don't you understand that you're making me suffer? What did I ever do to you? Why won't you let me go if you're getting married? You're only complicating things. I won't let you walk away from me, Scarlett. She came up to me and took my hand. I've already told you I don't have feelings for Lily, but today's kiss. It was intentional, I interrupted. She did it on purpose to annoy me. What are you saying? It's more than obvious, Liam, that she doesn't like me. She looked right at me before kissing you in front of everyone, and when I went to the bathroom, she made it clear that you belong only to her and that I'm not worthy of you. You think I'm not tired of this? She suspects something, and it could come out at any moment. Seriously, Liam, I'm tired. I had no idea she'd talk to you. That doesn't matter anymore. Lily will continue to provoke me because she sees me as a threat. You should give up already. Playing with two women at the same time doesn't put you in a good position. I'm not playing with you, Scarlett. He took my chin. Be clear about that, I'm not playing with you. So what do you do? Why are you marrying that woman? Why do you keep trying to get her to be with you? Do you want me not to marry her? I stared at him in silence. Of course I don't want him to get married, but do I even have the right to ask for that? I don't, because I'm nobody. You know the answer to that question. I shook off his hand on my face and turned around. Give me time, Scarlett. Liam approached me, and his arms ended up around my waist. Time for what? I didn't push him away, I just held him close. Time to sort out my situation with Lily. I already told you I don't love her. Aren't you getting married? I don't want to do it, really. His hand gently touched my cheek. I don't understand, why are you engaged to her? I haven't told you, but my engagement to Lily is only by contract. Somehow, I got involved with her family and ended up engaged to her. It was all her plan from the beginning to keep me by her side. None of this was done out of love. It's an arranged marriage, really. I was in shock for a moment. So Liam isn't marrying her because he loves her. Is it all a ruse that brought them together, and that's why they ended up engaged? Are you telling me the truth? I asked, somewhat incredulous, not knowing if I should believe him. I'm telling you the truth, Scarlett. We only pretend in front of everyone for the sake of both families' reputations, but when we're alone, we can't stand each other, at least not on my part. She does have feelings for me, or so she says, but I don't believe her. Nothing we pretend is true, it's all fake. I don't know why I felt relieved by what she told me. Deep down, I thought Liam had feelings for her and that's why they were getting married, and that she just wanted to be with me on a whim, but now... Why didn't you tell me before? It was a complicated matter. Not even my parents agreed with the marriage, but since both families' reputations were at stake, this whole thing went through. Now I understand why Deborah, Liam's mother, didn't get along with Lily. She was against this forced union. What are you planning on doing? Don't you have to get married? That's why I'm asking for your time. I'll take care of this, somehow break that contract with Lily. I'm not getting married. And when you achieve it, what are you going to do? It's very obvious, I'll be with you. Liam. I looked away from him. You've never told me if you have feelings for me. Why would you want to be with me? Scarlett, he took my chin and looked at me. Isn't it remarkable how much I feel for you? I've absolutely refused to let you leave me. I can't stand seeing you with other men. Just thinking about the idea that you'll no longer be with me and that you're going to leave me makes me lose my mind. I can't live without you, Scarlett. Simply put, I love you. He'd never said that word to me, not even, I love you, and now that he says he loves me, my heart began to pump with even more life. Maybe that was the word I'd been waiting for to come from his lips all this time, to tell me he loves me, and now he has. I thought my plan to make him fall in love with me was a complete failure from the start. Now I see that not all was lost for me, and that God was still on my side. What if I have the possibility of being happy with Liam? What if everything I've dreamed of comes true? Do you really love me? I asked longingly, still in disbelief. Of course I do, he pressed his forehead against mine. I love you, Scarlett, I really do. It'll all be over soon, and you and I can be happy, just like you've always wanted, I promise. I couldn't contain my emotion, this time I took the initiative and kissed him. I was truly happy to hear his words. I don't know if I shouldn't believe everything he told me, but for some reason my conscience tells me that everything he's told me is true, and that I can indeed be as happy with him as I've longed for. It's been a few weeks since Liam told me everything about his union with Lily, and I can say that our relationship has improved a lot. We are no longer distant. He is much more affectionate than usual. It seems everything is back to how it was before, except for that small detail, the commitment he has with Lily, which is still standing. He told me to give him time, and I've waited patiently. I feel anxious, and very happy that we're together like before. But there's something that doesn't feel right to me, or that worries me, and that is that lately I've been feeling strange, and besides that, my period is late. A few days ago, I thought I'd run out of pills and forgotten to buy them, but when I took out the trash, I realized my pills were there. I don't remember throwing them away. I know I've been busy lately, but not so busy that I couldn't realize I'd thrown away something so important. What if it was Liam? But he shouldn't have to. Does he want to have a baby? I should ask him. Even though I've seen him almost every day, I didn't ask him if he threw away the pills, or if I carelessly threw them away while I was cleaning. Calm down, don't be nervous, my grandmother patted me on the back. What if I'm pregnant? I asked nervously. You will be welcome, she smiled at me. I had told my grandmother about my discomfort, and her first conclusion was that I could be pregnant, and with my late period, it's likely that I am. We're in the hospital right now waiting for the blood results to see if I'm really pregnant. My grandmother is with me, so I'm calm. However, I'm nervous about the results, and I'm thinking about what Liam's reaction would be if I were really pregnant. I jumped off the stretcher and sat up when the nurse entered the room with the results. My heart was racing. I didn't know whether to be happy because it was positive or worried about what Liam was going to tell me. "Well, nurse." My grandmother stood up from her seat. "What's the result?" "Congratulations," the nurse approached with a big smile. "You're 2 weeks pregnant." I felt like my heart stopped instantly, and I was sweating cold. I hadn't planned on getting pregnant with Liam, and this is something unexpected. I took the papers the nurse handed me. She was giving me instructions on how I should eat from now on, how much I should take care of myself, what I should and shouldn't do to keep the baby healthy. But my grandmother was the one nodding and talking to her. I was in shock, touching my belly, listening to what they were saying in the distance. It was as if my mind was absent. My grandmother shook my shoulder, and when I came to, the nurse was gone. My grandmother stroked my hair and made my head rest on her chest. "Aren't you happy?" he asked me in a low tone. "Happy? I don't know. I didn't expect it. I took good care of myself. Maybe it was because I forgot to take the pills that I ended up pregnant." "Yes, I'm, Grandma," I nodded, trying to keep my mind fresh. "The problem is, I don't know what Liam's reaction will be. I'm sure he'll be happy with the news." She made me look at her. "You told us that he loves you, and that he'll soon give you the life you want, so what's worrying you?" "I don't know, Grandma. We haven't talked about children, and our situation hasn't completely resolved. He's still engaged. No matter the situation, you already have a child in your womb. Whatever happens, nothing will change it. You are going to be a mother, daughter, rejoice." My grandmother was happy. I could see it in her eyes and in the way she encouraged me. Deep down, I'm also happy to be carrying Liam's child, but I'm not at peace knowing what he'll say when he finds out. What if he doesn't agree to having children right now? It's too soon for that. We don't even have a clear status, and we don't know what will happen with the engagement. That evening, I stayed for dinner at my grandmother's house. My grandfather heard the news and, obviously, was also happy that I was going to be a mother. Sometimes I wish I knew why they were so excited about the baby on the way, knowing full well that my relationship with Liam isn't entirely secure, because that commitment threatens us. I'm still not completely well. I'm still thinking about Liam. I sent him a message telling him I'd be staying at my grandparents' house. I just used that excuse to have time to think carefully about how to break the news to him that he's going to be a dad. After dinner I went to my room, still just as worried, but with a little hope because Liam told me he loves me, and if that's true, he'll accept our child. Fortunately, so I wouldn't die of boredom, I received an unexpected call from someone who had been missing for many days. "Hello, bad friend." "Hey, what are those ways of greeting? You haven't called me for days." "I was on a business trip." "Well, you should have told me, so I don't get the idea that I don't have a friend anymore." "Sorry, since you're fine with that guy, I didn't mean to upset you." "What's that tone?" "My relationship has nothing to do with it." "Fine, whatever, but that guy doesn't like me, and if I call you often or see you, he'll probably get jealous for no reason." "That's my decision, I can handle it, but at least a message that you're still alive would be nice." "I will, sorry, I was very busy." "I understand. By the way, I have something to tell you." "I also have something to tell you." "Should you start or should I? Is it good to say it on the phone?" We're going to tell each other anyway, right?" "It doesn't matter, I can't wait to tell you." "Okay, you start." "I have a girlfriend." That. "I want to see your face right now." "How long have you had a girlfriend? Or rather, why are you only telling me now?" Hey, I got it just a week ago on the trip I had, and well, things happened between us. A week? And you're just telling me this now? Well, I was hoping things would be more formal between her and me. Obviously I was thinking of telling you, and I'm telling you now. Well, congratulations, and thanks for taking a week to tell me. Well, I told you. Now tell me what you have for me. I'm going to be a mom. Oh. At least I knew it today, and I'm telling you today. Is it that type? I'm offended by your question. I haven't been with another man. But, he's getting married. I'll tell you the details later, just know that I'm pregnant. Shall I tell you something? I don't believe it. You know I'll tell you. Don't start. I talked to Senku for almost an hour, and I had to endure his whole lecture like a wise old man, but he ended up congratulating me, just like my grandparents. And if Mom were still alive, I'm sure she'd be happy to be a grandmother. Chapter 15. The next morning. With all my nerves on edge, I'm walking through the halls of the company. I just arrived, and I'm ready to tell Liami about my pregnancy. I couldn't even sleep well last night thinking about how I would tell her. First, I went to my desk. The girls had already arrived. They always arrive before me. I greeted them and took my place. Soon, Liami arrived with Lily. As always, that woman never leaves his side. It will be harder to tell her the news if she's in the way. Liami glanced at me before entering his office. He must have missed me last night just as much as I missed him. I feel so alone when he's not by my side. I focused on work. I'd have a chance to tell Liami later. I'm still wondering how he'll take it. I'm anxious. Scarlett, are you going to the banquet tonight? Madison asked from beside me. What banquet? I looked at her, confused. Have you forgotten? Mr. Smith is having a birthday, and they're having a birthday party for him today, he explained, typing on his computer. Oh, right, I forgot. Are you going? Of course, free food, free drinks, what more could I ask for? But are we invited? All staff are invited, and will obviously be there to congratulate our former boss. He hasn't forgotten about us. Then I'll go. Is Olivia coming too? Sure, he also asked me if you were going. I see. And what do you say? What should I tell? If you've thought about what we talked about last time, you know. Oh, about that. It'll be resolved soon. What do you mean? You'll know in due time. Hey, don't leave me like this. You have to stay like that, busybody. Don't be like that, tell me. No, we're on work time. But what does it matter, tell me. I said no. Scarlett. No. If the girls find out I'm pregnant, they'll have a heart attack. I just have to wait for Liami to sort out his situation, and I think everyone will know we're together, although honestly, I don't like the idea. There's sure to be a stir about the assistant and her boss being together. It's juicy gossip for the media. After a while, I saw Lily leave Liami's office and walk away. She seemed angry about something. There are rumors in the hallways that they often argue. That doesn't surprise me. That woman wants to force Liami to marry her. He is being forced. It is no wonder. I took that opportunity to go to Liami's office. Upon entering, Liami stood up from his seat with a half-smile, walked over to me, and locked the door. At the same time, he took the opportunity to press me against it and kiss me like crazy, as if he missed my lips. I didn't want him to change after I gave him the news. I want him to continue being so loving and always show me that he loves me. That's all I want. I missed you so much last night, he told me after we had separated. So do I replied, my cheeks flushed. Come here. He took my hand and led me to the couch. He sat down and then pulled me onto his lap. Lily can come back. She's gone to my parents' house. He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. There's nothing to worry about. By the way, I know what you're going to ask, he interrupted. I've already got everything ready to break off my engagement to Lily. Her parents are leaving today and will arrive tomorrow. Really? So, pretty soon it'll just be you and me. You don't have to wait any longer. I remained silent for a moment, not knowing how to tell him. What if he regrets calling off the engagement to Lily? I don't want to lose what we've had so far after so many obstacles. Hey, Liam's voice brought me out of my thoughts. What are you thinking about? Liam, I looked at him with concern. I have something important to tell you. What's this about? Her brow furrowed slightly. Do you regret this? No, nothing like that. I shook my head frantically, nervous. That's a different matter. I only found out yesterday, but I didn't know how to tell you, so I stayed over at my grandparents' house. Didn't you go to the apartment yesterday because of what you have to tell me? He took my chin. Tell me what it's about. I'm worried about you. Is it about us? Liam, I swear I took care of myself, but I don't know how it happened, and... Scarlett, he made her look at him again. I hope it's nothing like that you want to get away from me thing. No. I'm more afraid that you'll be the one who pushes me away because of what I'm going to tell you. Promise me you won't leave me, Liam. Scarlett, I won't do it. He took my face in his hands. Tell me what you have to tell me. Liam, you're going. I hesitated for a moment, but looked him in the eyes and calmed down. You're going to be a dad, Liam. I'm pregnant. Silence, a complete silence fell over us. He took his hands off my face and looked away. I knew he didn't like the news that he's going to be a dad. Now I'm afraid he'll leave me because of this. How long do you have? He broke the silence. From his expressionless face, I can't tell if he's pleased with the news or not. The nurse told me I'm 2 weeks along. I've been having strange symptoms lately, and my period is late. I mentioned it to my grandmother, and she said it was a possible pregnancy, and that's exactly what it was. Silence again. Didn't he say he loves me? Shouldn't I be happy we're having a baby? I want one, and I'm happy I'm going to be a mother, but my happiness would be complete if Liam accepted it. Aren't you happy? I asked him, fearful. He looked at me, and I was surprised when he suddenly grabbed my face and kissed me on the lips. Am I happy? He pulled away with a smile on his lips. I feel like the happiest man right now. As? Why did you think I wouldn't like the idea of you having my child? I already told you I love you, and I love everything that comes from you. I thought that. You thought wrong. Of course I'm happy with the news. You don't know how happy you've made me. I'm going to be a dad, and you'll have one. How could I not be happy? He held me tightly against his body. I didn't think he would react this way. I thought maybe he would leave me to get pregnant. I was thinking too much. Liam really loves me. Do you really want to be a dad? I wanted to know, still not believing it. Of course I want to. Do you know when I longed for your child? He caressed my cheek and placed a soft kiss on my forehead. I'm going to have a child with the woman I love. It's what I wanted most. And that's when my mind refreshed. I remembered when I found my pills in the trash. Could it have been Liam? I didn't buy them that time because I'd forgotten, and maybe that oversight is why I got pregnant, but I'm sure I didn't throw those pills away. Liamy. Can I ask you something? I want you to answer me truthfully. Ask whatever you want. Were you the one who threw my pills in the trash? That day I couldn't find them, I thought I'd run out, and I didn't buy them because I forgot, but then I found the pills in the trash. Was it you? Liamy felt me up, then kissed me on the lips. I have the answer now. I don't have to hide it anymore, he shrugged. Since you caught me, I'll tell you. I've been sabotaging your birth control so you can get pregnant, so you can have my child. But why did you do that? It's your fault. You wanted to leave me, and I told you I wouldn't allow it. A child would bring us closer together. But I really wanted to have a baby with you. You're a fool, and a manipulator. Did you want to tie me down with a child? I thought only women did that. Men too, when they want the woman they love to stay by their side. You make me so happy, Liamy. I dropped my head onto his chest. I thought I was the only one who loved you like crazy. Well, now there are two of us. Just when we were at our best, Mr. Mateo had to knock on the door, interrupting the scene. I stood up from Liamy's lap and opened the door. Mr. Mateo looked me up and down, then shifted his gaze to Liamy, judging us with his eyes. The night opened its doors. I was getting ready to attend Mr. Smith's birthday banquet, and obviously I am alone, and I will attend alone, since Liamy has to go with Lily, and at the moment she is in her apartment. I chose a red dress with a leg slit and an open back for tonight. The dress has straps and is very elegant. Liamy bought it for me. I decided not to wear high heels. I chose short ones that matched the dress. Finally, I styled my hair, straightening it and letting it hang down. A touch of makeup and a little perfume, and I was ready to go. I took an Uber to the place where the banquet would be held. The guests were already arriving. Mr. Smith is a very important person. When I walked in, I was dazzled. The room was filled with distinguished guests, luxuries, cocktails, and many delicacies to sample. And almost all of them were high society. Scarlett, I recognized that voice immediately, this way. It was Madison. She was with Olivia, and they weren't alone, both with their partners. Great, and I was here alone. You look so beautiful, Olivia told me with a smile. I say the same about both of them. Did they agree to overshadow me? Don't exaggerate, I had to pick the first thing I saw in the closet, Madison crooned. The boss hasn't arrived with that crazy woman? Olivia asked, looking around. Apparently not. While we were talking, Donald and Olivia's boyfriend went to get them some drinks. I refused to drink alcohol, but I didn't tell them the reasons. It's not yet time to talk about my pregnancy with third parties. I was surprised to see Senko also at the banquet, but he wasn't alone. He was with a girl. She must be his girlfriend, who, by the way, is very pretty for that idiot. He introduced her to us, said her name was Loren. She's a sweet and friendly girl. She got to know us very well in no time. After talking amongst ourselves for a while, we went to congratulate Mr. Smith, grumpy as always, but he has his affectionate side. But the atmosphere changed when Liamy arrived with Lily. She was holding his arm, smiling, and engaging with everyone present. As soon as they arrived, the guests crowded around them to greet them. The girls' expressions of disgust were evident, as they couldn't hide their frustration. I couldn't even exchange a glance with Liamy. Lily never left his side, and someone was always approaching him to talk to him. But the one I did manage to exchange glances with was Lily. She looked at me and smiled maliciously, with such smugness and confidence. She did it just to annoy me. And it really bothers me that she's still with Liamy. I can barely stand it anymore. Where are you going, Scarlett? Sanko asked me, seeing me walking away from the dance floor where several couples were already dancing. I'll go get some air. Do you want me to accompany you? It's not necessary, remember not to neglect your girlfriend. But I'll be fine, I want to get some fresh air. Good. I walked away from the dance floor and out into the garden, the cold air instantly hitting my skin, giving me goosebumps. I was happy, but also worried. Should I trust that everything will turn out all right? Now it's not just me, I also have a baby in my belly, and it belongs to the man I love. But this commitment he has with Lily threatens me. I want it to end quickly. I have to trust him. Do you want to be alone too? Deborah's voice shook me. Did I scare you? No, not at all, I was just surprised. It's good to see you again. I say pampering, darling. So, aren't you enjoying your evening? She sat next to me on the wooden bench where I was sitting. I hadn't seen her in the living room, she seemed to have just arrived. Yes, I'm enjoying myself, but I wanted to get some fresh air. I see. Have you seen that grumpy old man? He doesn't change. Ah, yes, that makes Mr. Smith unique, he hasn't changed at all. How have you been? Hey. Have you been feeling well? Of course, why do you ask? For you, and for your baby. Oh, yeah, wait, what? How do you? My son told me. I don't understand. She told me you're pregnant, congratulations, I hope the birth is very healthy. But what? Why would Liam tell his mother about my pregnancy? Maybe. Lady. What did I tell you about the formalities between us? Oh, I mean, Deborah. Did you? Yes, I know. My son loves you, he interrupted. My eyes widened. He told you. I mean, how long has he known? Since I first joined the company. My son told me he didn't want to get married, not so much because he doesn't have feelings for Lily, but because he loves you. Very sorry. Why are you apologizing? Because, you know, I'm in this position. Scarlett, darling, she took my hand. Let me tell you, I agree that my son chose you over Lily. Believe me, she is a very wicked woman, and I know that if my son marries her, he will be unhappy, and no mother wishes ill upon her children. So, you already know everything between your son and me. That you're planning to call off the engagement. Of course. I'm his mother, and there's nothing he does that I don't know about, and more than anyone, I want him to be happy. I know what it feels like to be forced into a marriage with someone you don't love, and I don't want my son to go through that. Are you speaking from personal experience? Excuse me for asking. No, it's fine. The truth is, Liam's father and I were married against our will. Everything was arranged by our families. At first, we weren't happy. I loved another man, and my husband was planning on marrying another woman. We were just friends, we never thought any differently about each other, until we were married off without our consent. So you don't love each other? Yes, of course. Over time, we nurtured our relationship. We were already married, but it was very difficult at first when we both loved other people. However, we fell in love and had Liam, it was all a matter of time. But we don't want Liam, our only son, to go through the same thing, marry a woman he doesn't love and have an unhappy life. His father and I disagree, but, unfortunately, that woman did everything she could to bind him to a marriage contract that he must fulfill. Thank you for having the confidence to tell me, you are a strong woman. You're already part of our family, you're even going to have a child with our Liam. You don't know how happy we are with the news. Liam was also very happy, but you know. I feel a little bad. I feel like I'm taking something away from someone else. I know what you mean. But that's not the case. That woman planned everything. My son never loved her. That marriage isn't consensual, it's forced. You're not taking anything away from anyone. That position has never belonged to her. And we're not going to allow Liam to marry that vile woman. Do you think I'm the right woman for your son? If you love him, and he loves you, there's no doubt about it. You're the one for my son, and besides, he only raves about you. He loves you so much. I didn't think my grumpy boss would say great things about me. Tell me if it bothers you, he has a bad temper, he's a man. Ha, 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 of course. Deborah returned to the living room, while I remained in the garden. I still can't believe Liam shared details about me with his parents. I felt embarrassed when his mother revealed everything, but the comforting thing is that his parents accept me. Initially, I felt bad thinking she was taking Lily's place, but she turned out to be a malicious woman behind a perfect face. Even Deborah doesn't like her. Honey, my heart nearly stopped when I heard Liam's voice close to my ear. Are you crazy? I stood up, glaring at him. Someone can see us. Then let's go somewhere else. He took my hand and discreetly led me to a dark corner of the garden, where we hid among giant bushes. This is dangerous, there are a lot of people here, I questioned in a low tone. I just wanted to see you. By the way. He grabbed my waist and pulled me against his body. You look beautiful tonight. I'm worried other men might be looking at you. Do you like how this dress looks on me? It makes me want to fully enjoy you right now. I want this celebration to be over quickly. Changing the subject. Why didn't you tell me your parents know about us? They even know I'm pregnant. Oh, yes, I told them. They're happy with the news. You say that so calmly. You're incredible. So what's going on? They're your in-laws now. That's not the point. Besides, Lily's still in the way, and she's still your fiancé. I'm nobody while she's around. That will change very soon. Now you are the woman I love and the one who will bear me a child. I only want you, do you understand? I understand, but still. I told you to give me time. Just wait a bit, I'll sort out my situation with Lily. Fine, whatever you say. Now we should get back, someone might notice our absence, especially yours. I want to do something first. Don't go. Too late, he captured my lips without letting me protest. His hands rested on my hips and our bodies collided. I wrapped my arms around his neck and reciprocated his demanding kiss. Intense and passionate as ever, his tongue met mine, and the pleasurable dance began. His hand traveled up my back, sliding over my bare skin, then moved down and settled on my butt, pressing me closer against him. I was erect. His other hand didn't stay still. It lifted my dress and slid through the opening that accessed part of my bare thigh, moving up to touch my tenderness as he kissed me. I started to gasp when his fingers began to move there. I wished there was a bed nearby. His kisses moved to my neck as he continued to touch me. We were getting out of control. He was already very aroused, and so was I. Liam, stop, I pushed him away, placing my palms on his chest. Are you planning on doing this here? I want you right now. I can't stand seeing you in that dress. You look so sexy, and I want to take it off you, he replied, breathing heavily. Not here. Just wait until after the celebration, I suggested, though I wished he would continue. That's waiting forever. I think I'll leave early. Will you stay with me tonight? That's not a question. I won't let you sleep. I'll wait for you at the apartment then. Don't keep me waiting too long. I'll take Lily first and then I'll go with you. Okay. I'll go back to the living room first, the girls should be looking for me. Give me a kiss before you go. Well, how pretentious. I gave him a deep kiss, but Liam prolonged it longer than planned, almost reaching the point of making love with that kiss. After a while, I was able to slip away from him and return to the living room. He would come back later so as not to arouse suspicion. I met up with the girls. Senku and Olivia and Madison's boyfriends were chatting with other guests. Loren was recounting how she met Senku, even though they've only been together for a week. If only she knew how I met that jerk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Finally, the banquet was over, and I was able to return to my apartment. I don't like these kinds of events, I find them exhausting. Liam texted me saying he was already on his way to the apartment with Lily and would be with me shortly. I didn't take off this dress, he said he wanted to take it off for me himself, so I had to wait until Liam deigned to come over. It's been over half an hour, and Liam still hasn't arrived. I'm waiting impatiently for him. He said he wouldn't be long, and it's already getting late. He hasn't even called to inform me of anything, and I wonder if he'll come see me. I've called him several times, but his cell phone seems to be off. What if something happened to him on the way? I thought the worst. He wrote to me recently, but now his phone is off, which is strange. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. It was a message from an unknown number I hadn't registered. I didn't hesitate to open it and read the message, but my heart stopped, and a lump formed in my throat. It was a photograph, Lily and Liam in bed, him shirtless, his eyes closed, his head on Lily's bare chest, her smiling at the camera, her hair messy, her lipstick smudged, and Liam holding her. Under the photo, a message read, "I told you he was mine." That sentence broke my heart into 1,000 pieces. Liam lied to me. He said he'd come, that he wouldn't be long, that he wasn't interested in that woman, but he slept with her, he touched another woman. I thought he loved me, that he was going to break off the engagement, but I was naive to believe he'd choose me over that woman. Lily was right, Liam belongs only to her, it always has been that way. I don't even know how I could have been so foolish as to believe him, it's all so clear now. I ended up bursting into tears, hurt and aggrieved. I don't know if I have the right to feel this way, since I'm his lover, but I feel betrayed. Like an idiot, broken, my heart is falling to pieces. I thought Liam was being honest with me. The next morning. Last night, sleep deprivation took over. I stayed up very late, waiting for Liam in the hopes of at least getting an explanation. However, that didn't happen. I grew tired of waiting and cried like a fool. The image Lily sent me continues to haunt me. I feel hurt and wonder if this will ever end. When will I ever be able to experience true happiness? He still hasn't answered his phone, and even though I keep trying, I'm reaching my limit. I really can't take this situation anymore, I'm slowly drowning. The photo made it clear, they spent the night together, they were going to be husband and wife, although I shouldn't have been surprised. The fact that Liam touched another woman hurts me so deeply, I don't want to breathe anymore. It's torture. I've made a decision, the one I should have made from the start, to leave her side. I don't want to continue this until things are completely resolved. I gave her time, but now I'm deeply disappointed. Everything will be a failure if that woman remains among us. Although I feel stupid, the one who has always stood between them, is me. I quickly packed my few clothes into a suitcase. I didn't take anything else, I just wanted to disappear. I called an Uber and headed to my grandparents' house. I'll have to give them an explanation, but I'll most likely lie to them. I don't want to talk to anyone about my difficult situation with Liam. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Liam. My head is pounding, as if it's been hit hard by a hammer. My throat feels dry too. I have no idea what happened. When I wake up, I discover I'm in my room, not Scarlett's apartment, which immediately alerts me. I sit up abruptly in bed, looking around. Fortunately, I have my pants on, but I'm shirtless. I look to my side and find Lily asleep, but what worries me more is that she's naked, completely naked. My mind fills with negative thoughts. I quickly get out of bed and look for my cell phone. When I find it, I notice it's off, and I'm sure I didn't turn it off. When I turn it on, I discover several missed calls from Scarlett. My heart aches. We agreed to meet last night, but something happened. He must have been waiting for me, and right now he must be feeling cursed. I quickly grab my shirt off the floor along with Lily's clothes and put it on immediately. I need to go to Scarlett's as soon as possible. Good morning, honey. Lily's voice stops me. I turn to her with a nasty look. You don't deserve to call me that, I reply, approaching the bed to take her arm. Tell me right now what you did to me. What are you talking about? She winces, but I have no compassion for her at all. I know she did something. Don't play dumb, tell me what happened last night. I squeezed his arm tighter. You're hurting me, she whined, trying to break free. Tell me what happened between us, damn it. I exclaimed, all the rage I'd built up. We're going to be husband and wife, what had to happen happened. Tell me if something happened. Talk. It hurts, Liam. I tell you to talk. Nothing happened. Just. You gave me drugs, I snapped. You're the most despicable woman I've ever met. No. I don't know what you're talking about, you were drunk, and I. You what? We didn't have sex. And why are you naked? That doesn't matter, what's wrong with sleeping without clothes? It disgusts me. That. You're disgusting to me, Lily. How can you sink so low? I know you gave me something last night, I was fine, and after drinking the wine you provided me at the banquet, I completely lost consciousness. That's what happened. Last night, after talking to Scarlett in the garden during the banquet, I went with Lily and my parents. She offered me a glass of wine, only had one, other than that, I didn't drink anything else. However, the effect wasn't immediate. When I was already in the car to take her home, I texted Scarlett telling her I'd be with her soon, but after that, I started to feel sick. She called her driver, and that's how we were able to get home. However, after arriving, I remember feeling very dizzy and soon losing consciousness. Lily had planned this, I didn't see it coming. But there's something I don't understand. If he was drugged and we didn't have sex, what was the point of him doing something like that? I don't know what you're talking about, Liam. I didn't do anything to you, you were drunk. Her words only increased my anger. I can't wait to be rid of her. I didn't even have another glass of wine. Do you think I was going to get drunk on just one? I only drank the one you gave me. I didn't touch another drop of alcohol all night. And one of the reasons I didn't drink last night was because I was going to be with Scarlett. That. Don't take me for a fool, Lily. I know what your intentions are, but I'll tell you right now, I'm not interested in you as a woman, I don't even see you as one. Since I've known you, I haven't even had sexual desire for you, so you're wasting your time. How can you insult me like that? I'll be your wife, whether you like it or not, she yelled at me, her face red with anger. You're wrong, you won't be my wife. I'll call off the engagement. What? You can't do that. The dress and the preparations are ready. Everything's off. I don't want you as my wife. It's because of her, isn't it? It's because of your damn lover. Say what you want, nothing will change. You don't deny it. Do you? You don't deny that you have a lover. If that's what you want to hear, then you're right. I love another woman, and she's the one I want to be with. You miserable bastard. How could you do this to me? You always play the victim, Lily. That's why I always considered you a fake woman. I won't waste my time with you anymore. I finished, and was about to leave, but Lily's mischievous giggle made me stop. Do you think she'll still be with you? He asked, a half-smile on his lips. Do you think I don't know that this Scarlett is your lover? Don't you dare go near her, I'm warning you. Do you think that idiot will stay with you after what she saw? Although I wouldn't be surprised. She's with a committed man, she won't mind. What do you mean? What are you talking about? She smirked as she picked up her phone from the bedside table, then showed me the screen. You must have loved my gift last night, he said smugly. I clenched my jaw when I saw the picture she sent, even catching a glimpse of the short message below it. I grabbed my phone and smashed it against the wall, then grabbed her by the hair on the bed. What the hell did you do? I tightened my grip. Let me go, you're hurting me, she screamed, trying with all her might to free herself. I would like to unleash all my anger on her, but if I do, I'm afraid I'll go to jail because I'm sure I'll kill her. I told you not to mess with Scarlett. Do you want to die? She's just a whore. How can you cheat on me with that fucking whore? Shut your mouth. You speak ill of her again, and I'll slit your tongue. I abruptly let go of her, and she fell onto the bed with her hair in tatters, looking at me in fear. If you dare to call off the engagement for that woman, every media outlet will hear about your affair with her. Is that what you want? Are you threatening me? Do you want me to kill you? Just think about it. I don't mind marrying you knowing you've cheated on me, but if you call off the engagement, everyone will know you've been cheating on me with your assistant. You'll even disappoint your parents by damaging the family's honor for a mere employee. You think so? Do you think I care if everyone knows I have another woman? I wonder who'll be hurt the most in all of this. You and your family are in my hands now, Lily. You don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Don't you know your parents are arriving from New York today? What? Why would they come? Did you tell them something about calling off the engagement? They'll have no choice but to voluntarily cancel that contract, or else their honor as a noble family will be ruined. Even your reputation will be ruined. I won't even allow you to be hired by agencies as a model. What? Are you trying to mess with my head? I don't know what you're talking about. The engagement isn't being called off. My parents wouldn't do that. The most important thing to them is their reputation, more than their own daughter. They're probably arriving in London right now, and the reason is to cancel the contract, or else they'll suffer the consequences. Lie. They won't do such a thing. You're accusing me of having a mistress when you've slept with two men at the same time, even while you were with me. As if that weren't enough, you had an affair with a model at the agency where you work. On top of that, you got pregnant by him and had an abortion. That's not all. You've been sending him large sums of money to keep him quiet. Am I wrong in everything I'm saying? Don't you think that's enough to ruin your life and that of your family? What? That's not true. You're slandering me. Are you making all these things up to get rid of me? Everything you say is a lie. Oh, really? I have proof that everything I'm saying is true. I know who the man you had an affair with is, and I have intercepted receipts for the amount of money you've been sending him. He himself confessed to your abortion. Also, something you don't know is that there's a video of you and those two men you were involved with. If that video gets out, you're ruined. No. No. That's not true. You're lying. If you'd like, I can show you the video. I just have it to show your parents, showing how you've been unfaithful behind my back, not just with one of them, but with two more. How will your parents look at you? Or rather, how will you feel if all of that gets out? I was even shocked when I discovered all the atrocities you've done. I knew you were evil for wanting to force me to marry you, but I didn't think you'd go so far as to have an abortion just to maintain your figure, and worse, without her father's consent. Enough. Shut up. Please, enough. Lily, all this information can remain solely in your hands. Your parents are coming to London because I told them you've decided to call off the engagement. If you just call it off on your own, they won't know about all this. But if you don't accept it, you know the consequences. Chapter 16. I've left the decision up to Lily. I don't intend to expose everything she's done, but if she persists in making my life difficult, I'll take drastic measures. Furthermore, I'm sure she doesn't want her parents to find out about her extramarital affair and that she's been involved with two other men simultaneously, information I obtained from her lover, who was responsible for the video I have. Lily wasn't just sending him money about the abortion, but also to silence him. She was being blackmailed. If you agree to cancel the contract and we hold a press conference explaining the situation, everything will be resolved, and I will keep my promise to return all the information to you. Now, the only thing I need to sort out is my situation with Scarlett. Right now, she's probably thinking I spent the night with Lily because of the photo she sent her last night, which was a misinterpretation, since I didn't even stop by her apartment. I'm on my way to see her, but I'm worried that she's not answering my calls. Her phone is off, which is a bad sign. I managed to get to the building, quickly entered, and took the elevator to her floor. I entered my card, but when I opened the door, I didn't see her anywhere. I checked the room, and she wasn't there either. Apparently, she slept there. Even the dress she wore last night was lying on the floor. What broke my heart was seeing the closet doors ajar. When I opened them fully, I realized some of her clothes were gone. She'd simply taken her belongings, and a suitcase was missing. Scarlett was gone, she'd abandoned me. I hurried out of the apartment. Even though her phone is off, I keep trying to call her, but to no avail. I can't lose her, I can't let her leave me. She's carrying my child, she's my wife, and we already had plans together. It's just a misunderstanding. I'm sure she thinks I betrayed her and lied to her. What's up, Liam? You look worried, Matteo asked me as soon as I arrived at the company. Scarlett hasn't arrived yet. No, apparently he hasn't arrived yet, and that's strange because it's already late. Does this have something to do with you? Matteo looked me up and down. Besides, you're wearing the same clothes you wore at the banquet last night. That doesn't matter now, I need to find Scarlett. Did something happen? She left me, she left, Matteo. Help me find her. Hasn't Scarlett told you where her grandparents live? You often have lunch with her. But she doesn't tell me about her personal life. You should know, since you're the one who's always with her. No, I don't know. Maybe one of her friends might know. You should ask them. Call Madison or Olivia. Minutes later, one of her friends showed up at the office with a scared face. Did you send for me, sir? Olivia asked, puzzled. Maybe she knows where Scarlett's grandparents live. But, wait a minute, what if she went off with that guy? The last time she disappeared, she stayed at that Senka guy's house. Although I don't believe it, I saw him with a girl last night, and from what I heard, she's his partner. Scarlett is cautious, I don't think she's with him. Do you know where Scarlett's grandparents live? I got straight to the point. Why do you want to know that? Do you know or not? Yes, but, is something wrong with her? She hasn't arrived at the company, and that's very strange. Just give me the address, there's nothing you need to worry about. Don't hurt him anymore, sir. That? Excuse me, but... Scarlett is my friend, I don't want her to suffer anymore because of you, she's had enough. So Scarlett's friends know too. That doesn't matter, everyone will already know anyway. I just want to clear up a misunderstanding with her. I need to know if she's okay. She must be more sensitive because of her pregnancy. Pregnancy. Is she pregnant? So you didn't know this? Yes, but that's not the point now. I need you to give me the address I asked for so I can find her. Yeah. As soon as Olivia gave me the address, I hit the road to find her. I need to bring her back, I need her. I can't be apart from Scarlett, especially now that I'm about to resolve my situation with Lily, and as soon as I do, I'm going to marry her. I arrived at the residence, not even noticing any details. I simply strode up to the door and knocked not too abruptly 3 times. I was desperate, even breaking out in a cold sweat just thinking about losing her. Yes. An old woman with a sweet smile opened the door. Scarlett told me that her grandparents are her only family, since she doesn't count on her father because he has another family, he would have no other place to go but here. Is Scarlett there? I asked bluntly, even looking over the old woman's shoulder to see if I could see her. Who's looking for her? I haven't seen him before, have I? His face seems familiar to me from somewhere. She looked me up and down, her eyes narrowed. I'm Liam Brown, Scarlett's boss, I introduced myself, and her eyes widened. Oh, you're my girl's boss, the father of her child, he smiled happily, something that confused me, but it was a good thing he didn't hit me with a cane. So, is she home? Please come in. We need to talk. I swallowed hard when he told me that, but not with a smile, but with a serious face. I accepted her invitation to come in, anyway, it's like being at my in-laws' house. They're like parents to her, and I imagine she must have told them about our relationship, since the lady knows me and knows I'm the father of Scarlett's baby. In the living room was an elderly gentleman, he must be Scarlett's grandfather. The atmosphere here feels warm, exuding a homey feeling that makes you feel good, that's what I feel when I'm with Scarlett. Who's the guest? The old man asks, adjusting his glasses. This is Mr. Liam Brown, the father of Scarlett's child, the old woman introduced me. And I duly introduced myself to the gentleman with a handshake. Please sit down. The old woman offered me a cup of coffee. I sat on a single sofa, and they sat on a larger one. So, you are the man who loves my little girl, the old man began, she told us about her pregnancy. Yes, that's true. But don't worry, I'll take care of her and the baby. Do you know why Scarlett came here with a suitcase? The old woman looked at me doubtfully. So Scarlett is here. It's a misunderstanding I need to clear up with her, which is why I came here personally. We know you're engaged, Mr. Brown. We don't want our baby girl to take a dishonorable place. If you're going to get married, you should stay away from her. Scarlett can handle her baby on her own, we don't want her to continue in the situation she's in, the old man declared. Now that I have a chance to talk to them, I should explain the situation. That way they'll be able to accept me. I know they're the most important people to Scarlett, so I have to do the right thing. I understand what you're saying, sir. And don't worry, I'll marry Scarlett as soon as I sort out my situation, and I'll take care of our child. Do you really love our little girl, Mr. Brown? Of that, ma'am, you have no doubt. Of course I love you, and very much so. Scarlett came home with a suitcase. She told us she'd be staying with us for a while, but she didn't tell us the real reason. If you want to talk to her, you should first sort out your situation or solve the problem that brought her here. Do the right thing, Mr. Brown. So, Scarlett is with you. Scarlett came very early, but she went to a friend's house. I don't think I'll be able to talk to her. To a friend's house. Is he at that guy's house right now? I understand, but do you happen to know what time you can return? We won't be able to tell. Since you came here personally, I gather she's not answering your calls. You should give her time, Mr. Brown. Scarlett is sensitive, she needs her space. I understand. Could you tell her to at least call me as soon as she arrives? I'd really appreciate it. We'll tell him, but he knows it's not in our hands. I know. I'm sure Scarlett won't call me. The only way I can see her is at the company, but she won't go just to avoid running into me. And if I come here, she probably won't want to see me either. She's even at that guy's house now. I left even more worried. What if she doesn't want to see me anymore? What if she wants to be alone longer? I won't be able to live like this. I need to see her somehow and sort this situation out. I can't lose her, she's the only valuable thing I want by my side. While I was in the car, my phone vibrated. For a moment, I thought I'd see Scarlett's name on the screen, but I was disappointed to see it wasn't her. Mother. Liam, the Robertses are here. Come right away. Is Lily present? Yes, it seems she's willing to end this. Okay, I'll be with you in a few minutes. As I suspected, and as my mother warned me, Lily was at the mansion with her parents, unaware of my visit, which took her by surprise. I had no choice. She tied my hands, and I resorted to this means to free myself from the bond she was trying to force me into. I showed up at the entrance, and Lily could barely meet my gaze. I don't know if it was because she was embarrassed or because she hated me for having gone to this extreme. At first, I was overcome with guilt for being with Scarlett. I also felt bad for Lily, but she pressured me, knowing I didn't love her. I couldn't help falling in love with another woman. Scarlett taught me how to love, and I'm sure she's the only woman I want by my side. My guilt disappeared when I discovered that Lily, even before my relationship with Scarlett, had been having affairs with other men behind my back while I was in New York. She judged me and insinuated that I had lovers, but at the time I didn't. However, Lily was insecure because, in reality, she was the one cheating on me, even getting pregnant. Anyway, I knew nothing would come of it between her and me. It all started without love, and to this day, I feel nothing. This marriage was destined to fail. Fortunately, Scarlett came into my life. Son, dear, my mother greeted me as soon as I arrived. Mr. and Mrs. Roberts, you're welcome, I said before taking my seat. The atmosphere was quite tense. Let's get to the point, began my father, who had opposed this union from the beginning. We came as soon as Liam told us the news about the cancellation of the engagement, Mr. Roberts said. Lily remained completely silent. I hope everything goes well. That's right, we were very surprised, since our daughter is the one who wants to break this contract at her own request, Mrs. Roberts added. Mom, Lily finally spoke. It's true, I don't want to marry Liam. I've thought it through and, it's for the best. We don't love each other. But you're only now making this decision. Even the wedding preparations are already underway. What will society think when the news of the breakup breaks at this point? Mrs. Roberts said. As expected, they're only concerned with their reputation, not even considering the feelings of others. Mrs. Roberts, with all due respect, my father chimed in this situation, the most important thing is our children's feelings. If they don't love each other, there's no wedding, that's the decision they made. And regarding the media, since the news of the happy engagement had already broken, a press conference could also be held to explain the true reasons for the cancellation. Things would end peacefully. I agree, Mr. Roberts said, so be it, if my daughter so wishes. Yes, Dad, Lily affirmed, the engagement is cancelled, and the contract is void, from now on it is no longer valid. And this is the only reason this engagement is off. Simply because they don't love each other. They knew that from the beginning, Lily's mother insisted. Lily looked at me worriedly, perhaps she was afraid I'd reveal the secret she's keeping. Aside from the man who was blackmailing her, who's been silenced, by the way, I'm the only one who knows. If her parents find out, it'll be a terrible time, it would be a disgrace to the family. It's none of my business. There's a more than valid reason, my mother said. Our son loves another woman, and he doesn't want to get married for that reason. So you're pushing my daughter aside for another woman? Mrs. Roberts questioned. Apparently, she's not too happy about the breakup. Mom, Lily chimed in, I'm the one who doesn't want to get married. If Liam loves another woman, that's fine. Anyway, neither of us has the feelings for each other to make this marriage happen. Besides, I also love another man, so please, Mother, Father, let's end this and go back. What do you mean you love another man? Lily's father was surprised. Who is he? Lily remained silent, perhaps she's lying to speed things up. She knows how complicated it is to deal with her own parents, and she also perfectly understands that they wanted this marriage primarily out of convenience, not because they cared at all about their daughter's happiness. It's from the agency. She confessed. Why didn't you say anything after the marriage arrangement had already been made? What an irresponsible child I have for a daughter, Mrs. Roberts protested. We'll sort this out later, Mr. Roberts intervened. For now, we just need to get this over with. Officially, there will be no more marriage, the contract between both families is null and void. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, we apologize for the inconvenience. No problem, it's better if things are resolved ahead of time, my father replied. When's the press shoot? We have to return to New York tomorrow afternoon, Mrs. Roberts asked. Apparently, this matter has already been finalized. I thought it would be complicated, but even Lily lied to speed things up. It will be tomorrow morning, the news will be announced today, my mother said. All right, Mrs. Roberts looked at Lily, let's go back to the hotel. Let's talk for a moment, Liam, Lily asked, already knowing why just by looking at her scared expression. Good, I nodded, and followed her out to the garden. My parents were staying with my now ex-in-laws. The good thing about this is that it didn't end in a dispute between the two families, which is how it should have been from the beginning. You already have what you wanted, now you have to do your part, he demanded as he left. We haven't had the press conference yet, until then, you won't get what you want. Where did you get all that information? Did you do something to? If you're talking about the person who's been extorting you, don't worry, he'll just not open his mouth about it anymore. That's what you wanted, wasn't it? To get rid of me. You know I told you from the beginning that I didn't love you, and you also know and are absolutely certain that you don't love me either. Stop clinging to a whim, it's very damaging. If it weren't for her. Don't talk about Scarlett, she wasn't with us from the beginning, and we've had this argument ever since we met. This was destined to fail, and you've always been aware of that. I just hope you give me everything you have in your hands that could threaten my reputation, don't try anything strange. I just want this to be over, and you do too. There's just one last step left. You'll have all your information as soon as the breakup is announced. I hope I never see your face again, he concluded, and left without letting me argue that, for the first time, we agreed on something. As previously agreed, the news was shared with the media, and the following morning, we attended the press conference to address the situation peacefully. Lily and I expressed our views on the relationship, agreed on our statements, and everything was settled. In the afternoon, Lily and her parents took the first flight to New York, canceling all wedding preparations. Fortunately, the invitations hadn't been sent out, avoiding further commotion. I kept my promise to grant Lily what she wanted, as both she and her parents prioritized their reputation and public opinion. Now I just need to sort out my relationship with Scarlett. I don't know if you've seen the news, but you must be considering the possibility that there's something going on between Lily and me. I should have sent her with her driver that night and left with Scarlett. Things wouldn't have gotten to this point. I called Scarlett again, as she didn't answer my previous calls. Again, she either didn't answer or hung up. Her absence from the company both yesterday and today worries me. I need to see her. Although I've made arrangements to be together properly, now. Nothing yet. Matteo interrupted my thoughts. No, I haven't been able to contact her yet. Give it more time. Everyone already knows about your breakup with Lily. Scarlett must have heard, too. True, just as the news of my engagement caused a stir, the breakup with Lily also became known unexpectedly. But she still hasn't contacted me. I should go look for her again at her grandparents' house. And you haven't been to the apartment. Do you think he'll go? Have you gone? No, since he left, I haven't set foot there. And who knows if he's in that place? Maybe he's waiting for you, and you don't know it. And if so, why don't you answer me? Just go, you have nothing to lose by doing so. If it's not there, you can look for it yourself again. Well, worst case scenario. Stop beating around the bush, or would you rather I go after her? I'll kill you. Then find her. It was getting dark and it had been 3 days since she left. The desperation to see her tortured me. These days seemed like an eternity. She didn't know where to go first, to her grandparents' house or to the apartment. Although she shouldn't give Matteo credit, she doubted she'd return to that place after that night. Yet for some strange reason, I was headed there, to our special place, to the intimacy where I planted a seed in her womb. In front of the smooth wooden door, more like a portal, which could lead me to sadness upon realizing her absence or to happiness if, for some reason, she were inside. Eagerly, I inserted the card into the door slot, and with a beep, it opened. I grasped the handle and opened it fully. It was empty, and a pain made my heart clench. The lights were off, although it was barely dark. It was pitch black to me without her here. Despite wanting to stop torturing myself, I decided to go inside and close the door behind me. I looked around the place as if it were my first time here, and yes, it was the first time I'd been somewhere she wasn't. My steps led me to the hallway leading to the bedrooms. I stopped when I saw a light under one of the doors. It was our room. My heart fluttered at the thought that she might be here again and that we would meet again after almost 3 long days of torture. I headed to the door, hesitant and afraid. I grabbed the handle and when I opened it, I felt like I came back to life seeing Scarlett asleep in bed wearing one of her pajamas, the one she always uses for me. That idiot Matteo was right, she was here. Who knows if she's been here these past 3 days and I didn't know because I was desperate to reach Scarlett and didn't even dare go back to the apartment. I approached the bed and sat down next to her. She was still sleeping like an angel. She's even beautiful when she sleeps. I looked at her belly and smiled warmly as I imagined a tiny creature inside, a seed born of our love that will soon be born. I stroked her hair as she slept. If only she knew how much I've missed her, if only she knew that these past few nights I couldn't sleep just thinking about her and how happy it would make me to be together like we've always wanted. What are you doing here? She woke up a little shaken by my presence. Scarlett, you're back. I asked you what you're doing here. I just wanted to go back to our special place. I don't want to see you. He sat up and moved as far away from me as he could. Scarlett, let's talk, please. I've been trying to reach you since you left 3 days ago. I've missed you so much. Don't lie to me again, Liam. Liam tells me. I'm done with Lily. Didn't you see the news? I called off the engagement. There's nothing between us anymore. So what's up? You went to bed with her and left me alone. Do you think that because you've fixed everything, I'll forget what you did to me? There's an explanation for that, Scarlett. Let me explain what happened. Why? I don't want any lies, Liam. I saw you more than happy hugging her in that photo. If you'd just let me explain. She fell silent and looked away. That's when I decided to move closer to her, and she didn't move my hand away when I gently touched her cheek. How I missed touching her skin, feeling her so close, and being able to soak up her scent. Scarlett. I swear nothing happened between Lily and me. I didn't touch her like you think. I knew she sent you a photo of her and me that same night, but she planned it all. I was fine at the banquet, and suddenly I got sick when I was taking her. I took her face in my hands and made her look at me. That was because I drank a glass of wine Lily offered me at the party. I only had 1 glass. When I got sick, I couldn't drive. Her driver took us to the apartment, and once I was there, I passed out. The next morning, she confessed to me that we didn't have sex. She just did all that so you and I would break up because of that photo, since she knew about our relationship. That's the whole truth, I swear. So, there was nothing between you that night, and you didn't leave me for her? She asked doubtfully. Of course not, I would never do that to you. It was all Lily's plan. If she hadn't drugged me, I would have been with you that night. So, how did you manage to break off that engagement? You were even at a press conference. Did you see her? She nodded. I had to threaten her with secrecy. She'd been cheating on me with other men even when I wasn't with you. On top of that, she got pregnant and had an abortion. She called off the engagement so her parents wouldn't find out about it, and the family's reputation wouldn't be ruined. Like I told you, they only care about public opinion. She did all that. That's right, that's how I managed to cancel that contract with the Roberts family. And now where is she? She went back to New York with her parents. We won't see each other again. I see. Do you believe me now? She nodded. And you're not angry anymore? She shook her head. Don't ever leave me again. I hugged her tightly, pulling her body down onto the bed against mine. You don't know how much I've missed you these past few days. You were torturing me. I'm sorry. I was mad because I thought you'd actually been with her. I even waited for you all night. I don't understand how you could think that. You know I love you so much, I can't see another woman. Oh really? And you still have doubts? The truth is, I returned to the apartment the same day I left, but you never came. Because I thought you were at your grandparents' house, and besides, you weren't answering my calls. I didn't want to come back to this place if you weren't there. I noticed she fell silent, so I looked at her closely. She told me many things with her eyes, and I understood them perfectly. She came back to me, and I to her. We're together again, and this time properly. I couldn't hold it in any longer and I seized her lips, those lips that when I tasted them for the first time, made me greedy, and I wanted to have them just for myself. My fingers tangled in her silky hair, and I made the kiss even more intense, thrusting my tongue into her mouth to meet hers. I feel alive again just by touching and feeling her. I love you, Scarlett, I said as I left her lips, leaving her breathing quite ragged. Tell me you'll marry me. That? Now we can get married, we're going to have a baby. Tell me you'll marry me and we'll have the family we've always wanted. Yes, I do. Her voice trembled, and her eyes watered. I want to marry you, because I love you too. I really do. It was she who, this time, took the initiative to kiss me. She did it more passionately, but with tenderness. I truly love this woman, she made me hers from the first moment she laid eyes on me. My Scarlett. Epilogue. Once, my grandmother surprised me with some magazines she'd picked up on the street. When I saw the first cover image, my eyes lit up. That man, with his gallant demeanor, handsome, blue eyes, expressionless face, penetrating gaze, and, above all, a millionaire, captivated me. So much so that every time I found a magazine with his cover, I cut out the image. He was my ideal man. I admired him deeply, even though I'd never met him in person. He was my impossible fantasy. But now, the man of my impossible dreams has married me and given me a beautiful daughter, Naomi. We also joyfully await the arrival of another blessing into our home. We are a beautiful family. And we're not the only ones who get our happy ending. Madison nearly fainted when her boyfriend proposed to her in front of the entire company, and Olivia experienced overwhelming joy upon learning of her pregnancy. Liam's parents get along wonderfully with my grandparents. When they get together, they're constantly talking about antiques and old records. I'm also happy that my grandmother continues to recover from cancer, she's made a huge improvement. As for my father, he simply attended my wedding with Liam, along with his family. It was the first time he hugged me after so many years since he left me. I don't hold a grudge against him, I'm sure my mother, may she rest in peace, wouldn't have liked it. What's that little head thinking about? Liam hugged me from behind. Don't you think it's a nice view? I asked, watching the waves form and disappear. It's a nice view, he placed a kiss on my cheek. But I have a better view here in my arms. Don't start. Have you blushed? I didn't do it. Yes, you did. No. Yes. Come on, admit it. Just a little. A bit? That's something. But you're as hot as a tomato. Of course not. Well, then let me make you blush properly. He was about to kiss me, but at that moment Naomi's crying interrupted us. I think it's Daddy's turn to change diapers. And I think Mom is wrong, I did it yesterday. It's not true, I did it. Let's do it together then, but first. Give me a kiss. You have to earn that kiss. I'll change Naomi's diapers. Good boy. And that's how this cold man, who was also my boss and who said from the beginning that I wasn't his type of woman, fell madly in love with me, so much so that he never imagined a future without me by his side.